All right, YouTube, sort it out. Why the fuck do you keep copyrighting me on my own fucking music? This is my fucking music, all right? Stop fucking copywriting me on my own fucking music. There's something wrong with your program or something. There must be. I can't even believe that Old Spice track last time was copyrighted. I think you got a mistake with your program. There's something wrong with what you're doing. Why'd you keep copyrighting me? I'm not playing other people's music. I'm playing my own fucking music. So who's copyrighting my music on my behalf? You fucking find out who's copyrighted that. I want to know. Let's have a look in the email before I play the music and see if we can see what the copyright strike is. It doesn't even say yet. Right, let's have a look. We'll just see what it says. It doesn't tell me anything. You know, from YouTube. What have I done this morning? That is very bizarre. What the fuck did I do this morning then? I don't think that was a copyright strike. I don't think it was last time. Right, I don't know what I've done this morning. They say it's not. They say it's against their guidelines, but I think they made a mistake. I mean, I've only just started drinking coffee, and I ain't done anything offensive or anything. What the fuck are they going on about? I mean. I think YouTube made a mistake then. I'm always positive that YouTube made a mistake. Why would it's not a copyright strike? It's they've got guidelines or something, and I went against them. Can't think how I did. I mean, what did I do? I mean, why people are complaining anyway? Grow up. I mean. Well, it wasn't a copyright on this. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. YouTube, they do that sometimes, and I've got no idea why they do it. I mean, I read the email, and I mean, might have a look at the email again and see what I can find out. But it never showed me a track that was copyrighted or anything. So. I've got 3 tracks to get off the computer now. That's not too bad. We'll try and do that today. Let's see this now.
At their sick neighbour next door, go and see if your local neighbour needs looking after that's got dementia or is on their own. If there's ever a time for the big society, surely it's now that we can actually do something together.
Defeating this outbreak, then, will take effort from all sides to deal with what's been called the biggest challenge to the health service in its 70-year history. Jim Reid, BBC News.
So let's pick up on some of those thoughts with Saima Iqbal, who's a GP, Manchester. Very good morning to you, Saima. I hope you're well. We're asking everyone the same question in a way this morning. You know, your personal circumstances, you're working on the front line, but, you know, you're a human being first, you've got family. What's the situation?
The situation at the moment is, before I do cough on air, I do have a chronic cough, as per the government advice, which, you know, it's difficult for them to do because they do struggle, especially as they're quite active normally. I have a husband who currently is self-isolating, who is a surgeon and is having to take time off work. And as a result, 2 children who are also having to self-isolate because of the guidance around the household having to self-isolate for 14 days.
So are you in self-isolation yourself now?
I'm not at the moment because I've totally separated myself from everyone so I can get to work, because at the practice I also have a partner who is self-isolating. So in order to keep the practice going, we've had to take measures that we normally wouldn't.
Tell us a little bit about how it's working I mean, your day to day. How is that going to work out in a practical sense, seeing patients or you know, dealing with patients?
The day-to-day, our day-to-day at the practice has completely changed. We didn't do telephone consultations before, so the changes we've had to implement in the last couple of days is something we would have done over a couple of years. We've changed so that we offer telephone triage to patients that need advice. If they then need a face-to-face consultation, they're triaged by a doctor first, and then if they need to be seen face-to-face, they're brought to the practice. It's a difficult situation because we're trying to provide healthcare for everyone that needs it, but at the same time ensuring that us as doctors and the staff at the practice are safe so we can continue to provide a service, and also create an environment that's safe for patients that need to be seen so that they can come to the practice and be seen. As things are progressing, we're being informed that, you know, things are going to change. We will be seeing more patients with respiratory symptoms, which is going to put a lot more pressure on us as a practice and the staff. I have to say the staff and the patients have been amazing at a time, you know, that everyone's under a lot of immense pressure and anxiety, both on a personal level and on a professional level.
Just a couple of practical things I'm curious about. We were speaking to the Health Secretary a few moments ago. We're talking about protective equipment for people, you know, in GP surgeries, of course, hospitals first, but also for you. How is that for your practice?
I mean, we have been provided with what we call PPE equipment. We have masks, aprons and gloves. We had a little bit of a scare earlier this week where we discovered that if we remove the expiry dates on the packet of masks, they had a new sticker put on, but I think that's been clarified that the masks have been tested and they are safe to use. I mean, there is evidence that this protective equipment works in 80% of cases, but when I hear of colleagues, you know, my age GPs who are currently in ICU, it is very frightening, you know, that is the PPE equipment enough? And if we run out, is there more available?
Simon, well, we absolutely understand. I mean, you're under a lot of professional pressure, personal pressure as well with your circumstances you described. So we wish you well in the coming days. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
8:27 is the time. Find out what's happening wherever you are. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Good morning. BBC London and BBC South East today are joining forces at breakfast to keep you up to date with the latest on the coronavirus in our area. While schools across London and the South East will be closed after today until further notice. Nurseries and colleges are included in the shutdown following the spread of coronavirus. Some schools will be kept open with skeleton staff for pupils with parents who are key workers. Transport services across London and the South East are changing to accommodate restrictions and reduce demand. Gatwick Express, Southern and Thameslink trains are running fewer services, as well as Eurostar. And Stagecoach buses in the South East will be operating a school holiday timetable from Monday. On the Underground, there's a restricted service on the Hammersmith and City and Circle lines. Meanwhile, the Waterloo and City line is closed from today. There will be no night tube service or all-night overground from tonight. There will also be fewer London bus routes operating. Royal Parks have said they remain open despite the coronavirus, and they're encouraging visitors to help physical and mental well-being. They join the National Trust in keeping their outdoor spaces open. Hyde and Regent's Parks are two of the green spaces that can be used, although some facilities like playgrounds will be closed. Sussex resident Dame Vera Lynn has released a new video of her iconic song, We'll Meet Again, to mark her 103rd birthday. It features
We'll meet again.
It features original archive footage of Dame Vera performing the song. She's hoping to evoke the wartime spirit and reassure the public that even though many are social distancing and in self-isolation, people can be united with hope, resilience and resolve. Let's get a check on the weather now with Nina Ridge.
It is another day. We're expecting lots of cloud around, a little bit like yesterday, grey skies. But for most of us, it should at least be dry. There's just a small chance of perhaps a few showers scattered around. But we're also staying on the chilly side as well. Some pretty cold air with us. And that's because we're not expecting any sunshine through the day. Most of those showers really coming in from the northeast, feeding in across parts of Essex towards Kent as well. At times, they will drift their way further west with afternoon temperatures around 8 or 9 degrees. And it is still a little on the breezy side, but there are some changes for the weekend. The cloud will clear away to the north and we'll see some much brighter skies, some sunshine for the weekend, but windy and also on the chilly side with those afternoon temperatures of around 9 degrees.
Now from 9 on BBC Radio Kent, Lembit Opig is talking about coronavirus and your rights. Lembit.
Yes, a lot of people will be waiting for the Chancellor's announcement about what support can be expected for those facing an uncertain employment future. We'll be talking to some lawyers about your rights and also about how you can cope with the pressures which will be placed on your family. Call me with your questions, 0800 756 1111. Wherever you live, 0800 756 1111. Give me a call now, Linda.
Lembit, thank you very much. And that is it from us this breakfast. Wishing you all a very good morning ahead. Join us again at lunchtime. Bye-bye.
Hello, you're watching Breakfast with Charlie States and Naga Monchetti. Time now is 8:31. Let's bring you up to date with what's been happening on the programme this morning. We spoke to the Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, earlier today. He had a few announcements, or he had a couple of things to say. One of them was that there have been 150 lorries full of protective equipment delivered to 150 hospitals. And he also said that by the end of this weekend, all the hospitals in the country will have had a first tranche of emergency protective clothing.
There's a couple of other key issues he addressed this morning. Ventilators, a big issue at the moment. He was saying that more than half a dozen companies have already made prototypes. So they've switched their production lines. they hope to have some of those approved by the end of next week.
He also spoke about the call to arms almost. The government asking 65,000 recently people who've recently retired from the NHS, doctors and nurses, or left the NHS, asking them to come back to work. And the letters have been sent out. Basically, your NHS needs you is the message. Here's a clip of what he had to say earlier.
Overnight, 150 lorries took kit from the warehouse that we have with all the stockpiles to 150 hospitals. That's about half the hospitals in the country. The rest will get their lorry load by the end of the weekend. At the same time, we've provided equipment, this protective equipment, to GPs and to pharmacists, and we're currently rolling it out as well to every single social care setting. There's 25,000 different social care settings, and whether that's care homes or people who go out into and look after people in people's homes.
It's Matt Hancock speaking to us this morning. We're joined from London now by Ruth May, who's the Chief Nursing Officer for England. Thank you for your time this morning. First of all, let's talk about that call to arms, as he called it, from Matt Hancock, writing to 65,000 recently retired doctors and nurses to ask them to come back to work. Can you talk to us a little bit about how that's going to work in practice?
Yes, thank you. So let me first of all say thank you to all of our staff in every corner of the United Kingdom coming to work, really working so hard, many, many hours to care for our patients and indeed prepare for the surge of the patients that we're going to see. We are facing the greatest global health challenge that we've ever faced, and arguably what I've seen and indeed for the whole of the NHS. So today we are writing to former nurses and doctors, asking them to come back and support our NHS.
How will this work in practice? How long do they have to be retired that they're still eligible to come back? And how quickly, crucially, you say you're writing to them? I mean, that sounds like a fairly slow procedure. You write to them, they write back. How in practice, how quickly can they be in the system?
So we know already, some people have already contacted me, many people have already contacted me, and we have got lots of people wanting to support us and wanting to come back. We are writing to them, they will get that this morning. We will then make sure that they're able to complete the necessary forms to get them back on our register, and we will invite them back into our hospitals in the next few weeks. And it's important that people come back to our hospitals, really important. But it's not just our staff. All of us have a part to play. All of our public, please make sure that you wash your hands, stay at home and use the NHS responsibly. Take the advice of our professionals, please.
Are there particular areas of nursing, for example, which are most required?
We know that our critical care nurses are going to be in most demand, but we will want to encourage all of our former nurses and doctors to come back because you'll be part of our team. We'll make sure that you're trained, you work in areas that you feel comfortable to do that. Your NHS needs us. Your NHS needs you. So please come back and support us.
There's been a lot of concern about the nursing staff particularly, and there is you may have seen a video clip of a nurse talking about some of the practical problems they're facing, working very long hours. Just like everyone else, they need food to come back to, and panic buying is causing them real concern. There are particular pressures on nursing staff and anyone working in the health service right now.
Absolutely there are, and people are working very long hours. And you would have seen yesterday a clip, somebody been working as a critical care nurse for the last 48 hours, wanting to get some food and some vegetables and the like. We know that some supermarkets are now opening very early in the mornings to allow NHS staff and all of our care workers to have access to those supermarkets ahead of everyone else. I am pleading with all supermarkets to do this, so that all of our NHS staff have the ability to access food and vegetables and the like at their time of convenience.
Yeah, we're going to just play a clip for people now, having a look at one of those people who's been affected so far. Have a look.
And some of the things that I've seen in the last couple of days are absolutely appalling. I've seen surgeries have no hand sanitizer because people are stealing it from the reception desks. I work with a lovely lady who is struggling to find something to eat for her and her family. What I'm asking for is, please, can you help us so we can help you? Because if we can't eat, and we can't drink, we can't get anything, we can't help you.
So that's Dave Holt, who works at Frimley Park Hospital, sharing some of the impact there. When you see that, Ruth, I wonder what your thoughts are.
Absolutely, and I've seen as well all over Twitter, some of our nurses and midwives and care staff being spat at, being abused by members of the public. Please be very kind to your nurses and midwives, because you may need them very soon. But all of us have a duty. Please make sure you wash your hands, stay at home, and take the NHS advice. We all have a duty to do that.
Ruth May, thank you very much. Ruth May is the Chief Nursing Officer for England, just talking about some of the practical ways in which some of those estimated 65,000 nurses and doctors could come back into the system. Being written to now, they get the right responses and they're expecting a big response. They could be in the system very quickly.
It is 23 minutes to 9. I'm going to keep you up to date with everything that's coronavirus linked. We're going to talk about sport now, though, because Kat, good morning to you.
Good morning.
There was a time when
I got copyright strike this morning. I don't know why though.
When it was open,
Very bizarre.
there would be fanfare with huge crowds, and we know all about it. Not this time with the Olympics.
No, it seems the Olympic flame has kind of snuck into Japan slightly under the radar. There was a ceremony. It was a very scaled back ceremony at an airbase in the north of the country. Some press was aimed to Britain. But yeah, it just seems fairly incongruous, doesn't it, to be celebrating something like the Olympics at a time when countries around the world seem to be locking down and not advising mass gatherings.
And we don't know if it's going to happen.
Let's get over to Tokyo now, shall we, and talk to our correspondent, Rupert Wingfield-Hayes, who is there for us. So, Rupert, we saw the flame arrive on a plane from Athens, as I said, quite a kind of scaled down ceremony for the arrival of the flame. But what would be your assessment from Tokyo as to the likelihood of these games going ahead?
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, I mean, there were supposed to be hundreds of children there this morning to welcome that plane as it landed here with the flame. And of course, they were told to stay at home for their own safety because of the global coronavirus pandemic, which Japan is affected by, not as badly as Europe is being affected at the moment, but it is still spreading around Japan at a much, much slower rate. We have under 1,000 recorded cases so far, so Japan seems to be doing quite a good job of controlling the epidemic here. And because of that, the Japanese government is saying, look, we're still full steam ahead for the 24th of July. The torch relay will begin as it is supposed to next week, and it will go on this 121-day relay around the whole of Japan. That's still planning for all this to go ahead, but I have to say there are many other voices here. Many people I've spoken to, both experts, former government officials, the former governor of Tokyo, indeed, who said to me there's very little chance, they think now, that it can go ahead as scheduled on the 24th of July, because even if everything is under control here, even if the epidemic locally here in Japan is well under control,
as long as I do the right thing, I think I'll be all right.
How can you hold the Olympics when it's still carrying on elsewhere? So, I think we don't know. There's a huge amount of uncertainty. We're waiting for both the IOC and the WHO and the Japanese government to make a decision. But they say at the moment it is still too early to make that decision, and they are going ahead, full steam ahead for the opening ceremony.
Okay, Rupert Wingfield-Hayes in Tokyo for us. Thank you so much this morning. So,
Right. Let's take a picture for Instagram. Hello, Twitter gang. Hello, Twitter gang. Yeah, catch us on YouTube. Eastside Television. Eastside Television on YouTube. That's where we are. 24 hours a day. We're on Eastside Television. It's a really good service, man. Trying to bring the community together. We've got a good community on there now. Yeah, it's fun, man. You have to be over 18 now, I think, but I'm not really sure if it's over 16 or over 18, but you have to be an adult to get on. Because I smoke weed on the show, you see. Because I smoke weed, it's over 18, so that's why. I mean, silly, really. I mean, there is swearing on there sometimes, and it does get a bit bullish sometimes on there, but most of the time it's very civilised. All right, thank you. Bye-bye. Supposed to be the first day of spring today, that's what they said. But I don't know what it is, man.
Pain in hell has two sides. The kind you can touch with your hand, the kind you can feel in your heart. Your soul, the spiritual side. And you know, the worst of the two is the spiritual.
Do you understand?
Twist again. That's working the spine, loosening our bodies that are now warm because of the workout, the warm up, and round again. Good. Stretch as far as you can. Look as far as you can. Back to center and round again.
Do you understand?
All right, what I've decided is that I want to build a studio, but it's not for profit. So, I should go to GoFundMe or something and try and do it from there, because I'm trying to build I can't make a profit out of it. I mean, Henry wants to use a studio, and I'm happy to work with Henry, but no one is allowed in this studio whatsoever. No one is allowed in here because everything's so close together. It's not really designed for the public. I mean, this studio is no good to have people in it, but I need to build another studio. I need to build one for the public. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I'm going to have to wait until I save up some money. I don't know how many years it will take me, but I take it Henry wants to make music soon. And it is therapy what we'll be doing. It is a therapy studio. And I think it costs me about £1,000 to build, but I'm not really sure. But I can't really sell shares for it, and we can't really make a profit out of it. I mean, I'm not going to charge Henry to come in there. I mean, I can't charge people to come in there. It'd be like Bob Marley's studio. Bob Marley's studio is free. I mean, it would be good to charge, but I mean,
it is alive. You know, I try.
I don't want to charge because we're not really. I don't know. I mean, we are doing a service, but I just like the idea of doing it for free. I mean,
it's South Harrow, and Harrow is multicultural.
what are we going to eat today? Oh yeah, I had a pot noodle yesterday. That's what I had. I'll have a pot noodle again today. Maybe I should stock up on pot noodles. I mean,
they've all been blind.
deluded. They've all been deluded. They all think that gold. I had a pot noodle yesterday and a whole load of chocolate, so not really eating very well yesterday at all. I love chocolate. And maybe some in India. I don't really know about India, but India used to have lots of gold, a lot of rubies, a lot of diamonds, a lot of gems. But Alexander the Great, yeah, he nicked a few. He nicked quite a few. He's pure. Alexander the Great. Yeah. He ain't quite great. Alexander's a shit. Alexander, he was a bit lame. He could not maintain the peace across his empire. He was a warring warlord. He just fought until he couldn't fight no more. After he got his beating in the east. Yeah, because the east never got conquered by Babylon. So listen when I say the king of the east, he ain't no joke. He's a bloke. He's a man. Like Haile Selassie, he was a living god, a living prince, a living king. Even if he's not number one, a living king still has great education. Education is just where all the wisdom is anyway. Anyone can read it, anyone can do it, anyone can school it, anyone can follow it, anyone can fly it, anyone can buy it, anyone can try it. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get on the dance floor. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get on the dance floor. 1, 2, 3. Get on the dance floor. And there's more. Yes, for sure. Coming out of the studio. Yes, we all have to know the way to go. So when you're struggling, or trodding, whatever you call it, depression, anxiety, panic attacks, when you're struggling through the ruts, when you can't see the glory of life, you can't admire each and every item, like your home, like your garden, like your car, like your house, like your family, like your heart. Yes, you have to admire each and every one. You have to accept them for what they are, because non-acceptance of what is always causes pain and suffering. Pain and suffering is what most people really have when I hear them on the TV, I hear them on the radio. It's quite common for suffering because we all know that in the Hindu tradition and in the Buddhist tradition and in the East tradition, it is said that desire, is the root of emotion. Desire is the root of
now. Austerity is really hard for him. He's living less than austerity. He's living less than a month, less than what he deserves. As a human being, we deserve freedom to farm the land, or to reap something, or to harvest something. We have the right to food and water. We have the right to clothing. We should do with a budget.
Everybody loves me. 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 Everybody loves me.
When I walk down the street, crazy people that I meet real crazy, blind to the facts of future prophecies, living in fear of fellow citizens and everything, powerless to the powers that be, because they have no belief. They think they can't make a difference. Locally,
the appropriate regulator, but people are still waiting to get in England, are still waiting.
we could solve everything. Unite as one, as the shared vision family, as we're meant to be, helping each and every one, no matter who they are.
Everybody loves me. 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 Everybody loves me.
When I walk down the street, crazy people that I meet real crazy, blind to the facts of future prophecies, living in fear of fellow citizens and everything, powerless to the powers that be, because they have no belief. They think they can't make a difference. Locally, we can make a difference if everyone just focused on their own problems and then their neighbours' problems. We could solve everything. Unite as one, as the shared vision family, as we're meant to be, helping each and every one, no matter who they are.
Everybody loves me. 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 Everybody loves me.
This is it's a respiratory illness, disease. And so, we've talked a lot about the ventilators that we're buying. We need more people trained to fit the ventilators and to care for people who are on ventilators, for instance. So there's the letter going out, the call to action to say, if you are a doctor or a nurse and you receive a letter, we really need you to come back to the NHS to serve your NHS in what is going to be a really difficult time.
Well, Matt Hancock also said the government had received a large response from companies which are willing to manufacture more ventilators, adding that the country needs as many as it can get.
It's a matter of scale and getting some of these big manufacturing plants who've been able to turn their hand to this to really scale up the production. And, people have asked me, how many do you need, Matt? And the answer is we need as many as you can possibly make, and we will buy them. because if we end up with too many for the NHS, that is a great problem to have. And there's other countries around the world that also need ventilators. So no number is too big.
Okay.
We just want people to get manufacturing according to the spec that we've published on the website.
The Health Secretary. Competition laws have been temporarily suspended to allow rival supermarkets to work together as they struggle to cope with panic buying. It's part of a package of measures which will allow stores to keep their shops staffed and stocked with food. There are increasing fears that crucial health workers who are working long and unpredictable shifts are unable to buy the food and products they need when they eventually reach a shop, all because of hoarding. Dawn Bilborough, who's a critical care nurse, recorded this tearful message after a tiring shift.
I'm a critical care nurse. I've just finished 48 hours of work. I just wanted to get some stuff in for the next 48 hours. There's no fruit, there's no vegetables. I just don't know how I'm supposed to stay healthy. And there's people are just stripping the shelves of basic foods. You just need to stop it. Because there's people like me that are going to be looking after you when you're at your lowest. And just stop it. Please.
Yes, critical care nurse Dawn Bilborough there, reflecting the views, the concerns of many people during this crisis. Well, concerns too about jobs and wages during the economic fallout of the pandemic are expected to be addressed by the Chancellor today. It's thought Rishi Sunak will announce an emergency package to help those facing hardship in the fight against coronavirus. The government has come under pressure from Labour, unions and senior Conservatives to do
when you're
more
an
to help
insider with your
employees
crew
struggling
in your
because of the
community. I
crisis.
mean, has Gareth Thomas got enough toilet roll? Has he got a shopkeeper looking out for him?
Good morning to you,
Has he
Ben.
got a shopkeeper
And lots
giving
of
him
people
water?
saying, this is absolutely
And my
fundamental.
shopkeeper
If
said,
people
John, you're going to
can't
need this.
afford
And
to
he
live
he
through
did my
this
shopping
crisis,
for
then
me.
they
I mean,
are going to
he knows
try
I'm
to
going to
go
use
out
it
and make
anyway.
money
So
at the same time as they're
he
being
got me a
told
whole box of
socially
water. I've got a whole
distance,
box.
to
I mean,
self-isolate potentially. So this really needs to be sorted out. What is the Chancellor going to say?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Morning to you, Anita. And it is those workers who are often on the front line in many businesses that are the ones who are told to stay at home, and yet the ones that really do rely on that everyday contact for their livelihood. I'm talking about coffee shops, hairdressers, cinemas, hotels, all those sorts of organisations. And we had that package of measures announced by the Chancellor, that £350 billion this week, but that was aimed squarely at business. So things like business rate relief, loan guarantees, those sorts of things, but not too much detail about help for individual workers. And so what we might get later today are new updates on what could be offered to staff. Now, some suggestions are this might follow a model that is already adopted in Denmark, whereby if staff are laid off, they get up to 75% of their wages paid by the government. That could be one option. Or in Germany, there's a method that means that if you are asked to reduce your hours at work, well, the government will top up the difference in your pay, so you don't see that your income itself actually falls. So there are those options potentially on the table. Lots of questions though about how it would be implemented, whether the systems are in place to allow that money to get to people that need it. One proposal is what's known as reverse national insurance, or reverse PAYE. So rather than deducting from your pay slip every month, what the government would do is pay you via the pay slip, and they would credit your account. So those are some of the options on the table. Another is a form of universal basic income. That's a cash lump sum paid to people who are affected. That could be paid to them to make sure they've got enough money for day-to-day life. So lots of big questions. We might get some more detail on that from the Chancellor a little later. But as
what's
you
wrong with
quite
universal
clearly,
credit?
the mounting to
The system already is there. I mean, why are you treating these people differently to how you treat me?
life as we know it for now.
I mean, you signed me off work and you gave
as
me
far as you're
universal, you
aware,
gave me
Ben, will all of
benefits. I mean,
this include something
why should these people be treated any differently? It's an illness, sickness,
workers on
sickness
zero
pay,
hours
and that's
contracts,
it.
for
And
example,
why
will there be
make
help
an
for them?
effort? I wouldn't do that.
That's the big question.
You're just trying to win. You're just trying to win
we get a
support
sense
for the
of
next
what how the
election,
job
you fucking
market has
idiots.
changed
And that's what
over
you
the
always
last
do,
decade
and
or so,
you're
and
fucking
some of
wrong.
these systems and rules may not have kept up pace with that, because remember, it's very difficult just to be able to come up with a system to pay people, because it assumes that they have PAYE or they pay national insurance or they are registered in some form or other. So lots of big questions about how it would work. We know that talks and discussions went on late into last night, still ongoing this morning. We don't have an exact timing of when any announcement will be made, but you're right, pressure really now mounting to take care of all staff, not just those who are employed in some big organisations, because you might say those larger organisations might have a bit of a buffer, a reserve in place to be able to keep on some of those staff for a bit longer. But if you are self-employed, if you are working in a very small organisation, if you are a freelance worker, then yes, it is very difficult to know where your income will come from, because some of them have seen their work dry up overnight. And it's worth bearing in mind as well, big business around the country also feeling this, big and small. We've just had an update this morning from Marks and Spencer. They've told us that they expect to see a fall in revenues as a result of what's going on. They're moving some of their staff from things like clothing and homeware towards the food side, because I know you've been talking about some of those food shortages in some.
Every time it's in the matrix, I'm just called a liar. I mentioned it to my doctor, I really looked like
the supermarkets because of panic buying. We've also had an update from Jake.
When we pay for a license, we can't always watch what's on the screen. I mean, why is that? I mean,
COVID-19 has killed more people in Italy than in any other country in the world. The number of deaths there now stands at 3,405, which is more than in China, where the virus originated last year. In a major milestone, though, China recorded no new cases yesterday. Globally, nearly 250,000 people have tested positive for the respiratory illness, and more than 10,000 people have died. Well, Seema Katecha joins us now from Rome. Seema, the grim news continues from there, an extended lockdown, the death toll growing. What is the latest that the authorities are saying about what they're trying to do to stop the spread of this, to stop people dying?
Well, some people are calling it the 9/11 of Italy. As you said, the death toll here has surpassed China's death toll. When you look at the population of the two countries, it's incredibly alarming. China has a population of 1.4 billion. Here in Italy, 64 million. So something significant has gone wrong somewhere. Most of those cases and deaths are in the north of Italy, hospitals there. Dealing with this every day, they're incredibly stretched, running out of key supplies such as masks and ventilators. And now there is deep-rooted concern from officials that outbreak in the north could move to the south, because in recent weeks, tens of thousands of people have been moving from the north to the south. And in the south, the hospitals are not as well equipped. They don't have as much essential kit. And if that does happen, the authorities are thinking, well, some hospitals just won't have the means to deal with this outbreak. So deep-rooted concern there. The Prime Minister saying it will get worse before it gets better. And these stringent measures that have been in place for 11 days now, stopping people from going outside unless absolutely essential. So unless they're going to work, or they're going for a short walk with their dog, or they're going to the supermarket. Well, those stringent measures may be made even more strict as the government tries to curb this outbreak. They're saying now, the sports ministry is saying that there is a chance they might stop people from going for a jog, for example.
I don't know if
11 days into these measures being in place,
if people want to support me and Henry, but
struggling with that
there's no one listening at the moment. But I'll just say that
being in place for the
I really
next
want to build
month
another
or so.
studio so that Henry can come
big
and use
questions
it.
being
And
asked here too, and lots of people
I
worried about
can't
the
have
anxiety
anyone
and
up here
frustration
because
that's
the way
been
that it's all
just 11 days
set
in.
up, It's
Okay,
not
Seema,
set
take care.
up
Thank
for
you very
two
much.
people
Seema
in this
Techa
room. And
in Rome.
if Henry
Well,
comes,
here,
he'll probably
the
come with
Queen
a
has
friend.
issued
And
a message
there's
to
not
the
enough
nation.
room
She
in
did
this
that last
studio.
night,
It's
and
just
it
not
said
right. I
the
mean,
UK is entering a
this
period
studio is
of
not really
great
right
concern
for
and
Henry. I
uncertainty.
mean,
Her Majesty
we need to
added,
build another
"We are
studio,
all
a
being
bigger
advised
one,
to change
a better
our
one
normal routines
downstairs.
and regular
There's a
patterns
room
of
to
life
do it.
for the
We
great
just need to
good
build
of
it. I
the
mean,
communities we live in,
I need to build the
and in
building
particular
first.
to protect the
The
most
building's going to cost
vulnerable
about
within it."
500 quid to build.
She said, "At times such as
I don't
these,
know if I
am
can get the
reminded
labour
that
done for
our
free,
nation's
but
history has been
it's not really
forged by
fair
people
to expect
and
someone to
communities
work for
coming together
all
to
that
work
time for
as one,
free. I mean,
concentrating
that's
on
why I say it costs
combined
about
efforts with
£200 for the
focus on a
materials
common goal."
and about
She
£300
said,
for
"We
the
are
labour.
enormously thankful for the expertise
Maybe let's just
and
pay £300
commitment
for the
of
labour and that'll be
scientists,
it. And
medical
I
practitioners,
think Black Lightning will
and
be happy with
emergency
300
and
quid.
public
I mean,
services.
it's Black
Now
Lightning that's
more
going to
than
build
any
it.
time in our recent past, we all have a vitally important part to play as individuals today and in the coming days, weeks, and months." So millions of Europeans are in a coronavirus lockdown, as we heard from our correspondent in Rome just a second ago. There's increasing speculation that tougher restrictive measures could be introduced in the UK as well. So far, although the government is advising people to socially distance themselves and to avoid pubs, cafes and social gatherings, it is yet to impose a lockdown that obliges people to stay at home. We do know that 20,000 armed forces personnel are on standby as part of a COVID task force. Guidance seen by the BBC says that military leaders have been told by the head of the armed forces to be ready by the middle of next month to help respond to the pandemic. Well, joining us now from Birmingham is former senior military intelligence officer Philip Ingram, and also joining us in Liverpool, policing expert and former police inspector Peter Williams. A very good morning to both of you, and thank you for taking the time to talk to us today on BBC News. So we mentioned that COVID support force that's on standby.
I forgot to take my morning medication again. It's all right though. It's not too late. It's about the right time,
for
actually.
example. But I'd like to get the thoughts of both of you on whether you can envisage a point in this crisis where the military and police will be called in to take charge of some sort of lockdown, either in London or elsewhere. Peter, would you like to begin?
Yes, good morning, Nita. Morning. It's difficult to envisage how that might look like in respect of how that is enforced, which I think is what your question is basically aiming at. What I would direct our viewers to is what happened in 2017 in the immediate aftermath of the terrorist attacks in Westminster in March and in Manchester in the May of that year, when the terrorist attack alert went to critical. That triggered the deployment of armed police, armed troops on the streets and on trains and that sort of thing. And they were there basically to provide a visible presence, a visible deterrent. And that was basically their role. Once it reversed down again to what became severe, they were then removed from the streets. If the military were deployed in that role, which I think would be an issue of last resort, they would be merely acting in support of the civil authority, i.e. the police service.
Let me bring in Philip. Philip, you're nodding your head when Peter talks about the military being brought in as a last resort. Would you agree?
It's a last resort, but it's a well-practiced process, as he outlined, saying military aid to the civil authorities. And that's the key bit. It's aid to the civil authorities. So it's not the military taking charge of anything. It's just boosting up capability so that the civil authorities have got everything that they need to deal with the crisis.
So what would that look like, in your opinion?
Well, the military have got some unique capabilities. First and foremost, they've got fantastic planning capabilities. So the local civil contingency organisations and local authorities, their planning capability can be boosted by the military. And remember, we're in this for the long game, so people are going to get very, very tired. There's then other specialist skills that can come in to help boost the supplies of goods getting to hospitals. And we heard that they're training people to drive oxygen tankers. There's not many oxygen tankers in the military. We still have to comply with health and safety legislation, so the drivers have to be trained. And then there's the ability to put military into guarding areas that would free up proper warranted police officers, like around our nuclear establishments, and let the civil nuclear police come and back up the civilian police if that's needed.
But,
so this
but
is a
what about
graduated practiced response.
What about Peter? If people are not complying with the notion of staying away from pubs and clubs and so on, as we've been hearing in London, in particular, compliance with that idea of social distancing has been patchy. Can you envisage a situation where police officers, military officers are called in to actually try to make people stay away from venues like that?
Well, the police service or anybody else cannot enforce.
I'm feeling better today. I'm feeling younger today.
That is a decision.
I think it's the first day of spring, and
all the police service can do, and it won't
I
be
feel like
military.
getting outside today more.
Involved in enforcement of
I want
any
to get out there today.
legislation. They need legislation to enforce, and I don't see where
Get out
we
there
are
after
with
this
that, except
cup of
emergency
tea and this
legislation
split.
has been passed. But what I would say is endorse entirely what Philip has just said in respect
Let
of
me
the
just see what's come
military,
through on my
which is
WhatsApp.
why we've got 20,000 or so on standby. Where this has come from is what we call, or the forum, which they will be deployed under, is called a Regional Resilience Forum. This is from the Civil Contingencies Act, which was passed in 2004 in the light of updating our outdated Emergency Powers Act, which dated from the 1920s. This was in the immediate aftermath, obviously, of 9/11. That is the normal forum that they're deployed in a support role.
Okay, let me put it to you, Philip. As we look at other countries and compare the UK's response to other countries, I mean, there's clearly a degree of discomfort, if I can use that word, in the government here with taking the step of ordering some kind of lockdown, be it partial or otherwise, of London or anywhere else. Is there something in the national psyche here that finds that idea particularly difficult, do you think?
I don't think so. We have to recognise that every country is different. We're at different stages, and there are some countries that are making decisions for political reasons, not necessarily the best healthcare reasons. There are other countries that are looking at things from a purely healthcare perspective. Some countries have got better health services, some countries don't. So every response is going to be different, and the government has to tailor its response against the scientific evidence that's been provided to it for the UK population.
And Peter, just a final brief thought from you, if you wouldn't mind, on the issues of the fake videos that have been around, where people have been saying, "Oh my goodness, there are troops on the street, there are police officers on the street." The danger of rumours. How important is clear communication from the government on this at this time of high anxiety?
Completely. There's been a lot of, as you quite rightly say, there's a lot of false information out there. And Philip's already made the point that one of the strengths of the military, and we do know that there's a lot of unknowns in the whole context here, but one of the knowns is that we will get 110% professionalism when we do deploy the military on the streets. And one of those is the ability to communicate directly. Similarly with the police service, a lot better now than what they were years ago in getting the communicative message out there. And that message surely must include don't panic.
Okay, thank you both very much for your time, for your thoughts on this story this morning. Former Police Inspector Peter Williams and military analyst Philip Ingram. Now, the government is asking phone operators if they can use mobile data to help monitor whether the public are following social distancing advice to tackle the coronavirus. BT, which owns EE, said it was in talks with the government over how it could aid in the fight against COVID-19. O2 said it had been asked to support those mapping and seeking to control the spread of the virus, but ruled out allowing individuals to be identified. Well, in China, as we reported earlier, the infection rate is slowing and there have been no new locally transmitted cases for the second day in a row. But the daily tally for infections involving travellers arriving into the country has surged to a new record of 39. There are concerns that could mean a second wave of the outbreak in China. Well, let's talk now to Robin Brandt, our correspondent who's in Shanghai. Robin, hello to you. Let's break down all of those points first of all. No new local infections, domestic infections, if you like. That is very good news. And can we rely on that piece of information?
Well, look, all right, let's deal with that first. I mean, that's a kind of a thesis answer, possibly. China doesn't have a good reputation in terms of the credibility of domestic statistics, but, you know, the official government numbers are all we have to rely on, and so we have to rely on them. At the moment, today is the second day of good news, just 39 new cases. All of them are imported cases. They are coming in from international travellers. These are mostly Chinese nationals, it would appear, who are returning to China, fleeing other countries where the coronavirus is now spreading. So no new cases, according to the official numbers in Wuhan, the epicenter city where this all began, the surrounding province of Hubei as well. So that is, of course, good news. But the big focus is on international travellers. Now, very stringent restrictions in place, greeting all international flights at airports in cities like Shanghai, Beijing, the capital especially. There's mandatory
Still can't believe that YouTube blocked me this morning. I don't know what I've done. I don't know what I did this morning. What did I do? I mean, I don't believe I did anything. I mean,
8, 9, 10 hours sometimes for the results of those tests before they're taken home in official government vehicles to do their 14 days isolation. On the whole, though, in Wuhan, we are told that still 1 in 5 residential compounds have COVID-19 or coronavirus present. They're historic cases.
well, I actually feel more energetic today. It might be because it's the first day of spring. But I'm feeling much better, much more energetic. It might be because spring is coming and I'm starting to feel more energy. The other day, after being in the police cell, I thought I was going to die soon, but I feel much better today. Feel like I've got 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 years or I don't know how many years I've got left. I mean, I feel alive today, very alive. It's very good.
Back to a semblance of normality. For me, I think in Shanghai it's business, return to business, but it's not a return to normal. And interestingly, you talked about the mobile phone companies in the UK. Well, they play a critical role here in China in a phone app that most people are needing to get into buildings, hotels or restaurants. It's kind of a traffic light system. If you have a green, that means you're healthy and can pretty much travel around freely. And that is
Got quite a bit of sleep last night, not bad.
Where you've been. And the police have access to those as well. So here, phone companies playing along, that's not an issue at all.
Okay, Robin, thank you for that update. Robin Brandt in Shanghai. Now the time is 9:34. Let's take a look at the weather forecast with Sarah Keith-Lucas.
Hello, it is the spring equinox today, and we've got some fairly spring-like settled
Spring
weather in
equinox.
store over the
Oh
next
wow,
few
that
days.
means that
For the remainder
exactly
of the day,
half
then,
the day
blue
is
skies
daylight
across
and
the
exactly
UK,
half the
away
day
from
is
parts of
night
southern England
today.
where we keep this band of
It's
clouds.
half and half
A few
today,
showers
daylight
to
and
work
night.
into the likes of
Exactly bang on in the middle.
perhaps the odd rumble of sun in the Channel Isles too, but further north it is a dry picture into the afternoon. Temperatures not great for the time of year, only about 7 to 11 degrees, but quite a chilly easterly wind, particularly in the south. That stays with us through this evening and overnight too. But clear skies for much of the UK, so a pretty chilly night ahead, with temperatures getting down to freezing or a little bit below in the more rural spots, especially in the north and northwest. Generally a bit above freezing further towards the south. Into the weekend, high pressure still with us, but just drifting away towards Scandinavia. The wind's rotating around that area of high pressure, so that means lots of dry, settled weather with some spells of sunshine too. Not being particularly warm though, temperatures between about 9 to 12 degrees. Bye-bye.
Hello, good morning. This is BBC News with me, Anita McVeigh. The headlines. More than 65,000 retired doctors and nurses are asked to return to work to fight the coronavirus. It comes as the Health Secretary moves to reassure NHS staff that they'll have the protective gear they need.
In terms of getting the protective equipment out, the masks and the other protective equipment, that is a massive operation that's ongoing right now.
The Chancellor is expected to announce new measures to try to protect millions of British jobs hit by the pandemic. It's time for sport now. Let's get a roundup from the BBC Sports Centre. Here's Catherine. Downs. Morning to you, Kat. Sport, of course, affected entirely by this. A shorter bulletin than normal, perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely. But the Olympics, the organisers of the Olympics, pressing on with plans for the games in Japan this summer, Anita. And the flame has arrived in the country on a flight from Athens this morning. It was a scaled-down ceremony at an airbase in the north of the country. There are growing doubts, though, that the Tokyo Games can start as scheduled on July the 24th because of the coronavirus pandemic. Earlier, I spoke to our Tokyo correspondent, Rupert Wingfield-Hayes.
Japan seems to be doing quite a good job of controlling the epidemic here. And because of that, the Japanese government is saying, look, we're still full steam ahead for the 24th of July. The torch relay will begin as it is supposed to next week, and it will go on this 121-day relay around the whole of Japan. They're still planning for all this to go ahead, but I have to say there are many, many other voices here. Many people I've spoken to, both experts, former government officials, the former governor of Tokyo, indeed, who've said to me there's very little chance, they think now, that it can go ahead as scheduled on the 24th of July, because even if everything is under control here, even if the epidemic locally here in Japan is well under control or over, what about the rest of the world? How can you hold the Olympics when it's still carrying on elsewhere? So, I think we don't know. There's a huge amount of uncertainty. We're waiting for both the IOC and the WHO and the Japanese government to make a decision. But they say at the moment it is still too early to make that decision, and they are going ahead, full steam ahead for the opening ceremony.
And one other sports line for you this morning. England manager Gareth Southgate says we shouldn't spend another moment thinking about the postponement of Euro 2020. And instead, he called for all England fans to look out for each other. In an open letter to supporters this morning, he wrote, "We were due to play next week and to represent you all this summer, but now is clearly not the moment for us to take centre stage. The heroes will be the men and women who continue working tirelessly in our hospitals and medical centres to look after our friends and families. They won't receive the individual acclaim," he writes, "but we all know their importance is beyond anything we do on the pitch. Hopefully, we'll be closer to each other than ever and ready for the beautiful distraction that football can bring." Positive thoughts then from Gareth Southgate. That's all the sport for now, Anita. Back to you.
Really nice thought from Gareth Southgate there. Thank you very much, Kat. See you later. Now, the government is taking steps to boost the resilience of the health service as infections from the coronavirus grow in the UK. England's top nurse and top doctor have urged medics to re-register and return to the workforce to help tackle what they call the greatest global health threat in history. Let's take a look at some of the developments today. So letters are being sent to more than 65,000 retired doctors and nurses saying your NHS needs you.
Totally overreacting.
In other
I
key
mean,
developments, the government has published a list of
coronavirus
key
only
workers
kills
in
old
England
people and weak
whose children
people. So
will still be able to
what
go
the fuck
to
are we
school
doing? I
after
mean,
they officially
why don't we
shut
just
down
let
today.
us all catch it?
The
And then
Chancellor is set to
whoever
announce a
lives,
wage
lives, and whoever
subsidy
dies,
package to
dies. I mean,
protect jobs amid warnings
we
of
should all just
thousands
carry
of
on as normal, I
layoffs.
suppose, really. Go to work and
Ministers have pledged to
just carry
ensure
on as
that all
normal. And if
hospitals
some
have
people
enough
die, they die,
protective
and so
gear
fucking
and
what? I mean,
ventilators.
they're a weak
Queen
individual.
has
It might be
urged
me
people to
anyway.
come
And
together for the
I don't give a
common good.
fuck. I mean,
And so far, there have been 144
they always try and prevent
deaths
death, and
and
they're so stupid. I mean,
3,269 confirmed
all this
cases
money and all
of
this that they're
coronavirus
wasting just
in
to
the
prevent a
UK.
few deaths. I mean,
Italy, where we reported from live a short while ago, said it had 427 more deaths on Thursday, overtaking China's toll. And California has announced a statewide stay-at-home order for its 40 million people. China, again, reports no new domestic cases. Well, even before the coronavirus crisis, the NHS was experiencing the most severe pressures in its 70-year history. Our reporter Jim Reid has been to a GP practice in Watford, where the staff are working around the clock to try to deal with the coronavirus outbreak. They're putting their own health at risk, serving their patients, but say it's part of their role in easing the pressure on hospitals and 111.
So we're just walking through the main entrance here, and through the double doors we have the main reception. We have a sign which obviously tells people to sanitize their hands when they walk in, and this is the hot zone. So all patients with routine appointments that need to be seen will be directed straight through the double doors and go up, and the hot patients, we will direct them in straight into the hot zone, which is just this part here.
In just a week, GPs have changed the way they work completely.
Here in Watford, this huge practice is now split across different floors. On the ground floor are a separate team of doctors seeing patients only with a cough, fever or a shortage of breath.
Obviously, we don't dress like this on a normal day-to-day job because of the situation we're in now. We are in scrubs.
You're in proper scrubs at the moment. So normally it would be much more casual.
Normally GPs you will see are quite casually dressed. So this is not the norm for us.
Now, how do you feel about working in this kind of situation? It's not normal for you.
So it's not normal for us at all. The system that we're working in at the moment is totally different. And as my colleague said, we have literally had to change everything over the course of a weekend. So the way we work has, totally been radicalised.
Patients with possible COVID symptoms first speak to a doctor on the phone. They're usually advised to self-isolate or go to the NHS 111 website.
Hi, do you want to come over to the window? I'll hand you the mask, and if you put the mask on and come round the side, I'll come and get you.
If they do need to see a GP, they're told to stay in their cars until called. Then they pick up a mask from the window and come through.
Okay, if you pop that on, I'll come round the front.
No matter how dramatic the story. This patient gave us permission to film. Without testing, which they can't do yet in GP surgeries, we cannot know if she has the virus.
We've met before, haven't we? And Dr. Farah, come on in, have a seat. That's fine. And the last thing I want to do is your blood pressure. Your heart rate's quite fast as well, actually. Have you felt like your heart's racing? Yeah. What have you taken today?
Each surgery has a different way of working. Here they try to limit appointments like this to 5 minutes.
You're quite breathless just at rest as well, aren't you?
I think also it's when I'm trying not to cough.
Okay.
So I think trying not to cough is what causes pain with the overflowing.
Okay. I think I'm going to get you seen by the medical team at the hospital because it is quite high. This may or may not be coronavirus. We can't say for certain because you've got underlying asthma. It's quite difficult, but I can't actually on your chest. You don't sound that wheezy at the moment, but you're quite short of breath. So I do want to get you seen just with those observations. I'm slightly worried that they're not normal. So I want the medical team to see you.
But they can imitate. They can imitate the jazz.
So that was quite
That was a bit unexpected, actually. Yeah.
Was it?
I mean, it could be a viral, as in another viral thing, not just coronavirus. But I think, I need to get her seen in hospital, and this is precisely the reason we have this hot clinic, set up.
Dr. Thiara calls the local hospital.
So where do I send her to? If she calls 111, it's not. They're just going to do a triage, aren't they?
He speaks to the consultant there, and they agree to see his patient for further tests. The doctors in the hot zone here say the system is coping. They have, though, already seen a sharp increase in calls.
I think that's partly what we need to get around that.
They've been working 11-hour days since the weekend. The pace is described as relentless.
We're working downstairs here and treating it almost like an A&E department. We're seeing all the sick patients with fever, cough, flu-like illnesses. We've got a second team of doctors, we're calling them the cold doctors. And we're trying to keep them clean. They're on a separate floor of the building, and they're seeing all the normal kind of bread and butter GP stuff that we see day in, day out, which is lumps, bumps, back pain.
All the staff in this section do expect to get the virus at some point. The idea is to then replace them with clean doctors from the so-called cold zone, or those working from home.
I mean, in terms of protective gear, there's different levels of, and that's worth looking at. This is what we've been provided with. So we have these aprons, which, to be honest, I'd use with my children at home for arts and crafts. And these literally will just cover, like a cooking apron, basically. We'd use a single one of those each time. Normal gloves. And then these are the sort of, I call these more of a light dental mask. Now, these don't fit the kind of high, proper protection that one would expect in this situation. It's the best we have, and we don't want to leave our patients at risk.
How confident do you feel in that?
It's better than nothing, but it's what we have. And at the end of the day, we have to use the equipment provided by NHS England, and I guess that's what they've made available. And then gloves.
Compare that with the fitted mask, which paramedic Adam now wears on home visits, but only because this was left over from his days working for the ambulance service.
What's the kind of response you got when you tell them about that?
Usually, we tell them that we're coming in personal protective equipment and masks. But there's not necessarily, oh, this is what they're going to look like. But normally when they open the door, just be like, ah!
The doctors at this surgery have now been promised better safety equipment. It should arrive within the next few days. There is no doubt the NHS staff here are taking a risk. The message they want to get across to the public, though, is to stay calm. For most, this virus, if you catch it, is mild, and recovery should be straightforward.
People need to look outside themselves, think about their sick neighbour next door, go and see if your local neighbour needs looking after that's got dementia or is on their own. This is a good chance for, Darren mentioned David Cameron, but his big society, if there's ever a time for the big society, surely it's now that we can actually do something together.
Our team is composed. We had a conversation with the cleaners the other day. We said, you are the most important people in the building right now because we need you to do a good job of cleaning all the rooms. So, this is everybody working together. This is how we're going to beat this.
Thanks to the team there at Bridgewater Surgeries. And there's an update on the condition of the patient in Jim's report, who said she was happy for us to give you the information. She was sent to hospital where she had a blood test and an X-ray, but no test for coronavirus. She was told to self-isolate and is making a recovery at home. Now it's time for your questions answered. And this morning, we're putting your questions on health and self-isolation to the experts. We can speak to Dr. Amir Khan, who's a GP in Leeds, and also to Dr. Bharat Pankhania, a senior consultant in communicable disease control at the University of Exeter. Thank you both so much for joining us this morning to answer questions from our viewers. And Dr. Khan, I'll begin with this question straight away from John Hay, who says, I have had pneumonia twice and 3 chest infections as well as chest sepsis. Will I be more at risk from coronavirus?
I think we need to ask that chap whether he's got an underlying health condition that makes him prone to chest infection. It certainly sounds like he has. And I would say to him, given that history, he should be self-isolating where possible for 12 weeks or at least social distancing. We know the coronavirus starts in the upper airways, but it certainly does make its way down, and there is a risk of pneumonia with immunocompromised or at-risk people, which he sounds like he falls into. So yes, self-isolation, 12 weeks sounds like a good idea.
Okay, Dr. Pankhania, a broader question. You specialise in pandemic outbreak planning. When the news started coming out of Wuhan, could you have ever predicted what would follow?
Yes, these are the scenarios that we have lived through for many, many years. And in light of what we already know, I think it is really, really important to talk to people who've practiced these pandemics and take heed from what we need to do with regard to control measures. There is a lot of theoretical work that we do on modeling, but modeling is equations. You need to also talk to consultants, communicable disease control, and people like myself who have actually almost lived through all such pandemics.
Okay, Georgie asks Dr. Khan, our daughter who lives at home with us works as a cashier in a supermarket. The cashiers appear to have little protection, having to rely on bringing their own sanitizer, as there is not always one provided. Yesterday, no cleaning rolls on her till. My husband is 73 with diabetes, type 2 diabetes, and a heart condition. We are limiting our contact with other people, but our biggest risk is from our daughter bringing the virus home. What is your advice?
It's a really hard situation. Certainly the father in that situation is in a high risk category and should be self-isolating or keeping social distancing. But it's hard when your daughter has got that really, really important job. We talk about healthcare workers and NHS workers being frontline, but actually people who are selling things to us food-wise are frontline as well and need to be recognised as such, and their health needs to be put as a priority, and sanitisers, hygiene is really, really important, and her employer and perhaps even the government should be thinking about how to keep them healthy. So it's a really hard situation, but again, the work her daughter's doing is vital for all of us, including myself.
Absolutely, we all need to get to the supermarket, don't we, or get our food from somewhere. Dr. Pankhania, what are your thoughts on what people should be doing right now, or how people are behaving right now in terms of that social distancing or self-isolation if necessary? We've heard that the social distancing is very patchy in places. Do you think that people have still not taken the messaging on board.
I'm very concerned. I cannot emphasize how concerned I am, and I'm not prone to drama. And if you follow my timeline, you will see I have always been measured. But now I'm telling people this is serious. You need to take this very, very seriously. We haven't got enough ventilators to keep you alive if you need them. So you've got to prevent yourself from getting infected. Stay away. Stay at home if you're over 60. Wash your hands. Timetable washing your hands. This thing about wash your hands is water over a duck's back to most people. Therefore, I am saying, please wash your hands every 2 hours. Make it a timetable and socially distance yourself from other people at least 2 meters. This is all we can do.
You're an expert in pandemics. You're saying stay at home if you're over 60. What if you're a 60-year-old who is in good health, who needs to go out perhaps to get food, etc.?
I am concerned, and I can only go on data, and the data clearly shows once you go over 60, especially if you've got coexisting medical conditions, you are at risk of severe illness. So I don't want you to be ill. I don't want you to be damaged. I don't want you to have a ventilator to keep you alive. Therefore, it is a small price to pay.
So you're talking about over 60s with existing health conditions, not necessarily over 60s per se, who are in good health.
Correct.
Okay.
So, having said that, as soon as you're going over 60, even if you haven't got health conditions, there is an increased risk from age.
Okay, Dr. Khan, back to you. Another question which brings in the subject of diabetes. This is from Sarah Rushford, who asks, I am a nurse working in primary care. I have type 2 diabetes. I've had it for more than 20 years and it is well controlled. Should I continue to work?
So it's a really tricky situation with diabetes. It's number one on the list in terms of putting you at risk of complications of the coronavirus as an underlying condition. The better controlled your diabetes is, the less that risk is, but it is still a risk. Certainly, poorly controlled diabetics should be taking extra precautions, both to try and get their sugar under control, but socially isolating themselves. We know that diabetes of any kind will leave you immunocompromised, so dampen down your immune response, but particularly if it's poorly controlled. Now, with regards to working in the NHS, it's a conversation we're all having. There's lots of NHS workers who have long-term health conditions, and my personal opinion is, we've got to carry on. We've got a job to do. Try and keep your health condition in check as much as possible. But if all the people with long-term health conditions took time away from the NHS, we'd have no NHS. So it's a hard conversation to have, and perhaps your colleagues might be able to help you. But if your diabetes is well enough controlled, that's the best thing you can do. But we've got to go to work. We've got to help people and patients. But as the other expert is saying, people have to take control of their own health as well and self-isolate. That is the most important thing, and that's how you can protect us as NHS workers as well.
Okay, a very good point. Another one for you, Dr. Khan, from Anne, who says, could you tell me if the symptoms I have are likely to be corona? This is a difficult one, isn't it? Because lots of people have different symptoms and they think, could this be corona? Could it just be a regular cold? I feel tight, she says, around my upper respiratory area, sore throat and congested. I have a bit of a cough, but not bad. My daughter is pregnant and I'm worried that I could transfer to her if I go near her.
Yes, so we know, people with a fever above 37.8 and a immune system cough, usually dry, could well be coronavirus. But there are, percentages that are getting sore throats as well, and we know the way that these coronaviruses in particular coming through the nasal passageways and upper airways, they can quite easily give you a sore throat. I think you've got to be really cautious and assume it's coronavirus until you ride out the symptoms. So self-isolate. There's no way to test for it. We're looking at clinical symptoms which can be vague, and like I say, some people can have mild symptoms. So it probably isn't, but we don't know. So you've got to take the necessary precautions of self-isolation. Pregnancy has recently been moved into a high-risk category because of the fluctuating immune system in pregnant women during pregnancy. There is no evidence that pregnant women can pass it on to their unborn babies at the moment. So that's really important to stress. But I think grandma there should be responsible and take sensible precautions and self-isolate. And this is the new normal. I think people are going, well, should I
on the side of caution.
Yeah, it's the new normal. We have to get used to it.
Let's talk some more about the new normal with you, Dr. Pankania. I noticed on your Twitter feed you'd written something along the lines of, we're beyond last orders. I just wonder if that was particularly directed perhaps at younger people. It was interesting to hear the chief medical officer for the UK and the chief scientific officer yesterday saying the majority of people, whatever age they are, will have mild or moderate symptoms. But, you know, young people need to take active steps not to get this just as much as older people.
I totally agree, and hence my phrase, we are beyond last orders. We are in the exponential phase of this outbreak. By exponential, I mean we are going to have a very, very steep rise in number of cases. And of those cases, some of them are going to be ill and some of them very ill. If we create a huge pulse of patients needing hospital care, we cannot cope. And also this huge pulse of infected people go on to infect other vulnerable people. Therefore, it is last orders for everyone. We got to take immediate action and care now.
Okay, we've only got a few seconds, Dr. Khan. Janice says she feels like she's got a cold, a nose cold and a cough, but she doesn't have a fever. What should she do in a line?
Self-isolate, don't take any risks.
Okay, Dr. Amir Khan and Dr. Bharat Pankania, thank you both so much for your time and your expertise this morning. And we will take a look now at the weather forecast. And here's Sarah Keith.
The police affected my business yesterday. I didn't make any business whatsoever.
Let me tell you a little bit more
So
about
the police
what we
have
have
fucked
coming
me up, really.
at 10 o'clock. We'll
Gareth
be talking
Thomas
to
has
a
fucked
doctor
me
from
up.
the World Health Organization
And,
with a focus on what
I'm a
is happening
self-employed
globally
businessman.
with coronavirus. We'll
I'm
also
not
be
doing
talking
very
to
well at the
the
moment.
group Anxiety UK as people
I did want to go
naturally
out for a
become more
walk.
anxious
but
during this pandemic. And now we can go to the weather forecast. Here's Sarah Keith Lucas.
Okay.
Hello, it is the spring equinox today, and we've got some fairly spring-like settled weather in the forecast certainly over the
Spring
next few
equinox.
days. For the remainder of today, then
Should be
blue
a
skies for
celebration
much of
today,
the
then,
UK,
really.
away from parts of southern
Spring
England where we keep
equinox
this
today,
band of cloud
celebrate. I mean,
and a few showers, one or two
listen
working
to
into
this
the likes
music.
of Kent,
Let's
and some
skip
heavy
this
ones.
track,
Perhaps the odd rumble of thunder for the Channel
Maybe
Isles
it's
too.
just
But
the
further
vocal
north,
thing.
it is a dry picture into the afternoon. Temperatures not great for the time of year, only about 7 to 11 degrees, with quite a chilly easterly wind, particularly in the south. That stays with us through this evening and overnight too. But clear skies for much of the UK, so a fairly chilly night ahead, with temperatures getting down to freezing or a little bit below in the more rural spots, especially in the north and northwest. Generally a bit above freezing further towards the south. Into the weekend, high pressure still with us, but just drifting away towards Scandinavia. The wind's rotating around that area of high pressure, so that means lots of dry,
haven't read the
settled
new
weather
music for a while.
with some spells of
Never mind.
sunshine too. Not feeling
That's good,
particularly warm
'cause we
though.
have a break
Temperatures
from it,
between
yeah.
about 9 to 12 degrees. Bye-bye.
Then when we listen to it again, it sounds better. Right? We should have a longer break in. We'll have a long break from the new music.
Yeah. Where is it? Ready for the show? Up and running.
As the coronavirus
What
story
did we do,
develops,
Johnny?
BBC News has global coverage.
Across the UK, the eerie sight of airports turning into parking lots.
The entire external European Union border will be closed.
Commuter numbers down on normal, with people choosing to work from home.
See the headlines as they happen and watch BBC News live in the app and get the full story with bbc.co.uk/news. Follow the latest on the coronavirus outbreak with BBC News.
I tell you what. Yeah, man. You don't know him. If you can know rhythm, yeah, just play vocal, yeah. So maybe take out the guitar.
You're watching BBC News at 9 with me, Anita McVeigh. The headlines. The number of dead in Italy overtakes that of China. Almost 3,500 people have now died.
This is weird. It should be the
California's governor takes
it's 10 o'clock
drastic
now.
action to combat coronavirus, putting America's most populous state into lockdown.
This is a moment we need to make tough decisions. This is a moment where we need some straight talk, and we need to tell people the truth.
In China, the infection rate continues to slow with no new domestic cases for a second consecutive day.
Yeah.
The British government urges more than 65,000 retired doctors and nurses to return to work to fight the coronavirus. The government says more than 1,000 companies have offered to help make new ventilators as hospitals scramble to prepare for a new wave of infections. And new measures are expected to be announced in the UK to try to protect millions of jobs threatened by the pandemic.
No. Yeah, you don't know it all. Yeah, you go again. I don't know
Hello, you're watching the BBC News Channel with me, Anita McVeigh, and welcome to our audiences around the world as well as viewers on BBC Two. The number of deaths from coronavirus has now passed 10,000 globally, with more than 250,000 confirmed cases. The death toll in Italy has climbed to 3,405 after 427 more deaths were announced there, making it the worst affected country. Meanwhile, the US state of California has ordered all its residents to stay at home, with the governor, Gavin Newsom, saying he expects more than half of the state's 40 million residents to get the virus in the next 2 months. China is running infection there is slowing.
No Victoria Derbyshire today. We've got this girl on.
Cases
Must be cutting down their staff or something.
in the UK, letters are being sent to more than 65,000
This woman's doing the Victoria Derbyshire show.
urging them to re-register and return to the workforce to help tackle what they call the greatest global health threat in history. Hundreds of firms in Britain have offered to help make more ventilators, and the UK government is expected to announce new measures to protect jobs amid warnings that thousands may be laid off.
Some of them are
Well, in Italy, the death toll continues to rise, with hospitals overwhelmed in the worst hit areas, especially in the north of the country.
Some of them fat, and me say some of them fine, some of them mix up, and some of them full of wine. So many songs on my mind.
incredibly
Yeah, sing all of them same time. Real, I want the shot.
If you look at the population of the
want
two
that when I
countries,
lie.
China
I
having a
want
population of 1.4 billion and Italy having a population of 64 million, there are questions to be asked why this has
As we
happened
say,
in a smaller
one and watch
country
the other,
with
you know, as I
fewer
think that,
people, and it's very prevalent, as you said.
Because the Chinese are fucking clever, that's why. And we're stupid as well, so we're going to go like Italy. I mean, that's why. I mean,
We just find a real vibe.
11 days, restricting people's movement, closing businesses.
Chinese are fucking clever, that's why. You check them out.
Already, you know, say it's tomorrow night gonna be a
Chinese are advanced, they were using ancient remedies.
New Year.
They weren't using modern science.
Even more strict. There is talk from the sports ministry that they might actually say to people, you can't even go outside to have a jog anymore. So if those measures are implemented and they are even more strict, we're going to see fewer people on the streets. I mean, walking around Rome, you do see the odd person having a run or making their way to the shops. What is interesting about here in Rome and how people are being innovative, if you like, lots of balconies across here, people doing exercise on the balconies, star jumps, yoga, some people playing music. So it really is challenging people as to how they can spend their time with all these hours and days inside their homes.
Seema Katecha. And our Europe correspondent Gavin Lee says other EU countries are now looking at Italy as they prepare for the weeks ahead.
Across the EU, across Europe, schools, colleges are closed. There are various degrees of strict confinement. Czech Republic last night, for example, saying that it is now a legal requirement that everybody who is on the street in small numbers, no more than 10, has to wear a face mask or scarf covering. Here in Belgium, you cannot be in gatherings of more than one friend, and people are being advised to call the police if you see groups of on the streets congregating. It's a two-strike system, which first you get a warning, secondly there's a €4,000 fine or a 3-month prison sentence. That's how seriously this is being taken. But yeah, you're right on the hospital issue. Look at the curve. You have the Italian system, 40,000 cases. seem to be 2 weeks ahead of European countries, depending on what measures they put in to curb this flow. Then you have Spain suddenly on 18,000 cases in the past 24 hours, a big rise there. You have Germany.
I really want to open this studio up for Henry. I mean,
France on
I
11,000.
don't know what we're going to do, but
Very
maybe I should go
small
to GoFundMe. I
country
should
on
try it,
4,000
maybe.
cases. And I say these
Should
points
try
because
it.
these are the 5 countries that others are looking at, like the British, like the Dutch,
Yeah,
like here
all
in
right,
Belgium
come
as
on,
well,
live it up
to
there
say this is what's going to happen in a
Yeah,
few
yeah,
days.
yeah,
Belgian
yeah,
doctors,
yeah,
I've been in one
yeah.
hospital yesterday talking to some hospital
live it
I
staff.
don't know how much
live
it
it
costs,
those
live
doctors
it
are telling
up
me that they've been
now.
told to
I
expect an
remember.
explosion in the
Get
next 3 days
inside
in
the
numbers. And they're being given an
studio.
ethics guide of who they should turn away and who they should
That we
treat
say,
if they cannot deal with them in the ICU
let's
units
live it
because they're
up.
too busy. So that's
Up,
the position
up,
they're in here.
up.
Gavin Lee.
Up.
And 40
up,
million
up,
people in California
up.
have been ordered to stay at home to help
Lively up
fight the spread
yourself.
of the
This ain't
coronavirus.
no joke.
California's Governor
Right
Gavin
now.
Newsom warned that the disease was
Lively
now
up
forecast
I had to wait for
more than
Gareth Thomas
half
or
of the
Jeremy
state's
Corbyn to
population,
come back on.
and said it was time
I
to
don't
make
know. I mean,
tough
they wanted to
decisions.
help me
David
to help
Willis
them set up a
reports.
hip hop studio, but
California
I'm not
is
going to do it
America's
now.
most populous state. It's
Yeah,
also
you
been
tell him, son, come
identified as
on.
one of the main centers of the coronavirus here in the US.
Oh, you turn the
Now,
volume
the
down.
state's governor, Gavin Newsom, is ordering people here to stay at home.
We can make decisions to meet moments. And this is
All
a
right,
moment
let's do it.
we need to make tough decisions. This is a moment where we need some straight talk and we need to tell people the truth. And there's a recognition of our interdependence that requires of
I
this
think I'm
moment
going to do yoga
that
all
we
day.
direct a statewide
Yoga will keep
order
me
for
flexible,
people
and
to stay at home. That directive
I think this is what I'm
goes
going to
into
do
force
as my
and
exercise
effect
today.
this evening.
I don't
and
feel like
we
going
were
out
confident,
today.
we are confident
I just
people
feel like
in
this
the state of
coronavirus is
California
freaking me out.
will
Man.
abide by it.
I did want to
The
go out,
governor
but
calling for $1 billion
now I'm worried
in
about
federal
catching
funding to help
coronavirus.
cope with
I mean,
that, and for the deployment of a U.S. Navy hospital ship in the port of Los Angeles to provide additional hospital beds. California, it's thought, has 20,000 fewer beds than it may need in order to cope with the effects of this crisis. The announcement came less than an hour after officials in Los Angeles County ordered the closure of all indoor shopping malls and non-essential retail outlets. Gavin Newsom has estimated that more than half of the residents of California could contract the coronavirus over the course of the next 8 weeks. David Willis, BBC News, Los Angeles.
In China, the infection rate is slowing and there have been no new locally transmitted cases for the second day in a row. But there are thousands of Chinese citizens flying back home to escape the spiraling number of infections overseas, especially in Europe. Our correspondent, Robin Brandt, has more from Shanghai.
They believe that this isn't the end, but it is the beginning of the end, and the peak has passed. In fact, we heard those words from senior officials last week. They believe the end is in sight in terms of being victorious, and it is very much that kind of sentiment. This is a military victory that China's ruling Communist Party will declare.
Yeah, you me tell him, son, no. Make me tell you, make me tell you, make me tell you, make me tell you about me story. Listen when me tell you, make me tell you about me story. Listen to me story, it's like glory. My story, I know nothing real boring. Listen my story, it all a really curie. My story is like a holy and solely. My liberty is like them can't stole it. Listen,
Strong down in the south, and they're particularly worried about returning
I don't know what
students.
to do
Students
today. I
fleeing,
feel
and that is
funny.
the right word. The United States, Canada, or Europe, wanting to come back to China, and some of them appear to be bringing
I feel a bit hungry, I suppose.
coronavirus with them.
I can't eat
We
yet
got
because I
confirmation
can't get a
last
pot
week,
noodle yet.
amidst a real
Could get
focus
on
on
with another
international
shop, but I
flights.
don't want to support
fear
another
of
shop. I want to
foreigners, I
support
think
my
it's fair to say, but
my old boss
confirmation
that
last week
I used to
in
do a
Beijing,
paper round
all
for.
of the cases there were Chinese
I want
nationals
to support
returning from
him, so I got to
abroad
wait for him to
and
open.
bringing it
And
with them.
that's hours yet.
Robin
List.
Brandt. Let's get
11's
a
the
view now
earliest
of
to be
how
open.
some other countries are dealing with the pandemic. Argentina has become the first country in South America to impose a lockdown for its whole population. The president has announced a preventative and compulsory closure from Friday to at least the end of March. People will be able to leave their homes to shop for basic goods such as food and medicine. Argentina has recorded 128 cases of the virus and 3
Argentina
deaths.
is lockdown. All right.
People in the Philippines have been forced to walk for hours along empty roads to get to work after the coronavirus outbreak prompted a shutdown of public transportation in the capital, Manila. From midnight on Sunday, foreigners won't be allowed into the country, although the government says all foreign visitors will be allowed to leave the country. And in the United States, NASA says it is suspending work at 2 rocket centers after an engineer was diagnosed with COVID-19. The announcement is a major setback to the space agency's goal of returning Americans to the moon by 2024. The bases in New Orleans and Mississippi were testing hardware for the vehicles set to carry the astronauts on the mission. In the UK, more than 65,000 retired doctors and nurses are asked to return to work to fight the coronavirus. The Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, has been speaking to the BBC today about the strains on the NHS. Invoking wartime rhetoric, he told medics, "Your NHS needs you."
Well, everybody can see that this is an absolutely unprecedented crisis. And we're saying to anybody who has had a recent qualification and has let that qualification lapse, it is a doctor, as a nurse, to come back to the NHS. Your NHS needs you. And they'll be receiving a letter from the regulator, the GMC for doctors, the NMC for nurses. Those letters are going out today. And the letter will explain what they need to do, because they may need a refresher. And we've got some online refresher courses, and there'll be some put in place where they need to physically be there. And then also critically making sure they're trained, especially in the areas that we need for dealing with coronavirus, because this is it's a respiratory illness, disease. And so, we've talked a lot about the ventilators that we're buying. We need more people trained to fit the ventilators and to care for people who are on ventilators, for instance. So there's the letter going out, the call to action to say, if you are a doctor or a nurse and you receive a letter, we really need you to come back to the NHS to serve your NHS in what is going to be a really difficult time.
Matt Hancock. Well, he also said the UK government had received a large response from companies willing to suspend production of their usual goods to try to manufacture more ventilators, adding that the UK needs as many as it can get.
It's a matter of scale and getting some of these big manufacturing plants who've been able to turn their hand to this to really scale up the production. And, people have asked me, how many do you need, Matt? And the answer is, we need as many as you can possibly make, and we will buy them. Because if we end up with too many for the NHS, that is a great problem to have. And there's other countries around the world that also need ventilators. So no number is too big.
Okay.
We just want people to get manufacturing according to the spec that we've published on the website.
Matt Hancock. The UK government has also released the list of key workers whose children will still be able to go to school from Monday.
He looks a bit like George Osborne, a little
NHS
bit
staff,
funny, but he
frontline
comes on the
healthcare
important
staff,
things.
and those working in the medical
He's
supply
all right,
chain
actually, I
for
think.
medicines and medical equipment.
We love
Nursery and
Tories, we
teaching
love
staff are
Tories,
included, so
we
they
love
can continue
Tories,
to work
we
to
love
look after the children
Tories.
who will still go to school
We
and
love
nursery.
the Tories.
Public safety and national security workers, including the police, military and prison officers.
We hate Labour.
Transport
We
workers
hate
also
Labour.
count
We
as
hate
key
Labour.
workers. That includes those transporting freight as well as public transport. Food workers are also on the list. This includes those involved in the production, processing, distribution, sale and delivery of food. Those working in essential financial services will also be able to send their children to school. And people working in public service broadcasting have also been classed as key workers. And the full list is available on the government website. And if you think you fall inside that government list, you should contact your employer. Well, our political correspondent, Ian Watson, gave us this update on the list of UK key workers.
there's certainly some debate in Whitehall over how extensive this list was going to be, how wide the net was going to be cast, and the answer is pretty wide. Matt Hancock, the Health Secretary, said it may cover about 20% of the school roles, for
We're
example.
doing all right at the
These
moment.
key workers
We're
send
doing well.
the children to school next week. Gavin Williamson, the Education Secretary, suggested yesterday it might only be 10%, but it is extensive. Some of it is entirely logical, and anyone would predict that these people would be critical workers, people in the health service, people in social care, people in the armed forces, people who are providing policing. But it goes much, much wider than that. So it's people who are involved in the food production, distribution and supply chains. It also will include people manufacturing, logically enough, medical equipment, but it also takes in a whole range of other people as well, people who have to administer the benefit system, for example, people such as public service journalists and religious staff. There's also people who are involved in financial services, who are keeping the banks open.
And that was Ian Watson, our political correspondent. Now, governments around the world are expected to announce measures to counter a tide of redundancies caused by the coronavirus. In Britain, concerns about jobs and wages during the economic fallout of the pandemic are expected to be addressed by the UK Chancellor today. It's thought Rishi Sunak will announce an emergency package to help those facing hardship in the fight against the virus. The government has come under pressure from Labour, unions and from senior Conservatives to do more to help employees struggling because of the crisis. Our correspondent Ben Thompson ran through some of the options open to the Chancellor.
Universal
And it
credit.
is those workers who are often on the front line in many businesses that are the ones who are told to stay at home, and yet the ones that really do rely on that everyday contact for their livelihood. I'm talking about coffee shops, hairdressers, cinemas, hotels, all those sorts of organisations. And we had that package of measures announced by the Chancellor, that £350 billion this week, but that was aimed squarely at business. So things like business rate relief, loan guarantees, those sorts of things, but not too much detail about help for individual workers. And so what we might get later today are new updates on what could be offered to staff. Now, some suggestions are this might follow a model that is already adopted in Denmark, whereby if staff are laid off, they get up to 75% of their wages paid by the government.
Why do they
That
need
could be
so much
one option.
wages?
Or
They're
in
isolated. They
Germany,
can't go to the
there's a method
cinema.
that means
They
that
can't
if
go to
you
the
are
pub.
asked to reduce
We're not
your
pulling
hours at
together as a
work,
nation.
well, the government
And you're
will
just
split
trying
the
to
difference in your
maintain
pay, so you don't see the
support,
income itself
and you're going to waste a
actually
fucking
fall.
load
So
of
there are lots
money
those options
just trying to keep
potentially on the
support.
table.
You're
Lots
an
of questions
idiot,
about how
man.
it would be implemented,
If I
whether
was the
systems
emperor,
are
I'd say
in place
universal
to allow that
credits,
money to
universal
get to
credits.
people that need
That
it.
is fucking it.
One proposal
You're
is
fucking
what's known
wrong.
as reverse
You're
national
morons. You
insurance
never
or
fucking
reverse
listen to me anyway.
PAYE.
You're a bunch
So
of dickheads,
rather than
man.
deducting from your payslip
At a
every
time
month,
like
what the
this,
government
I'm not
would
gonna.
do is
If I was
pay
emperor,
you
I would
via
not
the
pay
payslip,
out
and they would
all that
credit
money
your
when there's a
account. So those
social
are some of the options on
security
the table.
system in
Another
place that
is a
you
form
guys
of
have decided
universal
is
basic
enough
income.
money.
That's a cash
It is
lump
enough
sum
money.
paid
That's
to
what you
people who are
decided.
affected.
You decided that that is enough money, so they got enough money. They must have with universal credits. If they haven't, then we haven't got enough money.
The Chancellor a little later. But as you say, quite clearly, the pressure now mounting to protect those staff who have seen a big change in their income as life as we know it for now shuts down.
Our business presenter there, Ben Thompson. Let's bring you a recap now of the headlines on BBC News. And the number of dead in Italy overtakes that of China. Almost 3,500 people have now died. California's governor takes drastic action to combat coronavirus, putting America's most populous state into lockdown.
What I want to say is that we should
And the
not
British
vote
government urges more than
in the next
65,000
general election or in
doctors and
any
nurses
election.
return to work
We should
to
refrain
fight the
from voting
coronavirus.
to bring Parliament down, because if no one turns up to vote, that's the way to do it.
Now,
I mean,
nearly 220,000
none of us should
people
vote.
have
I
been
don't vote,
confirmed
and I
with
recommend that no
coronavirus
one
around
votes.
the
And
world. At least
that's what I
84,000 have
recommend.
recovered, but more than
I really want to help Henry in the
8,800
studio,
people have
but
died. And as
maybe
we've been reporting,
I'll
Italy has
visit him,
now
yeah.
overtaken China with the number of
maybe what I
registered
could do
deaths.
is
We can
help
talk
his
now
brother.
to Dr. Margaret Harris, a spokeswoman
what I
for the
could do,
World
I
Health
think.
Organization. Thank you very much, Dr. Harris, for joining us today. And perhaps the best place to begin is with an overview of where we're at with this pandemic today, both in Italy, China, and elsewhere.
Good morning, Anita. Yes, we're certainly seeing an acceleration of this pandemic. It's taken just 12 days to go from 100,000 to 200,000, and it took 12 weeks to reach 100,000. So we are seeing a huge acceleration as a result of the very big epicenter now in Europe and the large outbreaks also in the Americas. So now definitely is a time for us all to double down our efforts to really, really slow this down. We've seen far too many people dying, and as you reported, that Italy particularly is overwhelmed by the number of people who are dying.
We'll come back to Italy in just a second, but you said a moment ago, now is the time to double down our efforts at this stage in the pandemic. I think it is worth repeating what the key efforts from all of us as individuals should be right now.
The key efforts as individuals are distance. So all these things we talk about, this distancing, do not stay away from each other in order to bring us all together healthy. Keep that 6 feet away from each other. So all these different methods, the closing down of places where people gather, the closing down of schools, these are efforts to try to break the links between people. Children don't get sick, but children can get mild illness and carry it between households. So all those things, which are great inconveniences now, will lead to a much better outcome in the future. We've seen this in China, and we can do it in all the other countries. The other thing, of course, is hygiene. We bang on about it because even though it sounds simple, it's very hard to do. Lots of people are doing the wash hands challenge. Really, really think about it. Even also about after using the bathroom and before eating, before ever bringing your hand to your mouth, nose and eyes, ensure it's absolutely spotless and really ensure that your children do the same. The other things that are very important are respiratory hygiene. So if you are coughing or sneezing, into a tissue, into the crook of your arm, and dispose of it safely. So don't just stick the tissue in your pocket. So those sound so basic, but honestly, none of us are very good at it, including me.
Okay, well, I don't think we can really say those things often enough, to be honest, so it was good to hear them from you again. Let's return, Dr. Harris, to the very grim situation in Italy now, the largest death total from this virus anywhere in the world. Why has Italy gotten to this point? Are we any clearer in our understanding, and how might that inform what is happening elsewhere?
Well, it seems, and again, we will know much more in the wash-up when we all do our what we call after-action reviews, when we look at what really happened in many, many countries. But it seems that there was circulation of the virus undetected. And if you suddenly have an explosion of cases, you're already way behind your curve. So that's why we say test, test, test. Because if you test, you know where the virus is. Then you can find all the people who've been exposed to the virus, you know, to the person with the case. You can follow all those people. You can teach them how to isolate, self-isolate. You can find a place for them to isolate if possible. This is what China did. They actually moved people to places where they could isolate. They followed them, they monitored them, and anybody who gets ill, you can then start treating as early as possible. So you can also save life that way.
You were critical recently of the UK, saying that the UK needed to take more action on dealing with coronavirus. Certainly the government has announced plans to test many more people. What do you make of the UK's response at this point? Other countries have introduced lockdowns. Here in London, where we're told compliance is patchy on that idea of social distancing, there isn't a lockdown yet, but many people don't want to see that.
So look, it's really heartening to hear that you've mobilised this army of doctors and nurses. You've got tremendous people in your country. You've got one of the best public health systems in the world. You've got some of the best brains in public health in the world. And you've got a really, really high standard of medical care and medical and nursing care at all levels. So mobilising those people is an extremely important and really valuable and really positive step, because health workers get exhausted. And if you do not have the backup team, so when I say give them space, I mean give them rest. If they don't have that backup, they get exhausted, and that's when they're most likely to get infected. We're seeing far too many health workers infected in Italy, and it's just heartbreaking. So many of them are dying as well. Do not let this happen in Britain. Health workers, they keep on talking about them in this military term like they're the front line, but they're not soldiers. They didn't sign up to kill people. They certainly didn't sign up to be killed. They signed up to save lives.
We're just hearing as we talk to you, and you may already know this, but we're just hearing that in Austria it is extending restrictions on movement to the 13th of April in an attempt to halt the spread of the coronavirus. I'd like to, if I could, turn to something rather more positive now, the news out of China. No new domestic cases, although they are reporting cases from Chinese nationals who have been elsewhere, particularly in Europe, and are travelling back to the country. Are you heartened by that? And what lessons can we learn from the movement of the virus in China?
We are very heartened by that. Honestly, with such a huge outbreak, remember they had more than 80,000 cases. Even we are utterly amazed by what has been achieved there in such a short time. And yes, they are really a bellwether for the rest of us. We can see what worked there. And that's why we're really hammering the test, identify, trace all your contacts, follow all those contacts, isolate all the contacts, and monitor. Because China did that. They mobilized an army of people to really, really follow everybody who could potentially have a case. And that's how they they stopped transmission. You know, a lot of the focus has been on the lockdowns and so on. That's one element. But really, it's those hard yards, finding every case, following every case, isolating everybody, and breaking transmission of the virus.
Everyone is desperate, of course, to know when they will get to the other side of this. The Prime Minister in the UK saying yesterday that perhaps in 12 weeks, the back of this could be broken. But how much do those sorts of hopes depend on people, all of us, following the guidelines that have been set out? How crucial will that be in keeping the worst of this virus to as short a period as possible?
You've really hit the nail on the head. That is commitment, solidarity, following what's asked of you, even if inconvenient, even if not fun. I'm speaking to you from my study because we're not going into the office. We're trying to socially distance as much as possible as well. So really follow those guidelines and you will then see a result. So it's in some ways good news. If you do it, you can achieve the excellent outcome that we are seeing in other countries.
And if we don't do it, the peak will last for longer?
This is what the epidemiology certainly tells us. If you're going up, you're doubling in every 3 days, and you will keep on doubling and doubling. And if there's limited capacity, there is no hospital with thousands of respirators. And certainly, even if you had thousands of respirators, where are your healthcare workers? You do not have that capacity. So it's not just if we don't, it's you must.
Okay, and I just finally want to talk to you, Dr. Harris, about antibody tests and about prospects for a vaccine. Update us on where we are with those.
Okay, so the antibody tests really tell you where it is in your population and what the level of potential immunity is in your population. So that provides very good information about perhaps whether the virus was there earlier and all sorts of questions that the scientists need answering. On the vaccines, it's an extraordinary story to see all the scientists really collaborating. We brought them together early in February, and it was a very exciting moment because, honestly, scientists are very competitive like the rest of us. And, seeing this collaboration for the good of the human species is an exciting thing. So we now have 30 candidates under investigation. And as you've seen, the first human trials have begun with one of the vaccines, and there will be more of these. But remember, these are safety trials. So you have to ensure that it's safe, and you have to ensure that it induces the right kind of immunological response. And these are things that take time. You can't just say overnight, okay, that works. You have to do it in large numbers and over time. So don't expect a vaccine to end this. This is going to take the old-fashioned public health methods and the commitment of every person on this planet.
Okay, Dr. Margaret Harris from the World Health Organization, thank you so much. Really interesting to talk to you. Dr. Margaret Harris there, talking to us from her study at home following the advice of social distancing. And really interesting, actually, to hear from Dr. Harris there. Just worth repetition, I think, that this virus went from 100,000 cases to 200,000 cases globally in 12 days. It had taken 12 weeks to get to 100,000 cases. So you can see how we really are on the upward curve of this pandemic. A really interesting statistic from her. Now, in Africa, there are fewer COVID-19 cases than in many parts of the world, but the head of the World Health Organization has warned that the continent should prepare for the worst. In informal settlements where millions of people live, many fear that measures such as keeping social distance and self-isolation are impossible to follow, as the BBC's Sylvia Chebet found out in one of Africa's largest slums in the Kenyan capital, Nairobi.
A few miles from Nairobi's city centre lies the sprawling slum of Kibra. Hundreds of thousands of people are thought to live here, struggling for food, for money, and for space.
Welcome to my house. This is where I'm living. We are living 7 people.
Joseph Acheng's house is like many here. It has some chairs, a stove, and somewhere to sleep. He knows how devastating a coronavirus outbreak would be in Kibra. Official guidance says, keep your distance, stay away from others, self-isolate if you show symptoms. But in a one-room house with no windows and a toilet shared with 25
I need to get some money. I need about
following that advice isn't
£10,000.
easy.
I've got to build a new studio. I need to get an Apple Mac for the next studio. And it would be a good studio. I mean, maybe I might end up using it more, that one downstairs, but that'll be a new studio.
Space isn't the
It's for the
only
public,
thing
really.
that's scarce here. Water is too. The World Health Organization says people should be washing
Actually, we
their
shouldn't
hands
bother
with
with an
clean
Apple
water
Mac.
and
We'll
soap
just get a
for
PC
20
and just
seconds
do.
to prevent the spread
I
of the
don't have
virus.
compatible minds.
Some are following that advice, but for
Yeah, we'll
others
just get
like
an Apple
Joseph's
Mac.
wife Janet, washing hands is a luxury.
We are being told we must wash our hands every time we touch things, and we must use 20 seconds washing our hands. And that water is too much. Now we don't have money. My life has changed because nowadays you can't greet somebody without washing your hands. So Corona has made our lives change.
But while many things have changed for some people, pathologist Dr. Ahmed Kalebi, who grew up in Kibera, thinks the situation needs to be taken more seriously.
There is almost a complete lack of serious awareness. People have heard about it because it's all over the media, but unfortunately it's still sounding like a foreign thing. That's something that is affecting nationalities outside. So people don't actually know self-quarantine and self-isolation. People don't seem to understand that this is actually something that can explode.
Kibera is just one of the many slums in Kenya and across Africa. In a place like this, where houses are tightly packed together, disease can spread fast, and so can fear. Joseph is scared, but knows that fear can't protect his family. He is doing whatever he can to keep them healthy. Sylvia Chebet, BBC News, Nairobi.
And to Australia now, its strictest ever travel ban is in force. At 9 p.m. on Friday, the country banned the entry of all non-residents, only allowing citizens, permanent residents and their families to enter. The country has now recorded its 7th death from the virus. Our correspondent in Sydney, Shaima Khalil, has more details.
This is the most far-reaching ban that we've heard of here in Australia, also done in coordination with New Zealand. Mariam, it's already happening now. It's already kicked in New Zealand. And in a few hours' time, all foreigners will be banned of crossing the border and coming into Australia. As you mentioned, citizens, permanent residents and their families will be allowed in. But even then, they will have to remain in quarantine for 14 days. Now, this has actually been the latest in a progressive way of measures and restrictions here in Australia. Earlier this week, all people who were coming in were being told to quarantine. Australians have been told not to travel abroad. Those overseas have been told to come back, all leading up to this blanket ban on all foreigners coming into Australia, effective at 9 p.m. here. This, as we see, a sharp rise in the last 24 hours. We now have more than 700 cases in the country, 75 in the last 24 hours.
Shaima Khalil in Sydney. Well, here in the UK, the Chief Executive of the National Health Service, Sir Simon Stevens, has been talking about misinformation about coronavirus being shared and exchanged on social media, online and via messaging services. He is saying the NHS knows all too well the dangers posed by online misinformation, fake news and quick fix cures peddled by trolls and bots. And he's talking about how they've been quick to retaliate, to block these pieces of misinformation and unveiling a package of measures to help the public. He's saying it's never been more important for the public to be able to access accurate, trusted advice. Well, as the coronavirus pandemic spreads, there's been plenty of misleading advice online as to how to tackle it. Chris Morris has been fact-checking some of the most prominent examples.
We know what the experts say. Above all, wash your hands frequently to try to limit the coronavirus spread. But there have also been a variety of myths circulating on social media and elsewhere, which amount to fake health advice. So here are a few things to ignore. Myth number 1, eat garlic to avoid infection. There's no question that garlic is a healthy food. The same goes for other fruit and vegetables. But the World Health Organization says there's no evidence that eating garlic or anything else has protected people from COVID-19. Myth number 2, drink water every 15 minutes. Again, drinking water and staying hydrated is good for you. But that doesn't mean it can stop coronavirus. You get a virus like this when you breathe in. There's no biological mechanism to suggest that you can flush it out of your system by constantly drinking water. Myth number 3, don't eat ice cream. The idea that avoiding ice cream or other cold foods can prevent the virus taking hold is totally untrue. And trying to heat your body to make it inhospitable for the virus just won't work. We know the flu virus doesn't survive well outside the body during summer heat, but we don't yet know enough about how that heat might act the new coronavirus. Myth number 4, drinkable silver. The use of colloidal silver, tiny particles of the metal suspended in liquid, has been suggested. But the clear advice from health authorities is that it doesn't treat infections in the body or boost immunity. In fact, it could cause serious side effects like kidney damage, seizures, or even turning your skin blue. Again, the best advice in all circumstances, keep washing your hands.
Chris Morris with some good advice. Now, we are all extremely worried, and not just for ourselves, but for our loved ones as well. And this is compounded for anyone with mental health conditions. So how do we best cope with these feelings and deal with potentially prolonged isolation in a situation that you can't control? I'm going to talk now to Michelle Moat, who's a psychotherapist from Anxiety UK, and I'm also joined by Phoebe Brown. Phoebe is a PR manager in London who wrote an article about her health anxiety around coronavirus earlier this month. Michelle and Phoebe, welcome to both of you. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Phoebe, I'm going to begin with you because tell us about your health anxiety. When did it first start and how are you feeling specifically about this pandemic?
I've had it for as long as I can remember. Like I remember my first ever panic attack when I was about 11, I think. And that's, I had the same kind of worries when the swine flu was going on and same with the Ebola risks. So yeah, during this time, it's been quite hard for me and other people suffering similarly to rationalize how not to worry about a pandemic like this.
And what are the symptoms, as well as your mental well-being, the stress on your mental well-being? Do you experience physical symptoms as well?
Yeah, physical symptoms can involve, panic attacks, which is probably the worst one. which you just feel this rise of panic. Some people cry, some people experience a shortness of breath. For me, I kind of feel a bit sick sometimes if I'm feeling particularly anxious, but it varies for different people.
Okay, Michelle, turning to you, your phone lines at Anxiety UK have been absolutely log-jammed, I know. The sort of thing that Phoebe is talking about, is that typically what people are saying to you when they ring up to talk about coronavirus?
Yes, absolutely. When we think of health anxiety, any ideas that we have on helping people with that are basically the same that we would have for general anxiety disorder. And so, yes, the anxiety, the panic attacks, this is all where we are feeling that we're under threat in some way, where the fight, flight and fright system comes into play. It's a survival instinct that we have as human beings. And of course, in actual fact, in most situations in our modern day lives, we're not under a real threat of losing our life, for example, in that instant. So it's where that system is kicking in through cues in our environment unnecessarily. And there are some very good coping strategies that any good therapist will be able to share with people that will help in those circumstances.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you about those strategies in just a moment, but back to Phoebe first of all. Phoebe, specifically about coronavirus, because it is something that clearly is here in the UK. Cases are rising worldwide. How has that made you feel compared to other issues that you've had worries about? And have you been able to employ any sorts of strategies to help calm your feelings of nervousness?
This has been a particularly bad time. I think I've been panicking since about 2 months ago, when a lot of people were telling me to stop being ridiculous. Now I feel like everyone else is finally catching up.
There's been
with
no
the same level of panic
government
that I've
advice to say
experiencing.
don't shag without, don't
terms
shag
of,
anyone or don't kiss anyone. I mean,
strategies,
we're going to go a
think
very long
talking to
time.
other
If you're socially
people,
isolated for 3 months, and
muting the words on
you can't
Twitter
go
as
and
much as
shag
you
someone
can
for
and not
3
looking at
months.
the
I
news
mean,
sources, because I think it is
government haven't quite
the
said this,
media
that
kind of,
you
at
shouldn't
least
be having sex. I
beforehand,
mean,
were causing a bigger
if you're
panic that was necessary.
self-isolating,
So I think avoiding
government
those
haven't
kind
said
of
this, you'll go
sources,
3 months without
and
sex. I
only
mean,
reading the straight facts from places like Anxiety UK or from the NHS. I think listening to that advice is probably key. And yeah, talking to your friends as much as possible, keeping in touch with everyone.
And as I was just mentioning before we did this interview, the head of the NHS saying it's really important that people get trusted advice, accurate advice from trusted sources, rather than look at misinformation that's out there on social media, etc. Michelle, back to you. Let's talk about those strategies then. What are the key general ways that you think people can help control any feelings of panic, anxiety, stress and worry over this virus?
Well, when we come to people who are feeling panicky,
when we're a bit deluded ourselves,
something called our 7-11 breathing or calm breathing technique would be the first go-to. And when we think of that,
you shouldn't really be allowed on television if you and ah and wear glasses. You shouldn't really be allowed on television. If you and ah and wear glasses, you should not be allowed on television. That's bullshit what you're saying then, isn't it? It's bullshit. Bullshit, 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 bullshit. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Anxiety attacks, anxiety attacks.
So something that we can do to counteract that.
I'm so sorry for this generation of fucking snowflakes.
Our out breath is longer than the in breath. So it's called 7-11 because you breathe in for 7 and you breathe
And some
out
people
for
get
11.
council flats out of this. I can't fucking believe it. They call me a paranoid schizophrenic. And this lot, with their anxiety, get council flats. With anxiety. For fuck's sake, man. Get to fucking work and your anxiety will go away.
To the brain saying that we're calm, because that's the kind of breathing that we do when we are resting and we're in a sort of calm situation. It's also a distraction because we're counting.
What
so
advice
it
would
gives
you?
us something to be in control.
Yeah. Sorry, Michelle. What advice would you give then to people who are self-isolating and maybe are on their own?
I've met these anxiety people before. I mean,
as a group of people
Anxiety is
living in
just
a house,
totally
whether it's
normal,
flatmates,
and it's not.
family, and
It's
so on,
just
and
what
are
you get if you're an
struggling
unconscious
with that.
idiot. I mean,
What advice would you
if
give
you're a
there?
fool, you're gonna feel that. I mean,
Really, it's about trying not to let our thoughts wander into the future and start catastrophizing. So it's about being present in the moment, and it's also about finding things that we can do that are either useful things or enjoyable things within the home. But it's also about making sure that if there's lots of people together, perhaps there's a space in the house where you can get away from everybody else and have a little bit of your own time, because we're not used to being on top of each other as families for 24/7 for any number of days usually. That might be something else to consider. But yeah, there's some very good information on the Anxiety UK's YouTube channel. They've been doing some live broadcasts, one of which was one that I did myself on mindfulness. So some of those exercises might be very useful to do. I totally agree with
mindfulness.
the
Here them go, there, dickheads. You can't even see. You're blind. The blind leading the blind. How can you be mindful? You can't see. You and ah. You're an undereducated, underdeveloped moron that got on the news. I mean, it's crazy.
Staying in a lot, or have you managed to go out and about a little bit?
I have been staying in. Before I started working from home on Tuesday, as I'm sure a lot of people. But before that, when I was still going in, I was avoiding like public transport and stuff. So taking my bike where possible, staying in as much as I possibly can, which I think is what everyone should be doing. I think that's probably the best option.
Would you feel confident though to go to, say, the supermarket or a pharmacy?
I would, but I think I would be specifically careful about, making sure to wash my hands or potentially wearing gloves when I go there.
Okay, well, and that is very good advice. Phoebe, thank you so much. Phoebe Brown and Michelle Mould, psychotherapist with Anxiety UK, with some really good advice. Thank you both again.
Thank you.
And the headlines for you now on BBC News. The number of dead in Italy overtakes that of China. Almost 3,500 people have now died. California's governor takes drastic action to combat coronavirus, putting America's most populous state into lockdown. The British government urges more than 65,000 retired doctors and nurses to return to work to fight coronavirus.
The NHS, well, an unorganized organization. They call themselves an organization and they're unorganized.
Now, health officials in Iran have come out with disturbing new data on the impact of coronavirus, as the country recorded its biggest jump in daily deaths. 149 new fatalities have been confirmed in the last day. The country now has the third highest death toll in the world due to the virus. There are reports that many people have ignored warnings not to travel ahead of the Persian New Year. And in the last hour, Iran's deputy health minister gave the latest figures.
I hope everybody has prayed that this new year is going to be a good year, full of success for everyone, and we are going to end this coronavirus outbreak. This is the latest statistics given to you. More than 600 infected cases have been reported from yesterday until now. Many of them have been dismissed from hospitals. We have 149 cases of deaths, and in total, we have 1,433 cases of deaths due to coronavirus.
The latest figures from Iran on the coronavirus impact there. Now, the Olympic flame has arrived in Japan on a flight from Athens. There was a scaled-down ceremony at an airport.
Some of these countries won't get it together. I don't know what the UK are doing, but we'll have to see if the UK is going to turn out like Italy. But I think the UK is being cautious. I mean, I do think the UK is being cautious, but I don't know if they're really doing the right thing or not. How would we know? We don't know. We're going into unprecedented waters, and it's just the way it goes. I mean, maybe if they let the president or the actual king or kings study the material himself, they might have got a better result. But I mean, they didn't approach the king or kings, so.
Every day now in the water channels. Now Chan has her sights set on a medal in the first ever Olympic surfing contest. least that was the plan, until the virus arrived.
Right now, I'm afraid. I don't know what's going to happen. The Olympics is a dream for me, but we don't want to have a bad Olympics. So maybe it's better to have the Olympics when the fear has gone.
Here in Japan, you could be forgiven for thinking that there is no global pandemic. Schools are closed, but apart from that, life is going on pretty much as normal. And it is the same with the Olympic Games. The Japanese government insists it is full steam ahead for the opening ceremony on July the 24th. But there are now some prominent voices here saying that is denying reality.
In central Tokyo, the brand new Olympic Stadium is ready. $30 billion has been spent preparing the city. But the former governor of Tokyo says the chances of holding the Olympics this year are now tiny.
Normally, just 10%, unfortunately. But, cancel or postpone. 90%. That's awful feeling, I dare to say.
Japan looks like it has the coronavirus under control. This was the popular Omotesando district of Tokyo today. There's no sign of the social distancing or public panic that has been witnessed across Europe. But experts say that does not mean Tokyo 2020 can be held safely.
Even if you could be successful in controlling disease in Japan, if other nations like Europe and Africa were really suffering from infectious diseases, nobody could come to Japan because they are at risk of infection. So you have to have a control in Japan, and you have to have a control of the infectious disease worldwide. Now, is it likely? I doubt.
Many athletes, both here in Japan and around the world, are now asking for an end to the uncertainty. Like Nao-chan, they all desperately want the Olympics to go ahead. They can't. They need to be told soon. Rupert Wingfield-Hayes, BBC News, in Tokyo.
Glastonbury Festival and Eurovision are among the high-profile events to be cancelled this week, and entertainment venues across the UK have also been forced to shut their doors. Here's our entertainment correspondent, Colin Patterson.
So this is the main auditorium that we're heading into.
This is the main venue, yeah.
How many people can get in here?
For a standard show, about 300.
Band in the Wall, normally one of Manchester's busiest music venues, but now it's shut.
Stage people in the venue would be full of flight cases and gear and an excited band, and yeah, everybody working really hard.
With a staff of 40, it's a worrying time.
We don't have any shows to run. We don't have any shifts to give to those people. So yeah, it's incredibly worrying and heartbreaking.
Have you had to make some difficult phone calls this week?
Yeah, really difficult phone calls.
I noticed at the mixing desk there was a Soundcraft one. I mean,
it also means no work
it's interesting.
team. Bombay Bicycle Club cancelled their gigs, so Melanie Knott will no longer be running their merchandise stall.
Social media is just a string of people losing work, losing work. We don't get paid if the gig doesn't happen. None of us do.
There'll be people really struggling.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Everybody from top to bottom is losing out completely. The gigs just go away and everything's just disappear.
With Glastonbury gone and other festivals falling, those who normally work at them are having to be creative to find employment.
My experience through this job is a lot of logistics. So delivery drivers for grocery companies, supermarkets would be ideal actually, but also I quite like fitness, so I'm considering going with maybe like a something along the lines of Deliveroo.
Theatres are also shut right round the country, from London Shaftesbury Avenue to small independent venues. Hope Mill Theatre in Manchester was set up 4.5 years ago on a £10,000 bank loan. Their musicals have won awards and transferred to London, but the success story could be about to end.
How worried are you?
Oh, it's been it's tough. It's really tough. It's our life. It's our livelihood. It's all we know now, and we certainly have not slept at
all, we could probably stay dark till June. But if anything else happens, or if it's a further delay, for us, that would mean we probably would never reopen.
The reality is that I think we all know inevitably that a lot of businesses and individuals aren't going to survive this.
However, there are signs of
you
theatre
start up
trying to
again.
fight
I mean,
back.
fucking
Tonight,
hell.
musical, Eugenius
Is this something we have to go through? And your business ends now. If you've got talent, you'll be able to re-emerge. And if you move with the times, you can still broadcast. I mean, I'm doing it. I mean,
comedians are getting creative.
What I'm doing is leading the way. I mean, how to earn money at home. I mean,
£50,000 in sponsorship for her show at Edinburgh. To try and recoup losses, she's doing virtual tutoring.
One of my most popular courses is screenwriting, and I kind of thought to myself, well, hold on a minute, I can do this one online, probably more than an acting class. And they're selling really well. I don't think I'll be able to get back what I've lost, but I can at least live, and I'm kind of just doing it month by month. I know that I'm okay for the next 2 months, and I don't know what's going to happen after that.
That's a feeling shared back at Band in the Wall, where the hope is that audiences will in time be allowed to return and hear live music once more. Colin Patterson, BBC News, Manchester.
And at this point, we're going to say goodbye to our viewers around the world on BBC World. Thank you very much for watching. And right now, let's get up to date with the weather forecast. Here's Sarah Keith Lucas.
Hello. It is the spring equinox today, and although it was a fairly chilly start to the morning with some frost around, particularly in the north, many of us are seeing a dry day with some sunshine. This is the picture in Cumbria. Beautiful blue skies, very crisp feel to the weather there. Through the rest of today, we will keep the sunny spells, quite a chilly wind blowing too, but there won't be sunshine everywhere, I'm afraid. We have got quite a stubborn, slow-moving weather front across parts of southern England. It's been with us a few days, and it's still sticking around through the rest of today, so that is producing some cloud and a few spots of drizzle in the far south, but high pressure holds on elsewhere, so a lot of blue sky and sunshine, quite a brisk easterly wind, and that's going to make things feel quite chilly around.
If you want to join us on the WhatsApp family, the WhatsApp family is the family that's expanding all the time. So 07917 008 654. 07917 008 654. Text us your name and we'll put you in the contacts. If you behave normally, we'll put you in the contacts. If you behave funny, we'll block you or just leave you or whatever. I mean,
rural spots, we'll see those temperatures again getting.
You only get in contact if you're sensible. So send a nice link or send a nice message with your name. We'll put you in the WhatsApp contacts.
Towards the east, so it'll be sitting across Scandinavia, and with the winds rotating around that area of high pressure, we're looking at a largely dry picture through the weekend with variable amounts of cloud. Certainly some sunshine on offer, but quite a chilly wind.
I don't know how long I've been sitting on the floor for, but
away the winter coat
we'll try and do it longer.
Yet, but at least there'll be some
I'm not
sunshine.
getting much exercise today, so it's our exercise for the
Most
day,
of us are
really.
looking at a dry day. We've got the
Being
winds coming in
flexible,
from the
doing
east,
yoga.
so again that will just take the edge off those temperatures. Not great, a little below par for this time of year, between around 7 to perhaps 12 degrees or so. Still a bit of cloud lingering in the far south and southwest. And then as we fast forward into Sunday, we've got a little bit more cloud and a few spots of drizzly rain
Shop will be
for the
open
Western
soon.
Isles and for the northern
Might be
Isles.
open
For the
now,
rest
but
of
it probably
the UK,
isn't, so I'm going to
another
wait for
dry
a
day
while.
with some sunshine.
Now I'm going to
A
get a
little
pot
less
noodle
windy by
and
the time we get to Sunday.
I'll
So
eat a
it'll
pot
feel a
noodle
touch
again.
warmer,
I mean,
even though those temperatures are still not great.
pot noodle's not bad. It's very good. If you leave it for longer, it's even better. I mean, you should leave it much longer than 4 minutes. I left mine for about half an hour yesterday, and it was really good. It soaks up all the water and it's really good for you. I mean, I'll get a couple of pot noodles today.
As the coronavirus story develops, BBC News has global coverage.
Across the UK, the eerie sight of airports turning into parking lots. The entire external European Union border will be closed.
Commuter numbers down on normal, with people choosing to work from home.
See the headlines as they happen and watch BBC News live in the app and get the full story with bbc.co.uk/news. Follow the latest on the coronavirus outbreak with BBC News.
This is BBC News. I'm Carrie Gracie. The headlines at 11. More than 65,000 retired doctors and nurses are asked to return to work to fight the coronavirus. It comes as the Health Secretary moves to reassure NHS staff that they will have the protective gear they need.
In terms of getting the protective equipment out, the masks and the other protective equipment, that is a massive operation that's ongoing right now.
The Chancellor is expected to announce new measures to try to protect millions of British jobs hit by the pandemic. Ministers urge people to shop sensibly, saying there is no need to stockpile food. That comes as one critical care nurse appeals to people not to buy more than they need.
People are just stripping the shelves of basic foods. You just need to stop it. Because it's people like me that are going to be looking after you when you're at your lowest. Just stop it.
The number of dead in Italy overtakes the numbers in China. Almost 3,500 people have now died. And the Queen issues a message of solidarity to the nation, saying she and her family are ready to play their part. You're watching BBC News with me, Carrie Gracie. The government has announced new measures to try to boost the resilience of the health service and infections from the coronavirus grow in the UK. England's top nurse and top doctor have urged recently retired medics to re-register and return to the workforce to help tackle what they're calling the greatest global health threat in history. Letters being sent to more than 65,000 retired doctors and nurses saying your NHS needs you. It comes as the government publishes a list of key workers in England whose children will still be able to go to school after school shut down. The Chancellor is expected to announce new measures, meanwhile, to protect jobs amid warnings that thousands may be laid off. Ministers have pledged to ensure all hospitals have enough protective gear and ventilators. And the Queen's urged people to come together for the common good. Well, so far there have been 144 deaths and 3,269 confirmed cases of coronavirus in the UK. This comes as schools close indefinitely, except for those looking after children of key workers and vulnerable children. Simon Jones reports.
A premature end to term. Schools are closing today to try to halt the spread of the virus. The government has now revealed which key workers in England will be allowed to continue to send their children to school.
Do you know what I did for my GCSE homework, for my GCSE revision? No one advised me what to do, so all I did was just keep looking back at my books that I'd made while I was at school. And that's all that I did during my revision. I didn't do much of it, but I just kept looking at the dates and stuff and just memorising what was going on. And back then I can remember everything that I heard anyway, so to remember everything that I heard in school, my mind works in a different way then. It was easy to provide an answer. I mean,
and now there are plans to boost their numbers.
I didn't
The
get
NHS is
A's,
gearing
but
up for what's
never
set to
mind.
be a hugely challenging period. Health regulators are now writing to 50,000
I think it's because I never did any
former nurses,
homework, and that's why I never
15,000
got
former
A's. But
doctors who've left the profession in the past 3 years, asking them to consider returning and doing their bit. This has been welcomed by the Unite Union, which describes the coronavirus threat as a supreme public health battle of our generation. The Health Secretary says existing staff aren't getting the protective equipment they need.
Overnight, 150 lorries took kit from the warehouse that we have with all the stockpiles to 150 hospitals. That's about half the hospitals in the country. The rest will get their lorry load by the end of the weekend.
For younger people who've been continuing their social lives as normal, the message is they may be less vulnerable than others, but they must follow the guidelines on social distancing. Tamor Tariq, who's 30 and has a weakened immune system, has contracted the virus.
Please think about where you're going, who you're mixing with, and the impact it might have on you, because it can lead to getting this virus, which is quite painful, it's quite difficult to manage, and it takes everything out of you.
Most people who get the virus won't feel many symptoms, but some will end up in hospital. In another sign of how the disease is affecting all aspects of life, after the closure of some underground stations in London, from Monday, train services across the UK will be scaled back. There's been a drop in demand of almost 70% on some routes. Core services will be maintained to carry goods and ensure people can get to work and to medical appointments in what the rail companies are calling a time of extraordinary national challenge. Simon Jones, BBC News.
Well, with me now, our health correspondent Richard Garpin to talk more about the recall of retired doctors and nurses. It's a strange world. Many millions of people fear losing their jobs, but other people are being pulled out of retirement.
Yeah,
I think our business is affected by coronavirus. I think everyone's isolating, and not everyone's like me.
15,000 doctors. That's a very, very big number, and I think it gives an indication of the scale of the challenge that
believe
lies
this,
ahead as the the rate of
Oh.
infection starts to surge, reaching the peak.
I didn't have anyone yesterday.
May or June.
And that's the numbers for England, isn't
No
it?
one
But there's
today,
also,
isn't it?
there's also the other nations doing the same thing.
Exactly, we're hearing about Scotland talking about doing the same thing. And these are people who've only recently retired, that's really important to say, so since 2017. So it's the kind of younger retirees, and they will come in and be assessed as to what role they can play. I mean, it could be more the front line, or it could be more kind of back room, for example, answering calls from the NHS helpline, calls from the public. So a variety of roles. Also, they're talking about getting student nurses and others to come in as well on top of that. So younger people coming in to work in the NHS.
And on the retirees, presumably the point of having those who've retired within the last 3 years is that one, they are less at risk themselves, and two, their skills are fresher.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely crucial. If it was someone who'd been retired for a long time, then they wouldn't be up to speed, and you'd have to have a lot of training for them. So that's really not going to work. And I think, obviously, those older people would be very concerned about their health. You don't want to bring in a lot of people who then end up getting the virus themselves.
And before I let you go, Richard, the other thing we should be
you work on
talking
the
about, I
fine
think,
line.
is the protective personal equipment. We've heard so much about. There's so many anxieties from health professionals, and it's going to be a factor in the minds of those being asked to return from retirement.
Yeah, I mean, this again is a huge issue. I mean, just a couple of days ago, I was speaking to a doctor who called in and was absolutely alarmed. I mean, not only they're saying that they haven't got masks, for example, and very, very worried, not only for their own health, but also as doctors.
We haven't listened to
that they
LBT
end up,
for a while, but there's no
And are they
point.
getting the
other
answers
people.
that they need from the health secretary?
Well, the health secretary is pledging to provide the PPE, the protective
They're just going to be asking the
equipment.
same old questions.
In terms of
I bet,
details,
on
I
LBC.
don't think we have any of it.
Poor James O'Brien.
Richard, thank you.
Yes,
Well, let's
yeah,
get more on
coronavirus.
all of this now with Professor Martin Marshall, who is chair of the Royal College of GPs. Thanks so much for joining us. You're at the GP end. What are your preoccupations right now?
So there's a number of challenges that general practice is facing. Of course, this is probably the biggest challenge that general practice, as well as the whole of the NHS, has had to face, perhaps ever in its history. The key issues for us certainly around the size of the workforce, so the decision to bring back people who've recently retired, and indeed to bring junior doctors who perhaps haven't completely finished their training into the workforce is absolutely welcome, because we know the workforce is being diminished by people who are either ill or who are self-isolating. The issue of PPE is also important. Personal protective equipment is also important. Some people are concerned both about the quality of the PPE that's available in general practice and its availability. All the evidence that we have at the moment, everything that we're hearing from NHS England and the Department of Health is there is enough out there at the moment, and that what is being provided is adequate for the kind of work that we do in general practice. So that's important as well. Probably the next most important thing is the availability of technology. We know that increasing amounts of work are going to have to be done online. Using telephones, we really want adequate technology resources to be made available to clinicians to allow them to carry on working, particularly those who are self-isolated at home.
And so taking each of those one by one, just on the PPE, the protective equipment, are you reassured by what you've heard from the Health Secretary in the last 24 hours? And of course, he's been, out this morning again, trying to explain that there is more coming and that more has been got to the places where it's needed.
Well, in terms of the amount, we know that there is enough going into general practice at the moment. It is a concern that as the workload in general practice goes up, as we reach the peak of the epidemic, then it's going to be potentially more of a risk. We'll keep on talking to government about the importance of ensuring there's enough and that it's getting out there. In terms of the quality of the PPE, the evidence that we've been shown suggests that for relatively low risk medical specialties like general practice, where you aren't dealing with aerosol, that what is available is probably okay. Now, of course, we're in uncharted waters here, so we don't know, we don't have good evidence here, but from what we've been told so far, we are reassuring GPs that it's adequate.
Just that raises another question in my mind. Are you comfortable now that the public's getting the message that they should not turn up at GP surgeries if they think they're infected with the virus? Is that getting through to the public?
Well, our experience is that most of the public understand it and respect it, but not all do. It's always difficult to get these public messages out. In my own practice in East London, we had a big sign in the entrance to the building saying, if you've got these symptoms, please turn back and go home and call us or call 111. And still people were squeezing around that sign in order to try to get in and see their general practitioner. So it isn't easy to change behaviour, but I think the vast majority of the public have got the message now.
Can I ask for your wisdom on the other story, the question of recruiting, those who've recently gone into retirement? From your experience and the communications you've had with doctors and nurses, do you think that people will answer that call up?
Yes, I do. I think this is a really important intervention, and it's one that we're working closely with NHS England to make sure that it's implemented quickly and efficiently. There's a lot of GPs, as the public will know, who've retired recently, perhaps retired at a relatively young age, still full of a lot of experience and expertise, who'd like to be out there. And I suspect that the vast majority of GPs who are approached will rise to the call. We do have to think carefully about how best to use them, where they feel safe. That might not be in face-to-face care. That might well be providing either telephone or online advice, or maybe in back office clinical functions. But I'd be confident the vast majority of people who approach will really rise to this challenge.
I've got two more pressing questions I want to ask you before I let you go. One is on the testing. This is, again, something we've heard a lot of health workers expressing concern about. They want to get tested. Do you feel reassured by what you're hearing from the government about the way it's trying to scale up its testing programme?
This is a really big issue for health professionals of all sorts, not just for general practitioners. We know that maybe 20% of the workforce is currently either partially or completely out of action, and we know that a lot of those people probably haven't got COVID. So having early testing is really important, so they can get back and support their colleagues. So we have called for this to happen. We do understand the constraints to it, partly in terms of the availability of the reagents science and the various components of the testing, but also partly because this isn't just about health workers. There are a lot of essential workers out there in society, police, prison officers, people who stack shelves in supermarkets, people who run utilities. There's probably many millions of public and private sector workers who might benefit from being tested. So this is a real practical challenge for all of us, and I think we have to be just a little bit patient about our calls. But we have made that message very clear to people working in government.
And before I let you go, one on the social distancing that the government keeps asking the public to do, that we've seen impassioned messages from various NHS workers
Right, now we're going to do some
asking
standing
the public
exercise.
to do, saying we're here doing what
right,
we're
let's move
doing
the screen.
so that you can be there doing what you need to do, i.e. staying at home. When you see people still going out in public or going to bars or restaurants, what are your feelings? Do you think the public has got this message about social distancing enough?
Well, again, probably not yet. It's a difficult message to get through. It is so important that health professionals are allowed to get to work, and it's so important that in doing so they're protected as much as possible. And that really does require social distancing. I travel to work on the tube in London, and most of the tubes are very quiet, and most people are very respectful about spacing out. But we know that isn't always the case, and when I look in some bars and some restaurants, you do see people there. We really just need to keep this public health message up. It's so important because social isolation and, of course, boring but important hygiene, hand washing are the things that will really allow us to get on top of this problem.
So on the social distancing, overnight we've seen California, obviously, with far fewer deaths, far fewer cases in the UK, asking people to stay at home, effectively locking down the public. Do you feel satisfied that it's not time for that yet in the UK, or would you like to see the government do that?
Well, I believe and have confidence in the scientific advice that the Secretary of State and the Prime Minister are receiving from the Chief Medical Officer and the Chief Scientific Advisor. This is a really difficult call. The science is not perfect, but we've probably got some of the best scientists and the best modelers in the country, in the world, in the UK, who are supporting and helping people working in NHS to make the right decision. The advice that they are giving is that we need to do this not all in one go. We need to do it cautiously. That's what's happening. The situation is evolving as the data, as the evidence changes, the advice is changing. And that's quite difficult for clinicians and for the public to keep up with when they're told one thing one day and another thing the other day. But I think we just have to recognise that a cautious incremental approach is probably the right one. Let's hope it is. We simply won't know. We'll only know in retrospect.
Professor Marshall, thank you so much for bringing us your expertise, and good luck to you and all the members of the Royal College of GPs.
Thank you.
Well, let's take a look now at our headlines. It's just after 11:15. And more than 65,000 retired doctors and nurses
We've got to
are
stay standing up to at least midday. And
coronavirus.
we stay standing up
The
to at least
Chancellor
midday.
is expected to announce new measures to
Then
try
we'll
to
get
protect
active.
millions
We're on
of
our
British
feet.
jobs hit by the
So we
pandemic.
should just stop doing a little
People are
exercise.
urged to shop sensibly
That's
as
what you should do during
supermarkets struggle
coronavirus.
to cope with panic
Just
buying.
if you force yourself to stand up, eventually you do start to move around. I'm always fidgeting anyway.
Let's turn to that story now, because competition laws in Britain have been temporarily suspended to allow rival supermarkets to work together as they struggle to cope with people panic buying. It's part of a package of measures to allow stores to keep shops staffed and stocked with food. There are increasing fears that crucial health workers who are working long and unpredictable shifts are unable to buy the food and products they need when they eventually do reach a shop, and that's all because of hoarding. So Dawn Vobra, who's a critical care nurse, recorded this tearful message after a time shift.
I'm a critical care nurse. I've just finished 48 hours of work. I just wanted to get some stuff in for the next 48 hours. There's no fruit, there's no vegetables. I just don't know how I'm supposed to stay healthy. And those people who just stripping the shelves of basic foods. You just need to stop it.
For some reason, my ankle's gone bad, so I can't do exercise at the moment.
Stop it.
I have to rest my ankle. I don't know why it's gone bad, but when you feel a bit of pain, you should stop exercise straight away. So I can't even go for a walk now anyway. I'll protect my ankle now.
Will announce an emergency package to help those facing hardship in the fight against the coronavirus. The government's come under pressure from Labour and from unions and senior Conservatives to do more to help employees struggling because of the crisis. The car maker Jaguar Land Rover is to suspend production at UK plants from next week because of the outbreak. Jaguar Land Rover hopes to reopen sites in the West Midlands and on Merseyside in 4 weeks' time. Its factories in Brazil and in India are to continue their operations. Well, let's get more now on expectations of what the Chancellor will say later. We're joined by Torsten Bell, who's Chief Executive of the Resolution Foundation, which is a think tank that works to improve the living standards of people on low to middle incomes. And he was economic advisor to the then Chancellor, Alistair Darling, during the 2008 financial crash. Good morning, Torsten Bell. Thanks for joining us. What would you like to hear from the
Johnny
Chancellor?
Banking. Hey, Johnny. Saw your message on Discord. Sorry, I missed it. That's all right. I didn't really have it on. What I did was, I was just checking on a mobile phone. I can put it on now if you want to try it. I haven't tried this out yet. I mean, I didn't actually have it on. It's on my mobile phone. I'll put it on now, but I don't like Discord, to be honest. It's a bit weird. I'm probably not going to use it, but I thought I'd give it a try, but I don't like it very much. How are you? I'm very good, man. I'm not bad.
But secondly, the nature of this challenge.
I'm in a good way, except for I just started doing some exercise and my ankle just went a bit funny. So I'm resting now. I'm going to rest for the rest of the day. I didn't really do that much exercise. I don't know if the yoga twisted my ankle or what it was, but something's twisted my ankle a bit, and that's all I've got. I've just got to rest it. That's all. I'll be all right later. How are you anyway? I've got Johnny Banking. Maybe what I'll do, I could put Discord on later on tonight or something. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the point of it is really now, because it's a nuisance to put it on a computer again. And I could put it on a website, I suppose. Let's try putting it on a website and see if it works. I'm just trying something. I'm trying to do it on the internet. I'm all right in isolation due to corona. Really? You got corona? Or you just isolating anyway? I mean, I'm isolating as well. I think all my people, all my business associates are all self-isolating as well. Because no one's coming round here. Right, S88's in the room. But his mic's off. That's weird that he's in the room. Strange. S88's there. Right. I thought Johnny Banking's there as well. All right. This is a new way of doing it. Oh, so I was a coronavirus thing, yeah. It's not making as much noise like this. I'm a bit worried that my business is going to go down. What's this? Oh, Discord on the web. Yeah, that works. Yeah, I was saying just in case. No real reason for me to be out and about at this point. Okay, that's fair enough, man. That's all right. Same with me. That's why I'm doing it as well. And I would be in anyway, probably. But I would have gone out more, but now I'm just a bit worried about going out. I'll just go out when I have to. I will have to go and get a pot noodle soon. I'll nip out and get that. I don't know if I like Discord really. I'm trying it out, but it's annoying having to watch two screens. I might go back to. I think I'll go back to just doing YouTube. Let's have a look at this. Going to grow some onions and all garlic, basic stuff that can make a food a bit more interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've got an allotment plot, but I know a guy who's got an allotment plot and he grows some amazing food. You can grow some amazing food, and when you eat allotment, naturally grown food, it tastes so much better. I mean, we're really not right as a species what we're doing with this long life food. That's why I said that cows don't eat hay. I mean, that's my proverb. Cows don't eat hay, and that's because all this long life food and these potatoes that we get in the shop here are too old. They're just too old. I mean, the flavour's all gone. It's not because they're bad potatoes or anything. It's just that they're too old. I mean, you got to eat them on the day that you harvest them, and that's the best way to eat food. Some food, it says you should eat it within 20 minutes of harvest, and if you don't do that, you won't get the full nutrients from it. So, as a species, we're lost in a big way, and I know that, and I know I'm not eating correctly, but I've got no choice, really. I mean, I don't have any choice at all. I'll be eating a pot noodle soon, and I hope you're eating well, Prof. Dr. Johnny Banking, but there's some good herbs out there. I mean, there's a place in Wellstone called Wise Acres. So it's next it's attached to this building called Wise Works, and they grow some herbs and stuff up there. By the way, do you have Pathfinder? What is the cost? It's free. All you have to do is email me at eastside-television@gmail.com, and it is free. Pathfinder's free. Just email me the words Pathfinder, and I'll at eastside-television@gmail.com, and I'll just send it to you. It's free, and you can email it on to as many people as you want. I don't mind. That's free knowledge. That's what I give out free. You buy the music, but the knowledge is free. If I talk on here, it's free, isn't it? So if I read it out, it's free. eastside-television@gmail.com. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's correct. Just write the word Pathfinder, and I'll email it to you.
Friday, and this is due to come into place this weekend. Do you think that the elderly have, on the whole, got this message and made whatever preparations they can?
I think people really have heard the message. I mean, it's an extraordinary ask for extraordinary times, and it took a little bit of time for people to sink in. But certainly, from everything that we're hearing, people are thinking now, or have been thinking very carefully about what it means for them, and they have been making preparations. Of course, alongside that, that's come a lot of anxiety. There are a lot of people who are very fearful, saying, actually, I don't know how I will cope. And so that's where we've been just trying to work really hard to reassure them that actually organisations like ours will be there, and that there are lots of people, there are lots of offers of help out there for people who do feel they're going to need it. Because I think that message has sunk in and people have really engaged with what they need to do.
Talk to us more about the preparations.
All right, I'll wait for the email,
made,
and then what I'll
that
do.
will also help some
When
of
I
our
get the
viewers
email, I don't think it's
about
come
the
in yet, but
preparations
when it
they may
comes in,
still need to make.
I'll send you the Pathfinder
So
straight
there's
away.
lots
It's a very
of things
quick
that
thing
people
to
have been
do.
doing, I think, are
I'll
very
check my
sensible,
emails in a
really.
minute. I'll just make a
First and
drink
foremost
and come
been
back.
talking to family and friends, and to neighbours, and to reaching out for help to community groups to say, actually, this is what I'm going to need. So if they've already, because a lot of people have already decided they don't really want to go out to the shops, so they've been looking at what they're going to need to get in order to be ready. One of the things we've also been saying to people is, of course, as well, don't forget that shops are continually refreshing their supply, so it's no need to run out and buy everything you think you're going to need. But it's about putting in place a plan for how you're going to do that going forward. But of course, getting those immediate things ready in your own home has been important. Some other things we've been talking about how people prepare is making a list of the usual supplies that you're going to need, making a list of your medications, having a list of helpful phone numbers to hand, making sure that if you have a mobile phone, making sure it's working and it's all charged up. So things like that you can do to get ready in the home. And then this other thing is around talking to people about, as I said, what you're going to need. So in addition to practical things like getting your shopping, getting your medication, actually, it will be a tough time. So how do they support you? Regular phone calls, staying in touch online if that's available, putting things in the post, making sure that you have the things that you need for your hobbies. So people have been supporting their friends and relatives perhaps to get set up with e-readers, to have digital subscriptions for their newspapers, or to arrange to have their newspapers delivered if they're used to going out to buy them. And then, thinking as well creatively about how they can move things online. So I've had wonderful examples of people moving their book club to a weekly dial-in, for example, so people can stay connected. So there's a huge amount going on in our communities to help people get ready. And a lot of other people we've talking to have been asking us for advice and information about how they prepare. So all of those things we've just discussed are also up on our website if people want to have a look at that as well, or call our call centre.
And your website, just remind us, and particularly, obviously, we don't have time to talk longer, but particularly I'm thinking of those who may not have lots of friends, family, neighbours to help them. Remind us of the website.
So it's www.age.uk/coronavirus, and that will take you directly to all of the information that you'll need about what's going on, what the best advice for you is, whether you need to self-isolate, what social distancing means, and of course all of those handy tips and hints and further information and phone numbers that you can use to get the help that you need.
So that's age.uk/coronavirus.
Yes.
Ruth, thanks so much for joining us. That was hugely helpful.
I'll just click on my emails now.
Now, as always, while we're talking
Hasn't
about resources
updated it,
that you
but-
can find,
No,
there's
I've got 8
lots
WhatsApp
more
messages.
information and advice on
All
our
right,
website as
absolutely.
well about the virus itself, and including this article, for example, on how you can keep up a healthy outdoor exercise routine. Sorry, I can't bring that up on screen, but it is there online. Our safe distance from other people. That piece, as well as our live blog with all the latest developments at bbc.com/news or on the BBC News app. Now, let's have a brief pause and look at the weather. Here's Sarah.
Hello, it is the spring equinox today, and we've got some fairly spring-like settled weather in the forecast certainly over the next few days. For the remainder of today, then, blue skies for much of the UK, away from parts of southern England where we keep this band of cloud, and a few showers, 1 or 2 working into the likes of Kent, and some heavy ones, perhaps the odd rumble of thunder for the Channel Isles too. But further north, it is a
Right, I've got this now. Prof.Johnny Banking, Pathfinder. Right, okay, I'll just click on this now. Hit reply. Right, now I've got to attach Pathfinder. I've probably got to change the folder from what this is, but right, let's see. Yeah, we have got to change it. Documents, Junglism. Pathway. Here we go.
Sport, a full roundup of all the non-sport often. Here's Holly.
Thanks, Carrie. Yes, the sport or lack thereof. We've had another major sporting event postponed now. Snooker's World Championship won't take place next month, with organisers hoping to reschedule the tournament in July or August. Now, Judd Trump had been due to defend his title at that tournament, which was scheduled to take place
Cool.
from the 18th
I don't know if
of
Johnny Banking's still there, but
May. Well, we can speak
I've sent you Pathfinder to your email address now. And
joins me now on the phone.
that's why if you email me, I'll just reply and I'll send it where you emailed me from. And it's there now, should be there. And it's a printable version. You can print it out and look at it. And it's not something that you can understand like straight away. It's something to 12 pages. That's right. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's 12 pages. That's correct. Yeah, you can just print that out. It's a printable version. And just print it out. It's fine.
The horrible situation in the context of what's
I don't.
happening in the world.
I mean,
It's just
my part of it is really a later edition. It's a later level. Really have to read the books in the reading list first. Really, that's what I recommend.
It wasn't a difficult
But
decision to make in the current situation.
it's up to you. I mean,
so many other people suffering.
the books will help you get to understand what's in that in this book. I mean,
in July and August,
there's not an order to it, and there's an order of the it shows the order of the ancestors in the book, and it's a guide, and that's what it is really. It's also self-psychotherapy. It's
certainly for some players, not
psychotherapy is
Judd Trump, but those they are
mind
freelance.
therapy,
I
and
mean, will there be any kind
that's
of
what it is.
talk
It's
about
self-psychotherapy, self-mind therapy, and
we're looking at
that's what it is really.
at the moment,
And it can also teach you how to do kung fu and
depends very much on
stuff like that.
and the situation we find ourselves in. But we are looking at behind closed doors in a sterile environment.
Do you like reading and writing? Well, I do like reading and I do like writing as well, but I don't write too much these days. And I think it's because I'm on YouTube. So because I'm on YouTube, if I think it up, I just speak it out. And I think that's why I'm not writing very much these days. But I mean, there's no real need for me to really do any writing really at the moment. And if I get the need to, I could do it. But I mean, I did make the news agenda up, and at the moment the news agenda hasn't changed. I mean, the news agenda is the same, and so I've got nothing to write at the moment. I've got nothing to, when I got a new news agenda to write, or if the government actually corrects social services and actually get social services to function, then I can change my news story. I'll have something to write about. But I do enjoy writing, really. And I did write for years and years and years and years and years, and I'd probably still be doing it now if I wasn't on YouTube. And I've got so much knowledge already written down anyway. I mean, I've got so much knowledge already written down. There's more knowledge written down than what's in that book. That book is just part of my knowledge that I've written down. The government have the whole knowledge. They have the whole package. That's why I was shocked that Gareth Thomas called the police on me, and he did anyway, because the police asked me if I knew him and all these things like that, and so it was him anyway. I know. So he's a liar as well. I caught him out anyway, and that's against the ministerial code. So really he shouldn't be an MP anymore, really. But what can I do? Can I prove it? Can I? You know, these people, they get away with murder, and I still enjoy reading, and it's actually reading that helps you write, really. I mean, the more reading that you do, and if you read all them books, I do recommend that you make your own notes and your own proverbs and your own writings. And I do recommend that as you're reading, you will learn stuff and you can put things in your own words. And Haile Selassie says that he wants every single fool instructed. Well, what I've written down, I don't know, some people might understand it, some people might not. And that's fair enough. I mean, that's my level. And if you understand it and you follow it or you learn something, then if you learn something, then you can write it down. I mean, that's what I would do. I've got this A4 book up here. This A4 book here is where I would write something down. If I came up with some sort of idea or something, but I can just share it straight out onto the YouTube anyway. I mean, maybe I should write things down, but I think the most important thing to write down that I made up recently is that is there anything wrong with the walls? Is there anything wrong with the floor? Is there anything wrong with the sun? Is there anything wrong with the moon? Well, it seems like there's nothing wrong. So what is wrong? Only your mind can be wrong. And that's really the most important thing I wrote down recently. And I wrote that on the computer, actually, but I should write it in my book, really, because if I write in my book, it's better. And I did read it out a few times on YouTube, so I'm gonna have to start doing some spreadsheets soon because well, I'll have to do it on the 1st of April, I suppose, because that's the first time that these guys are going to be paying their money in. And I'm gonna have to look at how much money comes out. And it's just so many of them, right?
I just like you wearing up.
Right, you're live on air now, so I don't know what you're saying, but you can say whatever you want now. You're live on air, all right?
Yeah, I'm listening in. Down here. Listening in, tuned in. I got 7 channels. 7 channels.
7 channels?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Communicating.
Oh, right. Well, I've got BBC News on, I've got YouTube on, and I've got you on WhatsApp, so I've got 3. And I've got my computer playing music, so I'm using, I've got...
Communicating to you though, isn't it, the computer?
Well, it's playing the music, it's playing the music.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I got a Legends, Roots, Reggae Selection in the background, and mine coming in the background, and you can John's vocals, smooth as you like on the entertainment on YouTube. Mixing up the YouTubes.
All right.
They mix 2 YouTubes and 5 channels. So like at the end of the day, it is deadly when someone's trying to kill you. Yeah, so if someone's getting deadly with you, you've got to kind of like just get deadly. And Duffy and man, it's long, but if man doesn't get Duffy, then it's all gravy, isn't it? It's all gravy. Things moved on. I just call that shit happen. You know what I mean? Another deck, another ship sailed in. Caught the fly.
Police are funny, really, because the police don't really always nick and prosecute everyone. They don't always do that. I mean, with me, I don't know. I mean, they didn't really go heavy on me. I mean,
People
don't know what Simon's going on about, but sometimes he wants to hate me and call me Rat Man and stuff like this. And then now he wants to call me every day, and he calls me about 8 times a day at the moment. Some people are so sort of strange the way that they can hate you one minute and then love you the next. I don't get it. But.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's the cash flow, isn't it? The cash flow got nailed as well. That's why I bring the cash flow back. Well, I've got my pockets. Run through. 10 questions. What Simon's got in his pockets.
It's not Henry. No, it's it's a guy called Madman Pete. It's not Henry. It's someone that can't. Well, he is undereducated anyway. You won't admit it, but he is undereducated. But that's why he might sound like Henry. But
I'd like to give you this. That's enough for Rizla. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, man stopped us from getting Rizla, and it's just got long. But look. I've overturned it. You know, 5 different ways have I overturned the phone back to me. And John, because that may be necessarily a difficult thing to say, could I give it to you? Could I back you up and give you that? Could I back you back? You back me up bare times, John. Could I back you up and give you that back? You know what I mean? Because the abacus worked, didn't it, John? The abacus worked. So the matrix and the abacus and the Chinese tassels, that work in little boxes, go around like that. You can pick the phones that flip round. Got a little Chinese, it's like a spindle, isn't it? It's like a spindle, and it makes you laugh. Hey. Yeah, so I give it to. Sometimes I just have to take control, John, and I do a lot of shouting. Sorry about that. I just have to take control sometimes. Everyone's safety, if you ask me. People find me protected and safe when I do that. Yeah, I mean, I get bulgy, but people get protected and safe. And if that's what you learn, that's what you learn, isn't it? And if you learn, just, you know what I mean, be a nice guy.
So, what are you going on about? Are you contributing to the world, or what are you doing?
I treasure it.
I don't know what the hell you're going on about. You're just talking for the sake of it, and I don't see the point. I don't see the point. I mean, I can't cut you off any time. Obviously, I can, but I want to get to the point of this. What are you going on about?
John, the point, remember the here and now, John. The point is the here and now, the fine line between life, that chi line that spreads like that. Yeah, that's the here and now. And you just stay on that point. Doesn't matter what's in the past, what's in the future. All we're really in is the point. All we can do is the point.
All right, you said that now. That's very good. Right. Now, what's the next? What's the next lesson? What's the next lesson then? What's the next bit to know then? What else is there?
That's a training over. Practices.
I mean, that's a very common, basic understanding that everyone knows. But I mean, what more can you say about enlightenment?
Can I have a £20 note to get my thing today? Can East Life pay me my £20 note?
What £20 note?
From East Life, working for East Life, John.
Half
share.
At the moment, you pay £2, and that's for the 1st of April. That's for the 1st of April. And we haven't earned any money yet. We haven't earned any money. We haven't earned any money yet. When you listen, we haven't earned any money yet. We haven't earned 1 penny yet. I haven't checked my bank account, but I don't think we've actually earned any money yet. So as we haven't earned any money yet, at the moment we're just donators. We're investors into something where we hope we'll earn some money in the future. And that's why at the moment you're only paying £2. There's I think there's 4 people paying £2. There's 1 person paying £21, 1 person paying £20, and we do it every month.
Shares really came in helpful. I'm so grateful for that, John. You understand that £9. That got me a packet of cigars, the smokes I needed, and milk, soy milk for the tea, plant-based milk for the tea, and I had enough of bread, but I bought a couple of cakes instead.
All right.
Yeah, I'm really grateful for that, John. I'm grateful for what you do for me. I like to pay you back the favour, you know what I mean? I bought you that pizza. You got me what I needed. Job made up. It's not me. It's the missus as well. She counts it all against me. I'm in the doghouse. I mean, everything you guys do, I get thrown in the doghouse for, literally, don't I? Everything.
Well, I don't know what you're going on about being thrown in the doghouse by your missus. Well, you don't even listen. So what's the point of me talking?
Well, I do listen. I hear. If I can't understand something,
Well,
I've got to work out ways to communicate. And everyone's breathing fine now.
But you don't ever want to listen. You just keep talking. If I start talking, you see, I'm talking now, and you just talk over me. So what's the fucking point? That means I'm going to hang up on you. You're uncivilized, bro. You're uncivilized. Sort out your act if you want to call me up. Sort out your act. Don't interrupt me. I'll leave you on now. You haven't interrupted me there. I'll leave you on for a second. Don't interrupt me. That's fucking wrong. I can't hear you. You're too far away from the mic. Civilization is where, well, a civilization is a civilization has artwork basically. An uncivilized place doesn't have artwork, and that's how you judge civilization. But also, the way I judge it is by how someone communicates. And if I start talking and that person is not listening, and they're not listening because they're too busy talking over me. If that person's talking over me, they're purely not listening. All they're doing is just expressing what is on their mind, which is just jumbo, mumbo jumbo, ramble, jumbo thoughts. Because this person doesn't really understand what here and now means and what mind presence really means. Their mind is just wandering anyway. So they're preaching, but they're not practicing.
What about this? I know you know, John. I'm the one person who you say doesn't do that. I see the one person that does that to me.
And what are they preaching? The very basic fucking knowledge of mindfulness that Babylon hold on to here and now. I mean, that is just the most common basic fucking knowledge there is. That what about explaining something, like expounding in a different way, like how Eckhart Tolle does? I mean, what about being a writer of how to become conscious? I haven't really done that, but I mean, you got the power now in front of you. You can read it out if you want. You can read it out if you want.
Oh, come on, John. You made fun of my grandma.
Hmm?
You said it's my grandma.
What's wrong with your grandma?
The joke. Which page?
Well, you pick. You see this reading.
Got house down, sit down. Oh, where's that? All right, right back to the start. Read the acknowledgements, that's what I'll read. I'm deeply thankful to Connie Killer for a loving support and a vital part of transforming the manuscripts into this book and bringing it into this world. It is a joy to work with her. I extend my gratitude to Courier Ladner and those wonderful people who have contributed to this book by giving me space that made precious gifts, space to write and space to be. Thank you to Adrienne Bradley in Vancouver, to Margaret Miller in London, and Angie Francesco in Glastonbury.
I think you're just reading a part of the book that doesn't really teach you about enlightenment, Simon, that part of the book is a very introduction. That's part that just explains about the book. But you don't really need to worry about that too much. You can skip that bit if you want. It's up to you though. If you want to read it, you can. But I'd start a bit further on where
I think read through it.
all right, we'll do whatever you want.
Well, page 16. It's not like a childlike state, not at all. There is no loss of consciousness here. The opposite is the case. It's a price of peace for a lowering of your consciousness, and a price of stillness to the lack of vitality and vitality and alertness. They will not be worth living or having. In this state of inner consciousness, constant connectedness, you are much more alert, more awake than in the mind of an unidentified state. You are fully present. It also raises the vibes. We've got a change in the lorry car for the listeners. Around at Warren's. We'll get there. Or anywhere that's got Rizla. Anywhere that's got Rizla. Anywhere that's got Rizla. You go get the thing. As you go more devious as well with no mind, as it is sometimes called in news, you realise the state of full consciousness. In that state, you feel your own presence with such intensity and enjoy that all thinking, all emotions, your physical body as well as the most external world become relatively insignificant in comparison to it. Yet it's not a selfish but selfless state. It takes you beyond what you previously thought was yourself. That presence is essentially you, and at the same time, inconceivably greater than you. What I'm trying to convey here is that it may sound paradoxical or even contradictory, but there is no way that I can express it. Instead of watching the thinker, you can also create a gap in the wider stream, simply by directing the focus of your attention into now, and become intensely conscious of the present moment. This is a deeply satisfying thing to do. In this way, you draw consciousness away from mind activity.
Someone just chucked a stone at my fucking window again. Someone that I don't know. I do know him actually, but I mean, that's what I mean. I'm so well known. I mean, people will chuck stones at my window, and what can I do? I'm not living in the right environment. Then I should have a proper office or something. I mean, just not right. What I'm doing. I mean, that's what I should do to that hut downstairs. I need it then. We're gonna have to do. Sorry, Simon, I forgot you was reading then. I'm sorry, Simon. I wasn't listening. I just got because someone tried to stone at my window. I just got on the mic again. You know what I mean? I wasn't even listening to it. I just came back in the room and forgot you were reading and fucking chucking stones at my window. I mean, it's just typical. I mean, because everyone knows me, and that's how they get my attention. And I did know him, but. Fucking, I told him don't chuck fucking stones at my window. And I just told him to piss off. I mean, sorry, Simon, you can carry on now if you want.
Your attention is a good way to try to stay at the window, isn't it?
Pardon?
Pardon? Yeah, well, penny is good. The penny is good when you chuck that out the window. Penny's alright. You know, right?
Shouldn't chuck anything at my windows. Nothing at all. I mean. That is not the way to get my attention. My phone number's down there. If you can't see and you can't read, then the police couldn't even see my phone number down there. Fucking blind they are, them policemen, they were. They're not very good detectives. They'll never make very good detectives. They can't even see my fucking phone number down there.
If I've got to go quickly, get in, getting out, get in, get out, few places, John. I might just quickly say, quick, are you alright? Come to it, no, yeah, I can go come away, is it?
Well, if you haven't got my phone number, what are you doing knocking on my window anyway? I mean,
if we've got a phone, how do you communicate anyway, John?
Well, if you haven't got a phone, it's tough shit, isn't it? You can't come round. I mean, I haven't got the right environment. I mean, my landlord has not created the right environment for me. I mean, what can I say? I mean, I need that office downstairs, and if I had that, it'd be different. But
Hello? Speak.
Like we're on WhatsApp still. I think Simon's on YouTube, but I'm not really sure. But the WhatsApp has gone down. So let's just end the conversation. I don't want this to bleeping. You can call me back and we will. So I've got to live with this threat of someone chucking a stone through my fucking window. I don't think social services, Gareth Thomas, or any of these people are really being fair or putting up to the plate. I mean, these windows are fucking dangerous. I mean, and they don't realise that people come and chuck stones at my window. I mean, well, they said that they're not going to repair them. I mean, this is what social services said. They said that I encourage people to do it. I encouraged him to chuck a stone at my window, did I? I encouraged him, did I? Right, no one's on YouTube at the moment. I might as well put the news back on for a bit. Oh, it's not plugged in now. Oh, maybe I could just watch it then.
To you when you're at your lowest, just stop it.
The number of dead in Italy overtakes the number in China. Almost 3,500 people have now died there. The Olympic flame arrives in Japan as the government insists it still plans to host the 2020 Games. You're watching BBC News with me, Carrie Gracie. The government has announced new measures to boost the resilience of the health service as infections from the coronavirus grow in the UK. England's top nurse and top doctor have urged recently retired medics to re-register and return to the workforce to help tackle what they're calling the greatest global health threat in history. Letters are being sent to more than 65,000 retired doctors and nurses saying your NHS need to. It comes as the government publishes a list of key workers in England whose children will still be able to go to school after the school shut down. The Chancellor, meanwhile, is expected to announce new measures to protect jobs amid warnings that millions might be laid off. Ministers have pledged to ensure all hospitals have enough protective gear and ventilators. And the Queen has urged people to come together for the common good. So far, there have been 144 deaths and 3,269 confirmed cases of coronavirus in the UK. This comes as schools across the country close indefinitely, except for those looking after the children of key workers and vulnerable children. Simon Jones has this report.
A premature end to term. Schools are closing today to try to halt the spread of the virus. The government has now revealed which key workers in England will be allowed to continue to send their children to school to be looked after. They include NHS workers, nursery and teaching staff, the police, armed forces and prison officers, transport workers, those involved in food production, distribution and sale, people who work in essential financial services such as banks, and journalists providing public service broadcasting. Families need only one key worker parent to qualify. There will also be provision for vulnerable children. Last night, some of those workers were thanked in a message displayed at Wembley Stadium, and now there are plans to boost their numbers. The NHS is gearing up for what's set to be a hugely challenging period. Health regulators are now writing to 50,000 former nurses and 15,000 former doctors who've left the profession in the past 3 years, asking them to consider returning and doing their bit. This has been welcomed by the Unite Union, which describes the coronavirus threat as the supreme public health battle of our generation. The Health Secretary says existing staff are getting the protective equipment they need.
Overnight, 150 lorries took kit from the warehouse that we have with all the stockpiles to 150 hospitals. That's about half the hospitals in the country. The rest will get their lorry load by the end of the weekend.
For younger people who've been continuing their social lives as normal, the message is they may be less vulnerable than others, but they must follow the guidelines on social distancing. Tamor Tariq, who's 30 and has a weakened immune system, has contracted the virus.
Please think about where you're going, who you're mixing with, and the impact it might have on you, because it can lead to you getting this virus, which is quite painful, it's quite difficult to manage, and it takes everything out of you.
Most people who get the virus won't feel many symptoms, but some will end up in hospital. In another sign of how the disease is affecting all aspects of life, after the closure of some underground stations in London, from Monday, train services across the UK will be scaled back. There's been a drop in demand of almost 70% on some routes. Core services will be maintained to carry goods and ensure people can get to work and for medical appointments in what the rail companies are calling a time of extraordinary national challenge. Simon Jones, BBC News.
Well, let's return to the question of the call-up for NHS doctors and nurses who've recently retired. We're joined by former GP, Dr. Mike Scott, who retired, I think, Dr. Scott, in 2018.
That's right, the New Year's Eve 2018 was the last full working day, but I've been calling back to help out a little bit since then.
And so in this case, when you get a message saying your NHS needs you, will you be saying, yes, I will re-register, yes, I'm in there?
I think the crisis has got so bad that the answer to that has to be yes now. There's quite a few things I'd like clarity on about protection, about who's going to pay me. I have gone back to my old practice to help them out, but I get paid by the doctors at their own expense. I don't think that's sustainable. It sounds a bit mercenary, but it's important if you want to get a lot of people back. And there are questions about insurance for liability, and there are questions about competence. I have a lot of skills, they don't disappear overnight, but I want to be in a role where I knew I was effective and I knew what I was doing.
And so let's take each of those one by one. On the protective equipment, obviously it's been very controversial over recent days. The health secretary has been trying to reassure the health community that the equipment will be there as and when it's needed. Are you reassured?
I think I am. I'm pleased to hear they're taking it seriously. I was in my practice a couple of days ago, and they were running short of masks and protective aprons and not sure of when the next delivery would be. So if we're going to put our lives on the line, which all the people who are already in the health service are doing on a daily basis, we need the support of the right equipment.
Then the pay question that was your second issue. Presumably they're just going to give you a number and you're going to say, okay.
Yeah, I'm not that bothered about how much I get paid. I just don't want to go back and leave my ex-partners out of pocket because they have to pay me themselves. That's basically what it comes down for GPs. Because we're not paid a salary, we're kind of partners in the business.
And then the insurance question, presumably they must have thought about this.
They must have thought about it. I haven't had my letter yet. I think they're just going out today or tomorrow. They already have made some arrangements, and I have some insurance, but only to work very limited hours. If I was having to work closer to full time, I'd need more public liability insurance in case I made an error. I don't want someone to sue me and take my house off me.
And then the competence question.
I won't worry about insurance.
They've talked about elements of retraining. What do you? I mean, you're the expert. What do you think you would need to get you into a position where you could be effective?
I think I could walk straight back into general practice and do everything pretty much as effectively as I was doing it a year ago. But the real battleground may be in hospital, in accident and emergency departments. I'd want to be working alongside people that I could take queries to. There's a legal thing as well, in that doctors who are practicing and seeing patients need to be fully registered with the GMC. And I think a lot of doctors who retired will not have kept up their registration and their appraisals and the amount of postgraduate education they need to do to remain registered. So that may need a change in regulations.
They've done that already. They covered this.
Well, Dr. Scott, it's been fascinating to talk to you. We wish you all the very best, and come back and tell us, if you do go back, how you're getting on.
The first stage.
That'd be a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Take care.
Fair enough.
Now, we talked already, and we talked with Age UK with Ruth Isden about half an hour ago. You may have seen that, about the situation for elderly people over the next few weeks, and particularly over this weekend as they begin that period of extended self-isolation. I want to now talk about the issues facing disabled people who may also be self-isolating. So we're going to talk to Jessica Lee. She's campaigns manager for the charity Scope. Jessica, thank you for joining us. As we go into this very long period of self-isolation for vulnerable groups, how are your community feeling about it, and how prepared are they?
I think there's understandably quite a lot of anxiety and concern amongst disabled people in the wake of this crisis. We know that some disabled people might be quite at risk during this, and we've seen at Scope that a quarter of our helpline calls in the last week have been specifically about coronavirus. And one of the great concerns is they're not getting clear and specific enough information from the government directly to disabled people in an accessible way. So we really need to see some clear guidance that can support disabled people.
And has that been acknowledged? That, I mean, obviously one feels some sympathy for the government, and it is buffeted by this blizzard of needs and demands on every side. Do you think this need has been acknowledged and they're just getting to it on the list?
It's obviously a time of great uncertainty for a lot of people, and everyone's having to respond as best as possible. But I think we really do need to see a lot more specific information for disabled people. There's a lot of concerns around things like access to continued social care and like guidance around carers that might need to come into the homes of people who are self-isolating. We're seeing scrums in supermarkets for disabled people who need to be able to access basic groceries and a lack of delivery slots for people who are self-isolating and can't get to the shops. So there's a great number of concerns that are arising, and we really need to see those addressed to kind of mitigate the anxiety disabled people are feeling.
Well, when you put it like that, those anxieties are very real and potentially very grave. On the social care question, can you reassure with any answers on that?
We really welcome the 1.6 billion
Food rationing,
that the government has just invested
food
into social
rationing.
care. It's a really
Emancipation,
difficult,
Johnny, is that you,
and
Emancipation?
underfunded area,
I'll
which
just read
is
that in
crucial
time.
for
I don't know.
a lot of disabled people.
Yeah, I'm all right, man. How are
what
you?
we need to see is the government monitoring that situation and staying in touch with
Well,
disabled
just listen
people
to this
to
thing about
ensure that they
coronavirus
are
at the
getting
moment.
that continuity of care.
Put
that
some
they need
music on
and
if
given
you
that
want. I
clear
don't mind.
guidance.
I
No
haven't
one knows
downloaded
right now
this
how
music
much is
here
needed,
yet.
so the government needs to make sure that they continue to monitor
Yeah,
that.
look. Oh,
And then on the
I've got
shopping question, I mean, there's been a lot of attention
3
on the
songs to do.
difficulties for the elderly
Oh,
as
you're
they get
good.
pushed
Brilliant,
and jostled out of the way, and
brilliant.
as they,
Are you
as they go into this period
self-isolating?
of self-isolation, how on earth are they going to get their shopping? But you make a very good point about the disabled. They need some protection. Is it coming?
We really hope so. We've seen some welcome measures. So Sainsbury's has acknowledged that disabled people should be included in the measurements they put in place for elderly people, and we'd really like to see lots of other businesses follow suit to just consider the needs of disabled people, and some clearer guidance from the government to businesses to help make sure those provisions are continued and readily available for disabled people who might be self-isolating.
Jessica, thank you so much for talking to us, and I'm very sure we will be back talking again at some point over the next few weeks. Thank you for now. So concerns about jobs and wages, another huge area during the economic fallout of the pandemic. And that is expected to be addressed by the Chancellor later today. It's thought Rishi Sunak will announce an emergency package to help those facing hardship in the fight against coronavirus. The government's come under pressure from the Labour Party and from the unions, and indeed from senior Conservatives, to do more to help employees struggling because of the crisis. So let's get more with Paul Nowak, who is Deputy General Secretary of the TUC, representing 5.5 million workers. Paul, thanks for joining us. What do you want the Chancellor to say today?
Well, what we need to see today from the Chancellor is a comprehensive package of support for working people, a package that's going to protect people's jobs and protect people's livelihoods. And I think we want the Chancellor to send a message today to people, whether they're working in pubs, in airports, in factories. No one is going to lose their job as a result of this health crisis, and nobody is going to be hit in their pocket. I think that's going to be important for hundreds of thousands of workers to hear that reassurance from the Chancellor today, and also the businesses that employ them, because we're dealing with a massive public health crisis. But alongside that, we can't see working families see hits in their income and in their livelihoods.
And so that support for jobs, do you want it to go to employers, but conditional on them keeping the worker on? How do you think it should work?
Well, absolutely. Any support has got to be focused on securing people's jobs and securing people's incomes. And we've seen good examples right across Europe, in Denmark, in Norway, in Germany, and Austria, where government has worked with employers and with unions to design schemes that do precisely that protect jobs. You know, one of the lessons I think we've learned from the financial crisis over 10 years ago is that sometimes you could bail out companies, but they were still laying off people, and people were still seeing cuts in their pay packets. I hope and I think that this time it's going to be different. This is going to be a comprehensive, massive package of support, hopefully, that will send that reassuring message right throughout the economy. That will help people in the short term, but, you know, it will also do us all well in the longer term as well, because it would mean we are better placed to recover once we got over the next 3 to 4 months. So hopeful that the Chancellor's heard the message from unions and from employers alike. We need a package of support that will secure jobs going forward.
And I suppose, I mean, one of the things that possibly hasn't got much attention in the midst of all the different angles on this crisis is that for some of the lowest paid, they are not in a position to work from home. It's like the people at the bottom of the pile are the least able to withstand the pressures of this, of the financial pressures of this pandemic, aren't they?
Absolutely. These will be people who quite often can't work from home. There'll also be people if, for example, they've had to self-isolate or or they contracted the virus themselves will not be able to claim statutory sick pay because they don't meet the earning thresholds. Nearly 2 million people are in that position. And for those who do qualify for statutory sick pay, it's just not high enough. I mean, the Health Secretary himself said last night on Question Time he couldn't live on £94.25 a week. None of us could live on that for any sustained period of time. So this package of support needs to deliver sick pay for all, but crucially, it needs to provide support to employers directly for the purpose
You
of
can't cope with
protecting
the
people's
benefits.
jobs
Why
and
not?
livelihoods. We can't allow hundreds of
Why
thousands
not?
of people
Why
to be
can't that?
put out
Why
of work
can't that
because we haven't
MP do that?
acted to the
I've heard
scale that we
MP say they
need
can
to.
do it on
As I
£45
say, we've
a
seen
week
packages of
before.
support like this developed right
And
across Europe.
if I was an MP, I could do it.
We'll learn the lessons from those other
I
examples
get
and
you,
deliver
man.
something that works for British
Shut your
workers
fucking
and the
system up,
companies that
man.
employ them.
Paul Noack,
That
thank you.
MP's totally an idiot, man.
We haven't talked in the last few minutes about the actual direct health issues involved. So just a reminder that you can find out more about the symptoms of coronavirus and how to
That
protect
MP
yourself
totally undermined
on the BBC
the whole
News app
fucking
and
system.
on our
no?
website. It's all there.
Why should anyone live on that money then?
bbc.co.uk/news. Just after 1:15, let's take a look at the headlines. More than 65,000 retired doctors and nurses are asked to return to work to
That
fight the
MP should be
coronavirus.
sacked for that, really.
The Chancellor is expected to announce new measures to try to protect millions of British jobs hit by the pandemic. And people are urged to shop sensibly as supermarkets struggle to cope with panic buying. Latest bulletin on all the collapsing sports events now. Over to Sports Centre. Here's Holly.
Thanks, Cara. Yet another major sporting event postponed now. Snooker's World Championship won't take place next month. Now, organisers are hoping to reschedule the tournament in July or August. Judd Trump, of course, had been due to defend his title at the tournament, scheduled to take place from the 18th of April to the 4th of May. So disappointment for him. But of course, a more worrying time for players who aren't so high profile. Well, earlier I asked World Snooker Tour Chairman Barry Hearn if any provisions have been made for the sport's lower earners.
We are looking at behind closed doors in a sterile environment for a limited number of players to keep them occupied and playing and earning. These are self-employed people. They don't get paid when they don't play. And I know also that the governing body, the WPBSA, is looking at the size of their reserves and how they can help in the intermediary period, dependent on the situation with the virus.
And the rugby season is officially over. The RFU has confirmed all levels below the Premiership.
A lot of people earn a lot of money.
The decision
They get a
applies to
lot of
all
money with
league,
this
cup and county
coronavirus
rugby
thing.
in England, which
Where's
means
all this
the
money coming
championship
from?
campaign
All of a
will
sudden,
finish with at least
they
7
just
rounds
materialise
still
all
to
this
play.
money. And
The RFU said
to
a
make
further
all this money
update will be
appear for
issued in
this.
April as they aim to ensure fair
and
and
just
balanced
keep a
outcomes.
few old codgers going.
The
A
England
few
football
very
manager
weak
Gareth
people,
Southgate
keep them
says
alive.
we shouldn't spend
I
another
don't care if
moment
I'm one of
thinking
them,
about the
but
postponement of Euro 2020.
what's
and
the
he's called
fucking
for
point?
all England
I mean,
fans to
all
look
this
out
fucking
for
money
each
for
other.
that.
In an open letter to
And
supporters,
they can't find money
he
for
wrote,
other
"We
things.
were
I mean,
due to play next week, but now
can't
it's
find money
clearly
for me.
not the
Now
moment
I'll
for
get my
us to
windows
take centre
fixed or
stage.
get my
The
doors
heroes
fixed.
will
Or
be the men and women who
it's been going on
continue
since
working
2007,
tirelessly in our
since
hospitals and medical
2017.
centres
Yeah.
to look after our friends and families. They won't receive the individual acclaim, but we all know their importance is beyond anything we do on the pitch. Hopefully, we will be closer to each other than ever and ready for the beautiful distraction that football can bring." Well, the England football team's doctor, Rob Chakravarty, has left his role at the Football Association. His position had come under intense scrutiny following revelations in a BBC Panorama programme about his time as a medic at UK Athletics when he was involved in a controversial procedure on the 4-time Olympic gold medalist Mo Farah. And that is all from me for now.
What
Carrie,
people
back
don't
to you.
realise is that
Thanks, Holly.
this is a time of austerity.
Now, a
This
lot
is
of
a
what we
time of
understand about
austerity.
the spread of COVID-19
And that's what they haven't
is
realised.
due
They
to statisticians
haven't
and
really
number crunchers
lived the
and
life of
mathematical
austerity
modellers.
yet because they keep
We know it
raising
appeared in
their
the
prices
UK
above
at
the
the
rate
end
of
of January.
inflation.
The numbers
So
have
none of
risen
these
sharply since then.
people
BBC's head of
are really
statistics,
living
Robert Cup,
austerity.
joins
So
me now to give us a picture of how the virus is spreading and where. So, Robert, first, how are cases growing?
Well, they look to be doubling roughly every 3 to 4 days, and we can show that here. It's actually hard to keep track of how quickly it's growing when you just see all these numbers flashing by. If you think maybe a week ago, last Friday, we had about 600 cases in the UK, just under. Well, it's doubled and doubled again and a bit more since there, and now we're up at just over 3,000. Now, it can be hard to see what this to think about what this kind of means. One way to think about it, if you think of all the cases we've had so far, well, we could see all that again in 3 to 4 days if this keeps on going. Or if you're working in an ICU, you can think, well, if we're running at about 50% capacity, everything's going fine. And then 3 or 4 days later, it's doubled, and suddenly you've gone from half full to full, and things are getting hard. So it's that sudden growth that's sometimes hard, that's important to keep track
It's
of.
understanding exponential growth is the key.
It's exactly, and we get the same picture if we look at the deaths as well. We see exactly that same kind of hockey stick curve where you see it bobs along at the bottom, and then as you say, the exponential growth, the doubling and doubling happens.
Yeah,
although to a lower
I
pace.
think this time last week, I think we had 10 deaths in the UK.
Exactly, and it's up at 144 now. Now, when you have those small numbers, it can look, the jumps can be very sudden and they can bobble around a lot, but the pattern that we tend to see is if roughly doubling every 3 to 4 days for cases, and for deaths at the moment, it's running doubling, I think, every 2 to 3 days.
And what about the geographic spread? We've heard a lot about London. What about the rest of the country?
Well, when you look at a map, you can see pretty clearly why the attention is on London. It's growing fastest there, but let's orient ourselves on this map where the dots are showing roughly the size of cases. So in Scotland, it's about 270. In Northern Ireland, it's just under 80. And in Wales, I think it's 170 cases. But that blob in London really does stand out. Now, you'd expect it, of course. I mean, 16% of people in the UK live in London, so it's probably going to get the most cases. But that's actually just under 40% of the cases in the UK at the moment. So it's a disproportionate amount, and it's getting worse. A week ago, London was accounting for just under a quarter of cases. So it's kind of bigger than the rest of the country and getting further ahead.
And that presumably is because social distancing just doesn't happen typically in London because people are thrust together in large numbers.
I mean, that you'll always see that when people are close together. And I think that's why the government are emphasizing so strongly these measures, because they're worried, as we come back to this doubling problem, that everything looks fine. You think, I don't need to worry about it so much. And you can suddenly go from half full to full in 3 to 4 days if that exponential growth isn't slowed down.
There might be some people who are watching at home and saying, but Robert, the thing is, it's just because there's more testing. It's not because there's more virus. I doubt if many people would say that.
No.
But if they were saying that, what would your answer be?
Well, we're seeing a combination of more testing and more virus, I think. Around the end of last week, we were testing maybe 2,000 people a day. And all through last week, you're getting maybe 1 to 5% of positives per day. This week, we've ramped up capacity. So yesterday, we tested about 8,500 people, so a big increase. But we're seeing a higher proportion of positive tests too. So of course, you catch more cases when you test more people, but the virus is growing.
Yes, well, that's somber. And one last question before I let you go. How is, we've talked about it slightly as a kind of UK in relation to itself over the last few days, but how about the UK in relation to others? How do we look compared to Italy or Iran when they were at the same point in the upward curve on that hockey stick, as you put it?
That kind of pattern of doubling every 3 to 4 days is a very common one across countries. We're seeing in Italy that growth rate is slowing down now, both in deaths and in the number of cases, but that's a bit more slowly than it used to be. So they're still on an upward curve.
Well, it was grim listening to you, but I think it was worth doing. Thank you. Now, let us turn to another aspect of all of this, back to the issue of cruise ships. We haven't talked about that for some time, but the British passengers on board a ship called the Costa Pacifica in Marseille are saying they are having difficulty getting back to the UK. They understood they'd be able to disembark and be repatriated, but they're now being told they're sailing to Genoa in Italy. So joining us on the phone is Julia Hand. She's a French tutor from Cardiff. She's one of those on board the cruise ship. Julia, tell us what is happening.
Hi. It's been a very, very tense morning, and we've actually now set sail for Genoa. It was supposed to set sail at 5 o'clock, but I think there was so much mutiny on the Bounty on board that they've taken up the anchor and they've set sail much, much earlier to Genoa. It's a very, very difficult situation, and Costa is really not keeping us well informed.
We've obviously heard about many problems on various cruise ships. Do you actually have any coronavirus on the ship, to your knowledge?
The one thing we have in our favour is that we have no coronavirus on this ship. We've done this voyage from South America. So when we left South America, well, on the 9th of March, which is nearly 2 weeks ago, there were very few cases. So there's no coronavirus on board. So there's no reason why the French authorities couldn't have let us disembark in Marseille. But according to Costa, the French authorities stopped any disembarkation except for French nationals. So we're now en route for Genoa, which is probably the worst place in the world for coronavirus. And Costa have undertaken and promised that they will safely disembark us and repatriate us in the next couple of days.
I mean, this may be a stupid question from me, but in a way, why don't they sail to the UK and disembark you in Southampton or somewhere, which would be a whole lot easier for, you know, the Italians and indeed for presumably a lot of the passengers?
Well, it's a good idea, but that's going to take about one of whom is me. But there's so many different nationalities. There's Argentinians, there's Brazilians, there's Germans, there's New Zealanders, there's Canadians, there's South Africans. Every nationality you can possibly think of is on this ship. So I agree that probably the best thing, because we thought they were going to get us all off at Marseille, get us all to the airport, everybody to Heathrow, and then everybody could travel around the world from Heathrow. But nobody got off. We tried our best. We were nearly arrested. We had an interview with French police because we said we were going to get off regardless, but they were threatening to detain us. And
let's have a look at that. I think we've got some video of the scenes at the moment when people were told about that and were understandably upset that they couldn't actually disembark when they'd expected to.
Exactly.
Julia, we can obviously hear people shouting. I guess you were there at that moment, were you?
I was, yes. And they brought in some officers to try and calm people down, but they just got even more irate and started shouting themselves. It was a nightmare because they didn't announce it. I think what people felt most aggrieved about, they didn't announce it till 10 p.m. last night, and they would have known at 5 p.m. when we could have contacted the Foreign Office, which we tried to at 10 o'clock, but everything is far more difficult in the middle of the night. And I feel the cost did that on purpose, but it sort of backfired because there was basically mutiny on the Bounty on board.
So just to clarify exactly what's going on now, you are on your way to Genoa with no clear idea of how you're going to get home from there.
No, exactly. Costa have assured us that everything is in hand, but they've given us no true information to this date, so it's very difficult to believe them. I know that the world situation is evolving, and I can understand that. I just need to be informed and told the truth.
Well, Julian, thank you so much for joining us, and we wishing you all the best in getting to help you out. Take care. Now, let's just have a brief pause, look at the weather. Here's Sarah.
Hello, it is the spring equinox today, and we've got some fairly spring-like settled weather in the forecast certainly over the next few days. For the remainder of today, then, blue skies for much of the UK, away from parts of southern England where we keep this band of cloud, and a few showers, one or two working into the likes of Kent, and some heavy ones, perhaps the odd rumble of thunder for the Channel Isles too. But further north, it is a dry picture into the afternoon. Temperatures not great for the time of year, only about 7 to 11 degrees, with quite a chilly easterly wind, particularly in the south. That stays with us through this evening and overnight too. But clear skies for much of the UK, so a fairly chilly night ahead, with temperatures getting down to freezing or a little bit below in the more rural spots, especially in the north and northwest. Generally a bit above freezing further towards the south. Into the weekend, high pressure still with us, but just drifting away towards Scandinavia. The wind's rotating around that area of high pressure, so that means lots of dry, settled weather with some spells of sunshine too. Not feeling particularly warm though. Temperatures between about 9 to 12 degrees. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye.
Hello, this is BBC News with me, Carrie Gracie. Our headlines. More than 65,000 retired doctors and nurses are asked to return to work to fight the coronavirus. Comes as the Health Secretary moves to reassure NHS staff that they will have the protective gear they need.
In terms of getting the protective equipment out, the masks and the other protective equipment, that is a massive operation that's ongoing right now.
The Chancellor, meanwhile, is expected to announce new measures to try to protect millions of British jobs hit by the pandemic. Government ministers urge people to shop sensibly, saying there's no need to stockpile food. In Italy, the number of dead overtakes that in China. Almost 3,500 people have now died there. Well, let's look at the rest of Europe now. The death toll from the virus in Spain has risen above 1,000. It's 1,002 right now, with almost 20,000 cases of infection. It is the second most affected country in Europe after Italy. Restriction measures now tightening across the continent. 2 cities in Germany have been virtually shut down, while €4,000 fines and even prison sentences are being handed out in Belgium for people who gather in large groups. Let's go to Belgium and speak to our reporter there, Gavin Lee. Gavin, I just gave a very brief roundup of top lines from across Europe, but you give us an insight now from where you sit.
Yeah, let's go through some of them, because every single country in Europe, not just the EU, but all the Balkan countries as well, elsewhere have cases of coronavirus, and they all have social distancing or strict night to night. There will be an effective curfew. What it means is confinement measures similar to the Belgians, similar to the French, that people can only leave their homes if they are going to work, going to the doctors, going to get food or have exercise or jogging. Now, it's interesting because there are countries going further than that. For example, in the Czech Republic, it is legally mandatory now to be wearing face masks or covering your face with a scarf or clothing in public. In Switzerland, we've probably heard very little there, but actually 8.5 million people in Switzerland per capita. This is now the second highest country in the world with coronavirus cases, 4,000 cases, so 9th overall in the world in terms of the high number. There is an emergency meeting today and a press conference we're expecting by the Prime Minister, in which we will have we're expecting one of the measures could be that people are told to stay at home entirely. There'll be no sort of sense of few options for exercise, for jogging, for cycling. That stops. It has to be the 3 simple things: food, the doctors, or for work. The other thing, Carrie, is interesting that there has been a Chinese delegation helping from the Red Cross in Spain and Italy, and the head of the Chinese Red Cross was asked it in Milan in the last 24 hours what he thought of the European response, and he said it is entirely wrong. He says, stop what you're doing right now. You are letting people walk in the streets too liberally. You're letting people go around without masks. You're letting the public transport systems work. The only way we stopped this in Wuhan was by stopping all of that quickly. And a last brief note about Spain as well, because you mentioned Spain at the start of this, with nearly 20,000 cases now. Spain and Greece are shutting hotels in the next 5 days to try to get rid of all but essential people in the country. Spain's trajectory, we were talking about listening to the exponential growth before, is higher than Italy and China, and they're about 10 days behind Italy. So that is a real worry for the Spanish.
It's fascinating listening to you, Gavin. Is there anyone, which country? I mean, it sounds like everyone increasingly across Europe is taking these quite significant lockdown measures. Is there anyone who isn't, who looks more like the UK right now?
The Dutch, every single country has closed schools and colleges. The Dutch have been more resistant, certainly, than many other countries for just closing all but essential means for travel. But actually, even there, we're seeing the message get very hard from Mark Rutte in Belgium as well. Maybe about a week ago, there's a similar course to the UK. That's changed entirely. In fact, the measures there are very strict. I mean, if you are outside the house with more than one family member or in Belgium to call the police if they see a group of people out on the streets to try to keep those numbers lower. The other thing is I've been speaking to specialists here, dermatologists and gynecologists at hospitals in Brussels, who've said that they've completely ended their operations. They are now being trained in ventilation systems. They are expecting an explosion of cases, they've been told, here in Belgium over the next 3 days. And that goes back to that exponential rises they're expecting here. There are 2,000 cases in Belgium. They think in 3 to 7 days, we could be seeing 10,000 cases here.
Gavin, thanks so much. Now, let's go over to Edinburgh because Scotland's First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, has just taken to her feet to give an update on the situation in Scotland.
We were not having to close schools, but it is essential to help us reduce the impact of this virus. So I want to say to all young people across the country, as you finish school today, thank you for all your hard work this year. You are all an enormous credit to your schools and to your communities and, of course, to your parents. I also want to say thank you to all of our teaching staff and non-teaching staff in our schools and early year settings, and all those who are and will continue to be working flat out in our education service, both over the last few days and in the days to come, to help us adapt to what is a rapidly changing situation. I think the very fact that the Deputy First Minister confirmed yesterday that for the first time in our history there will be no exams this year underlines the seriousness of the situation that we're facing. So I want to take the opportunity today, because it is so important, to remind everyone of the advice that we are asking you to follow. Reduce your social contact unless it is absolutely essential to go out. That means working from home where possible. It means staying away from crowded places like pubs, restaurants and cinemas. If you're over 70, eligible for the flu vaccine because of a health condition, or pregnant, you should take that advice particularly strongly and stay at home for 7 days. And if someone in your household is showing the symptoms, you should all stay at home for 14 days to ensure that you don't become infected and pass the infection on to others. And at all times, follow the advice on washing your hands, using tissues and avoiding touching your face. Now, I know that some of the sacrifices that we are asking people to make, and they are sacrifices, we are asking people to fundamentally change the way that we live our lives, that these will become more apparent to us and more difficult as we head into the weekend. I know that there will be some of you who might be wanting to head out to the pub for a final night out or looking forward to a meal out with friends, but my guidance to you is clear and crystal clear. Please do not do this. You must not consider this vital health advice to be merely optional. Now, let me
We'll leave Nicola Sturgeon there as she carries on with that press briefing. Now, a couple of news lines coming in. One is from the government, which has published some documents today, among which is a paper which relates to a discussion it had in February on how to prevent public disorder as the epidemic developed. And the paper concluded that widespread rioting was unlikely. The meeting was attended by behavioural scientists, police and Home Office officials. It found that public disorder would most likely be triggered by perceptions about the government's response to the virus rather than the nature of the epidemic itself. More on that we will have shortly. And one other line of breaking news, the Foreign Office has announced that it is to withdraw some non-essential staff and family members from embassies and high commissions around the world as a result of this crisis. It will redeploy some of them from areas which have low consular needs but high threat of virus to areas where consular needs are very high. So the Foreign Office redeploying its forces around the world to try to meet the demand as best it can and keep its staff safe. Now let's turn back to the NHS issue of the day. As you've been hearing, letters are being sent to more than 65,000 retired doctors and nurses in England and Wales, asking them to return to help tackle the outbreak. So let's speak now to Caroline Shepherd. She is in Bristol.
Wow,
she retired as an NHS nurse in December of 2017, and she's expecting a letter. But Caroline, I think your decision is not to return to work. Is that right?
Currently, my decision is not to return to work as frontline and on the wards, particularly because after nearly 3 years out, I feel very out of date. I would not be able to keep up with the IT, the science, the general changes in nursing care, and I would feel unsafe. And I think that would not be a position I would want to put any patient in, having an unsafe nurse caring for them.
That's interesting. So your inhibition is more about the risk that you might present to patients rather than the risk that the environment in terms of exposure to virus would represent for you.
Well, obviously at the moment I do have concerns regarding that too. I hear mostly from my GP friends who are very concerned about their lack of equipment, masks and gowns and things. So that is a concern. I think for those of us who are in the older generation now, a lot of us have grandchildren and caring commitments. And that is very difficult to continue if I would be working as a frontline nurse.
We're just having a little problem with your image there, Carolyn. So we just listen to you and not be able to see you for a moment or two. I just wanted to understand, I think you're back. I just wanted to understand what might convince you to go back, what might convince you either in terms of reassuring you on the risks that you would face or reassuring you in terms of the training on offer or the role on offer might convince you to feel you would have a contribution to make and that you would be safe yourself in making it.
I'm awaiting my letter, and I'm awaiting also to see what other options might be available to me to help with the NHS, because obviously after 40 years of caring, it's deeply distressing to think that I wouldn't be able to go back and help in some way or other. But it's not clear to me yet what those other options could be. So really, I guess I'm awaiting the letter and what options I have to go in and actually help. Equipment would be good. Training, I have concerns about because it takes, if you leave nursing, it takes between 3 months and a year to retrain to go back onto the wards again. And we don't have 3 months in this crisis. To look after ventilated patients took me 6 months, and I last looked after a ventilated patient in 1986. The equipment and the science has moved on since then. So again, it's a safety issue there.
I watch BBC the most.
Caroline, thank you. Carolyn, sorry, I should say thank you so much for joining us. And do come back and tell us your decision when you see the actual letter and the terms on which you're being invited to come back. Thanks for now. Take care. Now, let's go back to the question of education, because, of course, this is the last day of school for many, many school children across this country, and a particular day of uncertainty and anxiety for those of them who would have been studying for A-levels, but whose exams have now been cancelled. The government yet to announce how grades will be allocated. Let's talk more about all of this now with Claire Marchant, who is the UCAS Chief Executive, and she is in Cheltenham. Claire, thank you for joining us. It all must be very challenging for you. What is your current position, and what reassurance can you give those teenagers today?
Well, certainly we're working with governments across the 4 countries to understand what alternative assessment might look like. I think the key thing for me is to reassure students that people are talking about it and not to panic, for students to take their time and consider options, because there will be options available to them, and they need to ensure they're keeping in touch so they've got the latest advice and guidance. We're using social media channels now more than ever. Indeed, we've also reached out to teachers as they potentially, some of them are stepping away from the schools, to make sure we're in contact with them as well. So we know a lot about students. University admissions teams all around the country know a lot about students. You know, they do personal statements, they do references, they have prior attainment. So it's a general method.
What we'll do,
especially without laws and contraception,
we'll just put this on.
Like an animal
I'm going to go to the shops and get something to eat.
From nature.
I'm going to get a pot noodle, a couple of pot noodles or something.
How many power stations power all TV sets? We waste too much energy on TV sets, and computers, cars, and aeroplanes. All for the game rich people play. all they want to do is enrich. They are like a leech. Dominance enforces how they own the world and resource. From a history of violence, I will not remain silent. Imperfection is your own mind. It causes you to become blind. Your emotional mind speculates commentary, which is mistook as your reality. You cannot describe taste or smell. Much like reality, I can tell. Also, I know because I am a professor, an Eastern and Western philosopher.
help fight the coronavirus outbreak. Letters are being sent out to 65,000 retired NHS staff in England and Wales, telling them their health service needs them.
We're saying to anybody who has had a recent qualification and has let that qualification lapse, it is a doctor, as a nurse, to come back to the NHS. Your NHS needs you.
Well, it comes as ministers promise that all hospitals will get enough personal protective equipment for their staff. Also this lunchtime, new measures expected from the Chancellor today to protect the jobs and wages of workers plunged into uncertainty by the crisis. Schools out. The gates close this afternoon on schools across most of the UK, but some will stay open for the children of key workers. No end in sight to the panic buying. Frontline health workers make a desperate plea for people to be less selfish.
People are just stripping the shelves of basic foods. You just need to stop it.
And we talk to one of the thousands of couples whose wedding day has been ruined by the coronavirus outbreak.
And coming up on BBC News, Snooker's World Championship is postponed. The tournament, which was due to begin next month, will be rescheduled in July or August.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome to the BBC News at 1. Letters are being sent out to 65,000 retired doctors and nurses in England and Wales, asking them to return to work to help deal with the coronavirus crisis. Later today, the Chancellor Rishi Sunak will unveil a package of measures aimed at protecting workers, jobs and wages during the crisis. And the government has now published its list of key workers who can keep sending their children to school. They include healthcare workers, police and food delivery staff. Around the world, the death toll from coronavirus now stands at more than 10,000, with 144 deaths recorded in the UK. Our health correspondent Lauren Moss has our first report.
A rallying call to return to work. Letters are being sent to thousands of retired doctors and nurses in England and Wales to boost the ranks while cases of the coronavirus continue to climb.
The letter will explain what they need to do, because they may need a refresher, and we've got some online refresher courses, and there'll be some put in place where they need to physically be there. And then also, critically, making sure they're trained, especially in the areas that we need for dealing with coronavirus, because this is it's a respiratory illness, disease.
Medics who've left the profession in the last 3 years are also being urged to re-register, and final year students could be asked to work during the outbreak.
Some people have already contacted me, many people have already contacted me, and we have got lots of people wanting to support us and wanting to come back. We are writing to them, they will get that this morning. We will then make sure that they're able to complete the necessary forms to get them back on our register, and we will invite them back into our hospitals in the next few weeks.
A large proportion of those being written to are general practitioners or specialists. Nearly half are aged between 45 and 64 years old, and a third are under the age of 44. But not everyone is enthusiastic about being asked back to work.
After nearly 3 years out, I feel very out of date. I would not be able to keep up with the IT, the science, the general changes in nursing care, and I would feel unsafe. And I think that would not be a position I would want to put any patient in, having an unsafe nurse caring for them.
The way we go about our lives is certainly changing. After today, school gates will close to most pupils. No one knows how long for. And from Monday, rail companies will be running much reduced services. Despite limiting the number of items shoppers can buy and dedicating certain hours for older customers, supermarket shelves are still being stripped bare. Hospitals have been asked to free up beds and manufacturers to scale up ventilator production for patients who may become very unwell. The race is also on to get protective equipment out to NHS staff.
We're seeing far too many health workers infected in Italy, and it's just heartbreaking. So many of them are dying as well. Do not let this happen in Britain. Health workers, they keep on talking about them in this military term like they're the front line, but they're not soldiers.
The government is in negotiations to buy new antibody tests to detect if someone's already had the virus and become immune. And in a month, it's hoped 25,000 patients a day will also be able to be tested. UK scientists have today said some social distancing measures may need to be in place for most of the year to avoid overwhelming the NHS in what they've described as an incredibly fast-moving and developing situation. Lauren Moss, BBC News.
Well, our health correspondent James Gallagher joins me now. And James, as Lauren was saying, we've just been hearing from the government's scientific advisors about how long some of these measures may need to stay in place.
Yeah, so the whole game plan of the government is not to overwhelm the NHS, particularly intensive care units. And that's why we're having all these measures put in place, from school closures to all those social distancing measures we've been told about. Now, as Lauren said at the end of the report, and has just been published by the Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies, these measures are likely to need to be in place for most of a year. Now, that's not spending most of the year as we are today. The anticipation is there will be an alternating period between some of the milder social distancing measures and some of the stricter ones we're currently doing. So the stricter end is closing schools, telling everybody to socially isolate. The more milder interventions are isolating cases or just getting the most vulnerable people to socially isolate. But the clear point here is that we're facing this for the long term. But the other killer in here is that we're going to spend half the year in those stricter social distancing measures. So those strict policies we're facing now, that's half the year, some form for most of the year. We're in this for the long haul, Ben.
All right, James, thank you very much indeed. James Gallagher there, our health correspondent. Well, classrooms in England, Scotland and Wales will close later this afternoon to everyone except vulnerable children and those with a parent identified as a key worker. Pupils in England and Wales are also waiting to find out how their GCSE and A-level results will be awarded after this year's exams were cancelled. John Maguire reports from one school in Bristol.
For the last time in what may be a long time, the school bell signals the start of the day at Blagdon Primary near Bristol. The pupils, staff and families face uncertain times ahead as parents and children prepare to share workspace at home.
I will be working from home and so will my husband. We will have to obviously homeschool the children as well.
So we've set up WhatsApp groups so the children can still interact with each other, and the school have set up emails so they can still talk to each other.
Often the end of term can't come soon enough, but this feels different.
Strange, but also exciting, and maybe schooling from home could just be as fun as schooling from actual school.
Well, hopefully it's not my last day, because then I might not ever see my friends again because I'm going to a different school.
This doesn't mean weeks of being confined indoors. The guidance for children is the same as for adults. Fresh air and exercise is beneficial, but they should keep their distance. The government has now published the list of workers whose children can stay at school. It includes NHS workers, nursery and teaching staff, the police, armed forces and prison officers, transport workers, those involved in food production, distribution and sale, people who work in essential financial services such as banks, and journalists providing public service broadcasting.
Now, with the list of key workers being published overnight, head teachers and schools for the first time have a clear idea of exactly how many children will be in school over the next couple of weeks, and indeed through the school holidays. At this school, for example, it's looking at around 25%, so just over 100 pupils, maybe 20, 25 pupils, something like that.
For primary schools, and when it comes to younger children, staff are thinking not just about their education, but also their mental and emotional well-being.
We've made sure that there's work ready for them, there are things online. We've got children's email addresses are all set up and they're all able to use those so they can keep contacting their teachers and we keep those relationships going and between the children themselves.
Good morning, Class 3.
Good morning, Miss Bell.
How are you feeling?
Everyone will need to adapt to a new way of working. So not just a place of learning, but of friendship, safety, and sometimes refuge. Schools may be closing, and for some time, but their vital work continues and may prove more crucial than ever. John Maguire, BBC News, North Somerset.
Well, later this afternoon, the Chancellor is expected to unveil an unprecedented package of measures to help protect millions of workers who are facing real uncertainty because of the coronavirus crisis. Many companies are warning they could collapse with huge numbers of job losses. Self-employed workers and people on zero-hour contracts are already struggling. Here's our economics correspondent, Andy Verity.
This is the normally busy Victoria Quarter in Leeds. This is the centre of Cardiff, and this is Glasgow. Companies can cope with a normal recession where their income drops by maybe 20%, but for thousands of companies hit by antivirus measures, it's up to 100%.
This is Oxford Circus, normally one of the busiest places in the world, but today, just like other shopping areas around the country, there's hardly anyone in the shops. And if you're a business, it's simple. If you don't have customers, you don't have an income, you can't afford to pay wages or service debts. And if that keeps up, you're going to have to let people go and declare bankruptcy.
Business groups say the health emergency has now become an economic one, threatening to push thousands of companies into bankruptcy and hundreds of thousands of people onto benefits. This morning, the food chain Pret, facing a 75% drop in income, asked staff to take a temporary 25% pay cut so it could keep them in work.
Businesses all across the UK need to see action now. We need to see an immediate suspension of VAT, national insurance and business rates payments that are coming up next week. And we also need to see a form of income support as well for those businesses that are going to be inevitably disrupted or have to close during the coming weeks.
It's not just shops and restaurants who are most obviously hit by emergency measures. This manufacturer makes mechanical and electronic parts for industrial customers. It's still busy from orders placed before the crisis struck, but will struggle if the shutdown goes on for months.
Like every manufacturer, we're going to have exactly the same concerns if we start to see it sort of significantly drop off in relation to people. And that's a simple case for all manufacturers. It really is then seeing what direct government intervention we can see to help to make sure that we protect people's jobs and livelihoods. So we come out the other side now fit and well and strong.
Government help for firms' wage bills will cost tens of billions, but won't help the self-employed. Kat Roby is a freelance theatre director. With no performances, her income's plummeted.
So for me personally, it is involved with quite a sad transition from closing the building that I love to work in at the moment with the core team, and all of us are self-employed, and we have no idea what that means in terms of our income, any job security, whether we can pay our rent next month, and we have no idea when any shows or any work will start again for any of us.
The emergency measures will effectively put the government on a war footing, going into debt to help pay millions of private sector wages. The cost is huge, but the cost of not doing so, both economic and human, could be greater. Andy Verity, BBC News.
Well, NHS workers are on the front line of efforts to tackle the virus. The peak of the outbreak could be weeks or months away, but staff are already under huge strain. This report now from Charlotte Rose begins with one exhausted nurse who broke down after being unable to buy food at the end of her shift, and who asked people to remember those who are caring for the sick.
I'm a critical care nurse. I've just finished 48 hours of work. I just wanted to get some stuff in for the next 48 hours. There's no fruit, there's no vegetables. I just don't know how I'm supposed to stay healthy. And those people are just stripping the shelves of basic food.
With many NHS workers dealing with an unprecedented workload, the strain is starting to show. Health Secretary Matt Hancock this morning urged people to stop panic buying.
Just stop it, please.
I hope that the video itself shows people the consequences of being irresponsible with what you buy. There is perfectly adequate food supply in this country. It is not a problem, and it's not going to be a problem.
And that's not the only concern. Many frontline staff say they're not getting the protective equipment they need to stay safe.
What we haven't had
is anything that will protect us from aerosol transmission of the COVID-19 virus. And that would be FFP masks and hoods, which are in short supply.
Mr. Hancock said lorries took new supplies to 150 hospitals last night, and deliveries to GPs and social care providers would follow this weekend. But there are those showing their appreciation for NHS staff, offering places to stay and delivering food.
We're doing longer hours, shops may shut earlier. I know a lot of the shops have got a lot of schemes for NHS staff as well as vulnerable and elderly people, which is brilliant, and we are being looked after. But it's just people just need to stop panic buying.
The Health Secretary is today asking 65,000 doctors and nurses to come out of retirement to help to deal with the crisis, saying your NHS needs you. But many already working feel they need more help too. Charlotte Rose, BBC News.
Well, COVID-19 first appeared in the UK at the end of January, and since then the numbers have risen sharply. The BBC's head of statistics, Robert Cuff, is with me now. So, Robert, first of all, how fast is it growing?
Well, it's growing at it's doubling every 3 to 4 days. Let's take a look at the figures, because it can be hard to keep track of all the numbers that are flowing at you. So the dot down here shows where we were a week ago, just around 600 cases. And in the week since then, it's doubled, and then doubled again and a bit more, and now it's up just over 3,000. And you see the same pattern for deaths, albeit to a lower base. What that means is that you can go from running at half capacity, everything looks okay, to full capacity, flat out, in a very short period of days, unless that doubling slows down, unless the measures like social distancing really start to flatten that curve.
And Robert, what do we know about the geographical spread?
Well, we can take a look at a map as well. And it shows us that London really is pulling ahead of the rest of the country. So to orient you here, the dots here are showing you roughly the number of cases. Scotland is about 270, Northern Ireland about 80, Wales is 170. But what really stands out is that big blob under London. And I mean, you'd expect that. About 16% of people live in London. But this is representing about 40% of cases. So the epidemic is really concentrated in London, and it wasn't as bad last week. London was only just under a quarter. So London is pulling ahead of the rest of the nation.
All right, Robert, thank you. Robert Cuff, the BBC's head of statistics. Well, the time is 17 minutes past 1. Our top story this lunchtime. Your NHS needs you. The government calls on retired doctors and nurses to come back to work and help fight the coronavirus outbreak. Separating fact from fiction, the dangers of misleading advice online about coronavirus.
Coming up on BBC News, the rugby season in England draws to a close as the RFU confirms all levels below the Premiership.
Do you know
will
that
end
if you
their
have plenty of
campaigns
bog
early
roll,
in
you won't
response
catch
to the
coronavirus? Did you know that? Well, that's what it would seem like, because everyone's buying bog roll at the moment. Bog rollers,
the Olympic flame
the market
has
on bog roll, I
arrived
mean,
in
profits
Japan.
are very
There
high at the
growing
moment.
doubts as to whether the games will be able to go ahead in Tokyo. Plans for the torch relay have been cut back, but up to now, the organisers have resisted growing calls to postpone the Olympic Games. Rupert Wingfield-Hayes reports now from Tokyo.
I use bog roll,
There may not be much surf for her to show off in today, but for now, Omura,
I didn't panic by, I bought 2 packets.
Now Chan has her sights set on a medal in the first ever Olympic surfing contest. At least that was the plan, until the virus arrived.
Right
Well,
now, I'm
I'm
afraid.
gonna do what?
I don't know what's going to happen. The Olympics is a dream for me, but we don't want to have a bad Olympics. So maybe it's better to have the Olympics when the fear has gone.
Here in Japan, you could be forgiven for thinking that there is no global pandemic. Schools are closed, but apart from that, life is going on pretty much as normal. And it is the same with the Olympic Games. The Japanese government insists it is full steam ahead for the opening ceremony on July the 24th. But there are now some prominent voices here saying that is denying reality.
In central Tokyo, the brand new Olympic Stadium is ready. $30 billion has been spent preparing the city. But the former governor of Tokyo says the chances of holding the Olympics this year are now tiny.
Normally, just 10%, unfortunately enough. But, cancel,
Right.
postpone. 90%.
Okay.
That's awful here, I dare to say.
Japan looks like it has the coronavirus under control. This was the popular Omotesando district of Tokyo today. There is no sign of the social distancing or public panic that has been witnessed across Europe. But experts say that does not mean Tokyo 2020 can be held safely.
Even if you could be successful in controlling the disease in Japan, if other nations like Europe and Africa were really suffering from the infectious diseases, nobody could come to Japan because they are at risk of infection. So you have to have a control in Japan, and you have to have a control of the infectious disease worldwide. Now, is it likely? I doubt.
Many athletes, both here in Japan and around
Yeah,
the world,
it's
are
all
now
right, yeah.
asking for an end to the uncertainty. Like Nao-chan, they all desperately want the Olympics to go ahead. But if it can't,
Why?
they need to be told soon. Rupert Wingfield-Hayes, BBC News in Tokyo.
Here, GPs are among those on the front line of the coronavirus crisis, and many of them are finding themselves under unprecedented pressure. They've had to change their working practices and procedures to deal with the outbreak. Well, our reporter Jim Reed has been to a GP's practice in Watford to see how they're getting on there.
Hi, do you want to come over to the window? I'll hand you the mask, and if you put the mask on and come around the side, I'll come and get you.
Across the whole country, GPs have had to change the way they work. Here, a patient with possible virus symptoms is passed a mask through the window.
Okay, if you pop that on, I'll come around the front.
Without testing, which they can't do yet in GP surgeries, we cannot know if she has the virus. Each surgery has a different way of working. Here, patients are told to self-isolate and go to the NHS website. If they need an appointment, it's limited to 5 minutes.
And then the last thing I want to do is just your blood pressure. So your heart rate's quite fast as well, actually. Have you felt like your heart's racing?
Yeah. Trying not to cough is what's causing me.
Sure. Okay. I think I'm going to get you seen by the medical team at the hospital. This may or may not be coronavirus. We can't say for certain because you've got underlying asthma. It's quite difficult, but I can't actually on your chest. You don't sound that wheezy at the moment, but you're quite short of breath. So I do want to get you seen just with those observations. I'm slightly worried that, they're not normal. So I want the medical team to see you.
The patient is sent to hospital. She was later given a blood test and an X-ray, but no tests for the virus. She was sent home to recover. While some other GPs have stopped face-to-face work, this large practice has split itself into 3 floors. On the ground floor, in the so-called hot zone, a small team see patients only with coughs, fever, or a shortage of breath.
We're working downstairs here and treating it almost like an A&E department. We're seeing all the sick patients with fever, cough, flu-like illnesses. We've got a second team of doctors, we're calling them the cold doctors, and we're trying to keep them clean. They're on a separate floor of the building, and they're seeing all the normal kind of bread and butter GP stuff that we see day in, day out, which is, lumps, bumps, back pain.
The staff in this section do expect to get the virus at some point. The idea is to then replace them with clean doctors from the cold zone upstairs or those working from home. The message they want to get across to the public is to stay calm. For most, this virus, if you catch it, is mild and recovery should be straightforward.
People need to look outside themselves, think about their sick neighbour next door, go and see if your local neighbour needs looking after that's got dementia or is on their own. If there's ever a time for the big society, surely it's now that we can actually do something together.
Defeating this outbreak, then, will take effort from all sides to deal with what's been called the biggest challenge to the health service in its 70-year history. Jim Reed, BBC News.
Well, as millions of people stay at home because of the coronavirus outbreak, they're looking to the internet and social media for advice. But there are concerns that misleading health information is being posted and shared. The government says it's working with social media companies to clamp down on false claims, as Mariana Spring now reports.
Social media right now is a place to keep in touch with family and friends,
and to get the latest information. But social media sites and WhatsApp
I wouldn't
groups
mind
are
a brand new
swarming with
BMW.
misinformation. Everything from conspiracy
You can
theories
just drop down the
to
shops and give
medical
me a
myths.
BMW, a Rolls Royce, a
How do you
Bentley,
spot misleading
a
information about
Jaguar.
coronavirus online? You might see a social media post or a message on your phone
You
from a friend of a
really
friend
don't ask
that
so
at
much,
first
do you,
glance
mate?
looks pretty
Not
convincing.
really, no.
But it might not
Right,
be
I'll
all that
end
it
it there, bro.
seems. Facebook user Peter, who's 84, compiled information that went viral last month. This advice had been circulating online and since then has been copy and pasted across social media. He said, "This new virus is not heat resistant and it hates the sun, and drinking warm water is effective for all viruses." There is currently no scientific evidence to back up these claims, and he's changed his post.
Everything I posted, I believe genuinely to be the truth and factual. I try to be as factual as I can, and if I am corrected, or if I discover myself that I've said something incorrectly, I apologize and I amend it.
Fact checkers are constantly scouring the web for misleading posts. Their advice is think before you share.
Think about how it makes you feel. If it's something that you instantly agree with, or it makes you have a really strong reaction, it's making you really angry or happy or sad, then often that's a telltale sign that you should maybe pause and do a little bit more digging.
Facebook, as well as the government, say they work to remove harmful content. As the first pandemic of the social media era takes hold, people are looking to public health bodies for advice they can really trust. Mariana Spring, BBC News.
In California, 40 million people have been ordered to stay at home to help fight the spread of the coronavirus. California's governor says the disease is now forecast to infect more than half of the state's population. David Willis reports from Los Angeles.
California is America's most populous state. It's also been identified as one of the main centers of the coronavirus here in the US. Now, the state's governor, Gavin Newsom, is ordering people here to stay at home.
We can make decisions to meet moments.
I never
This
really
is a
think about the
moment
Merc. I
we need to
never
make
think
tough
about that one.
decisions.
Don't
This
know
is a
why,
moment
but
where we need some straight talk and we need to tell people the truth. And there's a recognition of our interdependence that requires of this moment that we direct a statewide order for people to stay at home. That directive goes into force and effect this evening. And we are confident that the people of the state of
I wouldn't mind
California
doing some speed.
will abide by
I
it.
wouldn't mind
The
doing some
governor
speed
calling
tonight.
for $1 billion in federal funding to help cope with that, and
can't get
for
it for
the
me.
deployment of a U.S. Navy hospital ship in the
No,
port
I
of
don't know
Los
anyone at the
Angeles to
moment.
provide additional
I haven't got
hospital
anyone's number at
beds.
the moment.
California, it's thought, has 20,000 fewer beds than it may need in order to cope with the effects of this
All he needs
crisis.
is phone off. I don't
The
know.
announcement came less than an hour after officials in Los Angeles County ordered the closure of all indoor shopping malls and non-essential retail outlets. Gavin Newsom has estimated that more than half of the residents of California could contract
You
the
won't get it from me.
coronavirus
I
over
probably
the
shouldn't do
course
it
of the
anyway.
next 8 weeks. David
Probably
Willis,
shouldn't
BBC
do it
News,
anyway.
Los Angeles.
Now, it's meant to be the happiest day of your life, but thousands of couples are having to either postpone their weddings or scale them right back because of the coronavirus restrictions. The Church of England says that church weddings should now be limited to the legal minimum of just 5 people, the vicar, bride and groom, and 2 witnesses. John Kay's been speaking to one couple who were due to get married today.
We got them done anyway, despite everything that was going on. I mean,
Nails painted, hair done, cake baked. But Debbie and Charlie are not getting married after all.
by now we would have been eating cheese and nibbles with our parents, but not to be.
They've been planning and saving since their engagement 18 months ago. But even though they are well, coronavirus has ruined their big day.
We were having guests emailing, calling, messaging us saying, "We're really sorry, we're either sick," or I had a couple, numerous sort of unfortunately family members who were elderly saying, "We're at risk, we just can't come and risk it."
So the shoes will go back in the boxes. Wedding off to minimise travel and contact and keep everyone safe.
I've just felt so numb. And then finally I called the venue and I cried. I'm not ashamed to say I cried.
I'm so sorry. I mean, you must be gutted.
it is a sad situation to not be doing the celebration, but we realised it really was the right thing.
Their insurance won't cover the cancellation, but their venue has promised they can rearrange for free next year. They say it just wouldn't feel right now.
It would be a wedding without kissing and hugging each other,
Yeah.
which particularly, friends and family that we've not seen for a while. It's like, oh, hi, we have to still stay a metre away, maybe kick boots or knock elbows. And that would be the extent of it, which
big deal.
is going to be a bizarre situation.
Disaster situation.
On the
What a
wall,
shame. What a
table
shame.
decorations they'd made for the reception.
This would have been our place name holders.
A reminder of how things were meant to change this weekend.
Is that your name on there, Danny?
Yes, and it would have been night, but Evans for a little bit longer.
We still have each other. It's not like
it's not the end. It's just a pause.
So instead of thinking of their own disappointment,
Are you going
they
to
say
have
they're
cucumbers
spending
at the
their
wedding or
non-wedding day
bananas?
thinking of others. John Kay, BBC News.
What's
Okay,
better, a
time
cucumber or
for weather forecast
banana?
now with Helen
That's
Willis.
a question I've got to ask a lesbian, really.
Ben, thanks. Hello there. Good afternoon. Shot from Blaenau Ffestiniog in North Wales earlier this morning, and that's because we're under an area of high pressure. And after such a wet winter with 4 or 5 days of high pressure, that's good news. It's not altogether dry today, however. Just this weak weather front still lingers
Let's
in
just
the
leave
south,
the strap
bringing
on
us
for
more
the
cloud, as you can see from
for the
earlier
lesbians that
on
want
in
to
Woodley in Wokingham,
mimic a man. I
contrasting with
mean,
the sunshine under
bit
the
strange
centre of that
to,
area of high pressure further north in
get
Highlands,
two women
Scotland.
and
And the satellite
let's
picture
leave
says
the
it all.
strap on
Here
for
we
the
are.
women.
We've
Yeah,
got some lumpy cloud
I
in the
mean,
east, just 1 or 2 showers.
it's not really
stretching
right
up through
as a
eastern
man
England into
to be
eastern
taking.
Scotland. Here's our weather
I mean,
front in the
a
south.
man is
Still some
either a
drizzly
batter or a
rain, and
bowler,
a
and you
keen
can't
east
be
wind
both. I mean,
is making it
if you're a
feel
batter or a
colder than
bowler,
you'd
you
expect in
got
the
to
middle
pick
of March.
your
But with the
team. You
sunshine,
got
of
to
course, that
decide if you're a batter or a
compensates.
bowler.
Now,
You
with
know what I
that
mean?
breeze continuing overnight and still with the clouds slowly easing away in the south, we should remain largely frost-free here. But for most of us, it's a cold and a frosty night. Temperatures will not be as low as last night in the north, so not such a hard frost, but still -4, -5 in the glens. And that's because we've got high pressure with us. And even though it slips a little further eastwards away into Scandinavia, that keen easterly wind will stay with us. At this time of year, of course, the sea is about as chilly as it gets from the North Sea, so that will have a chill in it, that wind, despite there being plenty of sunshine in the skies overhead for most of us. So, as I say, that breeze and that chilly start almost feel like 2 seasons in one day. Getting into the afternoon, sheltered from that easterly breeze with that strengthening March sunshine, I should imagine it'll feel pretty pleasant. But in the south, we'll still have just a little bit of cloud, perhaps Devon, Cornwall and Channel Islands, but more sunshine than today, so temperatures will creep a degree higher. And actually, as we go through tomorrow evening and overnight, with the approach of, a weak weather front towards the west and perhaps some sea fret and sea har in the east, temperatures won't be quite
It's so funny.
low
You always
tomorrow
speaking
night,
and
but
you
it's
go,
still
don't worry
going
about
to be
it.
a cold and, for some of us, frosty night, despite the fact that the nights are getting shorter from now on, and we've got the spring equinox today. Slightly less breeze on Sunday. Still quite a bit of sunshine around away from the north and west. So I think feeling quite pleasant again
Pardon?
with the lighter winds. And as I mentioned at the beginning, this high pressure stays with us into next week. So again, a lot of dry weather, still some sunshine. We might start to pick up a little bit of fog in the morning, but that high pressure looks set to rule the roost. Ben.
Okay, Helen, thank you. And that's all from the BBC News at 1. So it's goodbye from me, and on BBC One now. We'll join the BBC's news teams where you are. Have a very good afternoon.
Hello, I'm Holly Hamilton with your latest sports news. We've had another major sporting event postponed. Snooker's World Championship won't take place next month. Organisers are hoping to reschedule the tournament in July or August. Now, Judd Trump had been due to defend his title at the tournament, which was supposed to take place between the 18th of May and the 18th of April and the 4th of May. Disappointing for him, but more concerning for players who aren't so high profile. Earlier, I asked World Snooker Tour Chairman Barry Hearn if any provisions have been made for the sport's lower earners.
We are looking at behind closed doors in a sterile environment for a limited number of players to keep them occupied and playing and earning. These are self-employed people. They don't get paid when they don't play. And I know also that the governing body, the WPBSA, is looking at the size of their reserves and how they can help in the intermediary period, dependent on the situation with the virus.
And the rugby season is officially over. The RFU's confirmed all levels below the Premiership has finished. So that decision applies to all League, Cup and County Rugby in England, which means the Championship campaign will finish with at least 7 rounds to play. The RFU said a further update would be issued in April as they aim to ensure fair and balanced outcomes. Meanwhile, Wasps have confirmed that they are cutting pay by 25% across the majority of the rugby department in response to the financial threat posed by the coronavirus pandemic. However, the club has said lower paid staff will not be subjected to those cuts. The England football team's Dr. Rob Chakravarti has left his role at the Football Association. Chakravarti's position had been under intense scrutiny following revelations in a BBC Panorama programme about his time as a medic at UK Athletics when he was involved in a controversial procedure on 4-time Olympic gold medalist Mo Farah. While the Olympic flame has arrived in Japan on a flight from Athens, there was a scaled-down ceremony at an airbase in the north of the country. Of course, there are growing doubts that the Tokyo Games can start as scheduled on July 24th because of the coronavirus. Well, with the latest, here's our Tokyo correspondent, Rupert Wingfield-Hayes.
Japan seems to be doing quite a good job of controlling the epidemic here. And because of that, the Japanese government is saying, look, we're still full steam ahead for the 24th of July. The torch relay will begin as it is supposed to next week, and it will go on this 121-day relay around the whole of Japan. They're still planning for all this to go ahead.
Someone made an allegation against me, but it wasn't true.
Here. Many people I've spoken to, both experts, former government officials, the former governor of Tokyo, indeed, who said to me, there's very little chance, they think now, that it can go ahead as scheduled on the 24th of July, because even if everything is under control here, even if the epidemic locally here in Japan is well under control or over, what about the rest of the world? How can you hold the Olympics when it's still carrying on elsewhere? So, I think we don't know. There's a huge amount of uncertainty. We're waiting for both the IOC and the WHO and the Japanese government to make a decision. But they say at the moment it is still too early to make that decision, and they are going ahead, full steam ahead for the opening ceremony.
Rupert Wingfield-Hayes reporting there. That's all for me for now. There's much more on the BBC website, though, including some information around the return of Match of the Day this weekend. It's a part of a variety of football content on BBC One and the iPlayer. Looking forward to that. More information at bbc.co.uk/sport. Bye for me for now, though.
All right. Bye, Holly. Thank you very much indeed. The Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rishi Sunak, is to announce today an employment and wage subsidy package to try to protect millions of jobs. Well, talks went on into the night with business groups and union leaders who urged the government to help pay wages amid the coronavirus pandemic. Political parties have also been at number 10 this morning. Here's our political correspondent, Ian Watson.
Opposition parties have been meeting the Prime Minister in Downing Street this morning ahead of the announcement of the government's employment support package. I'm joined by the leader of the SNP group at Westminster, Ian Blackford. When you met the Prime Minister, did he give you any more details of this employment support package? Because there has been some criticism already from opposition parties that perhaps he wasn't going or prepared to go far enough.
Well, we were told because it's market sensitive we were going to have to wait till 5 o'clock. It was a meeting conducted in a good spirit, I must say. It gave me the opportunity to impress upon the Prime Minister we have a health emergency and we rightly are asking people to self-isolate. There is a consequence to that, and to take the example of the hospitality industry, it is in meltdown. And I've expressed to the Prime Minister that there is a very real threat to the economy. Let's just take that sector. There are 1.7 million people work in the UK hospitality industry. Most of those people face the threat of redundancy. There is a possibility, and I put it no more strongly than that, of a marked increase in unemployment of several millions unless we take the right action. Government have now got to step in effectively as the insurer of last resort to guarantee the salary of those workers in hospitality to 100%. Let's give a message to those businesses. They should now be shutting down. They can exist as takeaways, but government for a 3-month period, perhaps to be extended, will pay the salary of all the workers in the hospitality industry. That will cost them, based on 2016 numbers, about 7.6 billion.
These are eye-watering sums, though. I mean, you've already had 330 billion being pumped into the economy by the Chancellor, and you're suggesting 100% of salary for people who will be affected through no fault of their own, certainly, but a further cost of 8 billion for one sector of the economy alone.
Well, the government's talked about that package of 330 billion, but the bulk of it is loans. I don't expect businesses to take up these loans. They can't afford to. Businesses have collapsed, and this is about making sure the problem doesn't become deeper. We need to make sure that those workers don't go onto the unemployment register. The Irish government has already talked about potential job losses of 400,000. That's 17% of their workforce. If you did the same in the UK, you'd be talking about 4.5 million people potentially losing their jobs. There are forecasts in Italy and Spain and France.
Did you get an indication from the Prime Minister that he sees that as the scale of the problem, that potentially, because we were talking about hundreds of thousands of people potentially being laid off, that there could be a crisis of that scale, 4 million people?
I said to the Prime Minister, there are forecasts in Mediterranean Europe of unemployment rates of around 30% in those countries. We have to take action today to make sure that that doesn't happen. We need to have a basic income scheme for all workers. We need to get cash into the pockets of workers so they can do the right thing. They can stay at home where they need to do it. Government has got to show leadership today. The Chancellor of the Exchequer has to recognise this is the opportunity to reassure people that they will be supported, that will stop a cataclysmic decline in the economy over the course of the next few months. The government has the opportunity that it can stop that dramatic rise in unemployment. We can make sure people are supported. That's what it needs
Coronavirus,
to
be
do.
careful.
Okay,
Be careful. I've always got coronavirus all the
The
time.
government,
I've got it all the
that's what
time. Yeah, I've got
you're
it all the
suggesting,
time.
including up to 100% of wages in some sectors. If the government doesn't do that today, if it doesn't do something else which you've suggested, a universal basic income, we've seen
I've
a
always got
political
coronavirus.
consensus
Be careful.
on the
Be careful.
measures being adopted to deal with the health aspects of the virus.
Yeah.
Do you think that consensus is likely to be under great strain when it comes to the economic consequences of the virus?
This is the biggest crisis that we have faced since the Second World War, and it's important that we do work together. I want the Prime Minister to work with us. The Scottish Government and the other devolved nations have done that. It's important that that continues. But I hope the Prime Minister is listening to the evidence that is there, but the threat that there is to the economy. Let's work together. I want to do that, and I hope he and the Chancellor are listening to the evidence that I presented to him this afternoon.
And did you get the impression from the other opposition parties as well that if that doesn't happen,
What about all the
people
Syrian
are prepared and
refugees
willing
and
to
all
be more
this stuff,
critical,
man?
or is there still a fear that
Crazy,
this show of
man.
national unity should not be under strain, should not crack?
Well, we have to be honest, in private in particular with the Prime Minister, but to some extent in public as well, about the threats that are there. But it's done on the basis that we
cold
want
in
the
here.
Prime Minister to take the right action, to make sure all our workers, those that are self-employed, those that are on zero-hour contracts, know that they can stay at home where they need to if they've got this virus, that they'll be supported by the government, and we stop this economy tipping over into something that would be catastrophic. We must avoid the kind of economic collapse that's been talked about elsewhere. It's within our gift to do that. This is about leadership. I will support the Prime Minister in taking the right action, but he has to listen. He has to respond to the risk of the 1.7 million jobs going in hospitality, the threat that there are in other industries. We have to do this today. I will support the government in doing the right thing.
Ian Blackford, thanks very much. Ian Blackford, Westminster leader of the SNP. Also, other opposition parties met with the Prime Minister today. We should get that package from the Chancellor late afternoon. We'll then see what the reaction is. But so far, Labour are also calling for more support from the government, higher wage subsidies in line with perhaps some of the Northern European countries, 80 to 90% of wages. Businesses are calling on the government to, for example, institute a VAT holiday, give them relief on national insurance. The government say it will be an ambitious package. We'll see just how ambitious later on.
Ian Watson there, our political correspondent at Westminster. And our latest headlines now on BBC News. More than 65,000 retired doctors and nurses are being asked to return to work in England and Wales. to fight the coronavirus. The Chancellor is expected to announce new measures today to try to protect millions of British jobs hit by the pandemic. And people are being urged to shop sensibly as supermarkets continue to struggle to cope with panic buying. Well, as the coronavirus pandemic spreads, there's been plenty of misleading advice online about how to tackle it. And Chris Morris has been fact-checking some of the most prominent examples.
We know what the experts say. Above all, wash your hands free. A variety of myths circulating on social media and elsewhere, which amount to fake health advice. So here are a few things to ignore. Myth number 1, eat garlic to avoid infection. There's no question that garlic is a healthy food. The same goes for other fruit and vegetables. But the World Health Organization says there's no evidence that eating garlic or anything else has protected people from COVID-19. Myth number 2, drink water every 15 minutes. Again, drinking water and staying hydrated is good for you, but that doesn't mean it can stop coronavirus. You get a virus like this when you breathe in. There's no biological mechanism to suggest that you can flush it out of your system by constantly drinking water. Myth number 3, don't eat ice cream. The idea that avoiding ice cream or other cold foods can prevent the virus taking hold is totally untrue. And trying to heat your body to make it inhospitable for the virus just won't work. We know the flu virus doesn't survive well outside the body during summer heat, but we don't yet know enough about how that heat might impact the new coronavirus. Myth number 4, drinkable silver. The use of colloidal silver, tiny particles of the metal suspended in liquid, has been suggested. But the clear advice from health authorities is that it doesn't treat infections in the body or boost immunity. In fact, it could cause serious side effects like kidney damage, seizures, or even turning your skin blue. Again, the best advice in all circumstances, keep washing your hands.
Chris Morris reporting there, just some news in on the latest events.
What you have to do during this time of coronavirus is entertain yourself.
Outbreak, and it is
you have to play with yourself a lot. You have to play with yourself all day.
They've announced with great regret there, announcing
when you're isolating and you're on your own, you have to play with yourself.
It's due to take place in July, is cancelled after careful consideration, say the organisers. The unprecedented impact of the global coronavirus pandemic has forced this decision in the interests of health and safety of our visitors, contractors and staff. And of course that comes on top of the Glastonbury Festival and Eurovision, amongst the other high-profile events to be cancelled this summer. And entertainment venues across the UK have also been forced to shut their doors. Here's our entertainment correspondent, Colin Patterson.
So this is the main auditorium that we're heading into.
This is the main venue, yeah.
How many people can you get in here?
For a standard show, about 350.
Band on the Wall, normally one of Manchester's busiest music venues, but now it's shut.
That stage would be full of people, and the venue would be full of flight cases and gear and
an excited band.
And an excited band, and yeah, everybody working really hard.
For the staff of 40, it's a worrying time.
If we don't have any shows to run, we don't have any shifts to give to those people. So yeah, it's incredibly worrying and heartbreaking, really.
Have you had to make some difficult phone calls this week?
Yeah, really difficult phone calls, yeah.
When a band can't tour, it also means no work for their behind-the-scenes team. Bombay Bicycle Club have cancelled their gigs, so Melanie Knott will no longer be running their merchandise stall.
Social media is just a string of people losing work and losing work and losing work. We don't get paid if the gig doesn't happen. None of us do.
There'll be people really struggling.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Everybody from top to bottom is losing out completely. The gigs just go away and everybody's income stream just disappears.
With Glastonbury gone and other festivals falling, those who normally work at them are having to be creative to find employment.
My experience through this job is a lot of logistics. So delivery drivers for grocery companies, supermarkets would be ideal actually. But also I quite like my fitness, so I am considering going with maybe like something along the lines of Deliveroo.
Theatres are also shut right round the country, from London's Shaftesbury Avenue to small independent venues. Hope Mill Theatre in Manchester was set up 4.5 years ago on a £10,000 bank loan. Their musicals have won awards and transferred to London, but the success story could be about to end.
How worried are you?
Oh, it's been, it's tough. It's really tough. It's our life. It's our livelihood. It's all we know now. And we certainly have not slept at all.
We could probably stay dark till June. But if anything else happens, or if it's a further delay, for us, that would mean we probably would never reopen.
The reality is that I think we all know inevitably that a lot of businesses and individuals aren't going to survive this.
However, there are signs of theatre trying to fight back. Tonight, the musical Eugenius will be streamed for free online, with people asked to donate to Acting for Others, a charity looking after those in the industry facing financial hardship. And comedians are getting creative as well. Maddie Anholt has had her next 6 months of gigs wiped out and lost £50,000 in sponsorship for her show at Edinburgh. To try and recoup losses, she's doing virtual tutoring.
One of my most popular courses is screenwriting. And I kind of thought to myself, well, hold on a minute, I can do this one online, probably more than an acting class. and they're selling really well. I don't think I'll be able to get back what I've lost,
I'm
but
a
I
bit
can at
cold
least
today, so I've got under the
and I'm
duvet
kind
now
of just doing it month by month.
in
I know
the,
that I'm okay for the next 2 months, and I don't
in
know
the
what's
office
going to
stroke
happen after
bedroom.
that.
That's a feeling shared back at Band on the Wall, where the hope is that audiences will in time be allowed to return and hear live music once more. Colin Patterson, BBC News, Manchester.
Now, Doreen, Carol and Dottie are three best friends in their 70s and 80s who simply can't bear to self-isolate alone, so they've decided to move in together. Since their first appearance on BBC Breakfast, there's been loads of support for them online, and Jane McCubbin has been talking to them as they make their final arrangements before the big move.
Before it's too late, before the isolation is enforced, we had to try and meet.
Listen, has anybody got a temperature or a cough? We haven't either, I'll come in.
Carol, Dottie and Doreen are the golden girls who decided they didn't want to go it alone, whose positivity shone a light in the dark.
It's the wrong choice of words for this time, but you have gone viral.
In the virus. So many fell in love with them and their spirit, their belief that friendship would help pull them through.
Doreen was talking to me on the phone, and I said to her, if we all have to go in lockdown, as I call it, for 12 weeks, they'll find me dead with all colouring boots on the floor and a notice on say, I have died of loneliness. And they will, Jane.
Yeah. Well, I said, well, you won't be on your own because we'll come and be with us. We'll be on our own together. And then Dottie said, well, yeah, we could do that.
I don't know what to do without my friends. All of them, you know. It's friendship is a wonderful thing.
This is me with dark hair and young, and that's Dot. Whatever's going on with Dot said that. Well, we're at, I would say, 28, 29.
They've been firm friends for over 40 years, seeing each other through births, deaths, divorces, cancer. This virus won't keep them apart.
We always have parties, you know, like kids now, they invite everybody. Well, we always have a party, don't we?
How are you going to pass the time? What are you going to be doing?
I've thought about this.
No, we're doing itinerary, aren't we?
We've done an itinerary, a bit one. I've got the chase on and tipping point. Carol has a colouring book, so we'll get some word search. I'm going to go to charity shop maybe this afternoon, and I know maybe this afternoon and get half a dozen jigsaws or something. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm not selling this very well because
I'm not with you yet.
It sounds like a laugh an hour, doesn't it?
They're excited, you know.
They tell me that over home bakes to a soundtrack of Dusty Springfield, Rod Stewart and Gene Pitney, they're going to keep each other safe.
Are you scared?
A little, maybe.
It's quite frightening if you're on your own, you know.
But you're not on your own.
No, thank goodness. No.
You're not, kid.
No.
As long as we do as we're told and we, look after each other and ourselves.
You're not an island, are you?
No.
You know, we're all in it together.
We must never underestimate the value of friendship.
No.
Because I think you can have as much money or anything. There's nothing like a friend. I mean, my mother used to say, if she was talking about something, it's a shame for them, all they've got is money. When things are bad and you've got a friend there for you, they can't make it any better, but it eases the pain.
Their message: pick up the phone, get back in touch, check in on neighbours.
If you're going past somebody's house and they're on their own, give them a wave. Just to let them know there's not just you alive in the world.
I wish you well. I wish you well. I really do.
They're just ordinary.
And you,
people.
Jane, you look after yourself.
Yeah.
It's been great fun.
Let's hope we all stay safe.
That's right.
I'm sure you will. And
Thank you.
Everyone's thinking
Yeah.
of you.
Thank you.
Thank you for cheering us up. We needed a bit of your joy in our lives.
There we are, Doreen, Carol and Dottie. Lovely to hear from them. Now it's time for a look at the latest weather prospects with Helen.
Good afternoon. It's dry for most throughout the rest of today, and it looks dry for most of us for the next 4 or 5 days. The reason is this area of high pressure. It does drift a little bit further east. It's not altogether dry either. We've still got our slow-moving weather front with us in the south. It's been around for several days now. It's still producing a little bit of rain and drizzle. This is how it looked earlier in the day in Wokingham, in Woodley and Wokingham. Further north under the centre of that high pressure, we've got plenty of sunshine across Highland Scotland. A little bit more cloud for the Northern Isles as well. Here's that cloud in the south. Still some breaks around, but it's just been slow to clear, but it looks like it should do as we go through the night. But with it as well around that area of high pressure, quite a keen wind, which has kept temperatures a little bit below par. Of course, it was a frosty start elsewhere. But that brisk wind in the south should keep the frost at bay for southern parts of England, mostly anyway, whilst for elsewhere across the UK, it is a cold night again. Not as hard a frost as last night, but still pretty chilly. And with that high pressure with us throughout the weekend, that not only keeps our weather fronts at bay, but it will mean some starry nights and some cold nights to come as well. So although it looks dry for most of us, there will be plenty of sunshine, I think, but at times some cloud will come and go. And in the south in particular, quite a chilly wind. But even for the North Sea coast as well, you've got that breeze coming in off what is a relatively cold sea at this time of year. So it will still feel chilly here despite the sunshine. You can see there's still a little bit of cloud left across the far south, but more sunshine than we've seen today, I think, for most parts of the UK, well, most parts of the south. Elsewhere, obviously, we've seen plenty of sunshine. As a result, temperatures will creep up a degree because it won't be as cold either overnight. Then as we go through Saturday night, we've got a little bit more cloud coming into the far north and west. So it won't be as cold, but it's still a chilly night. As you can see, there still will be frost around. The nights are getting shorter at the moment, the day's long, but they're still long enough for some frost. Now, Sunday does bring the risk of some cloud near the east coast as we go through the day, but it should, as you see, clear away. Temperatures, 9 to 11, so still feeling chilly after the cold start and in the breeze, but it's basically dry. And if you're outside the breeze, inside the sunshine, I think it'll feel pleasant enough. As ever, there's more on our website.
As the coronavirus story develops, BBC News has global coverage.
Across the UK, the eerie sight of airports turning into parking lots.
The entire external European Union border will be closed.
Commuter numbers down on normal, with people choosing to work from home.
See the headlines as they happen and watch BBC News live in the app and get the full story with bbc.co.uk/news. Follow the latest on the coronavirus outbreak with BBC News.
Mizzling, spitting, pattering, plothering, mizzling again. To know what's coming, check the BBC Weather app.
This is BBC News. I'm Geetha Goramuthi. The headlines at 2. Protecting millions of jobs during the coronavirus pandemic will be the focus of the government's emergency package of measures to be announced later. More than 65,000 retired doctors and nurses are asked to return to work as the Health Secretary reassures NHS staff that they'll have the protective gear they need.
In terms of getting the protective equipment out, the masks and the other protective equipment, that is a massive operation that's ongoing right now.
Schools out. The gates close this afternoon on schools across most of the UK, but some will stay open for the children of key workers. No end in sight to panic buying. Frontline health workers make a desperate plea for people to be less selfish.
People are just stripping the shelves of basic foods. You just need to stop it.
And we talked to one of the thousands of couples whose wedding day has been ruined by the coronavirus outbreak. Good afternoon. The government is preparing to announce a new emergency package of measures aimed at protecting millions of jobs during the coronavirus pandemic. In what would be an unprecedented move, the state would step in to help pay the wages of private sector companies to stop thousands of them going bust during the shutdown of much of the economy. It's understood that the workers involved will also be exempted from having to pay income tax. In other developments, letters are being sent to 65,000 retired doctors and nurses in England and Wales, asking them to return to work to help deal with the coronavirus crisis. Today is the last day at school for most children in England, Scotland and Wales until further notice. The government has now published its list of key workers who can keep sending their children to school. They include healthcare workers, police and food delivery staff. The government's been advised that policies to limit the spread of coronavirus would need to be in place for at least most of a year to prevent intensive care units being overwhelmed. Around the world, the death toll from coronavirus now stands at more than 10,000, with 144 deaths in the UK. We'll get the latest on the impact on business, but first on the current situation for the NHS, here's our health correspondent, Lauren Moss.
A rallying call to return to work. Letters are being sent to thousands of retired doctors and nurses in England and Wales to boost the ranks while cases of the coronavirus continue to climb.
The letter will explain what they need to do because they may need a refresher, and we've got some online refresher courses, and there'll be some put in place where they need to physically be there. And then also critically making sure they're trained, especially in the areas that we need for dealing with coronavirus, because this is it's a respiratory illness, disease.
Medics who've left the profession in the last 3 years are also being urged to re-register, and final year students could be asked to work during the outbreak.
Some people have already contacted me, many people have already contacted me, and we have got lots of people wanting to support us and wanting to come back. We are writing to them. They will get that this morning. We will then make sure that they're able to complete the necessary forms to get them back on our register. And we will invite them back into our hospitals in the next few weeks.
A large proportion of those being written to are general practitioners or specialists. Nearly half are aged between 45 and 64 years old, and a third are under the age of 44. But not everyone is enthusiastic about being asked back to work.
After nearly 3 years out, I feel very out of date. I would not be able to keep up with the IT, the science, the general changes in nursing care, and I would feel unsafe. And I think that would not be a position I would want to put any patient in, having an unsafe nurse caring for them.
The way we go about our lives is certainly changing. After today, school gates will close to most pupils. No one knows how long for. And from Monday, rail companies will be running much reduced services. Despite limiting the number of items shoppers can buy and dedicating certain hours for older customers, supermarket shelves are still being stripped bare. Hospitals have been asked to free up beds and manufacturers to scale up ventilator production for patients who may become very unwell. The race is also on to get protective equipment out to NHS staff.
We're seeing far too many health workers infected in Italy, and it's just heartbreaking. So many of them are dying as well. Do not let this happen in Britain. Health workers, they keep on talking about them in this military term like they're the front line, but they're not soldiers.
The government is in negotiations to buy new antibody tests to detect if someone's already had the virus and become immune. And in a month, it's hoped 25,000 patients a day will also be able to be tested. UK scientists have today said some social distancing measures may need to be in place for most of a year to avoid overwhelming the NHS in what they've described as an incredibly fast-moving and developing situation. Lauren Moss, BBC News.
So that package of measures the Chancellor is due to announce to support firms and employees during this crisis is being described as unprecedented. Many companies are warning they could collapse with huge numbers of job losses. Self-employed workers and people on 0 hours contracts are already struggling. Our economics correspondent, Antti Verity, reports.
This is the normally busy Victoria Quarter in Leeds. This is the centre of Cardiff, and this is Glasgow. Most companies can cope with a normal recession where their income drops by maybe 20%, but for thousands of companies hit by antivirus measures, it's up to 100%.
This is Oxford Circus, normally one of the busiest places in the world. But today, just like other shopping areas around the country, there's hardly anyone in the shops. And if you're a business, it's simple. If you don't have customers, you don't have an income, and you can't afford to pay wages or service debts. And if that keeps up, you're going to have to let people go and declare bankruptcy.
This morning, the food chain Pret, facing a 75% drop in income, asked staff to take a temporary 25% pay cut so it could keep them in work. Business groups say the health emergency has now become an economic one, threatening to push thousands of companies into bankruptcy and hundreds of thousands of people onto benefits.
Businesses all across the UK need to see action now. We need to see an immediate suspension of VAT, national insurance and business rates payments that are coming up next week. And we also need to see a form of income support as well for those businesses that are going to be inevitably disrupted or have to close during the coming weeks.
It's not just shops and restaurants who are most obviously hit by emergency measures. This manufacturer makes mechanical and electronic parts for industrial customers. It's still busy from orders placed before the crisis struck, but will struggle if the shutdown goes on for months.
Like every manufacturer, you have exactly the same concerns if we start to see it sort of significantly drop off in relation to people. And that's a simple case for all manufacturers. It really is then seeing what direct government intervention we can see to help to make sure that we protect people's jobs and livelihoods. So we come out the other side now fit and well and strong.
Government help for firms' wage bills will cost tens of billions, but won't help the self-employed. Kat Roby is a freelance theatre director. With no performances, her income's plummeted.
So for me personally, it is involved in quite a sad transition from closing the building that I love to work in at the moment with the core team, and all of us are self-employed, and we have no idea what that means in terms of our income, any job security, whether we can pay our rent next month, and we have no idea when any shows or any work will start again for any of us.
The emergency measures will effectively put the government on a war footing, going into debt to help pay millions of private sector wages. The cost is huge, but the cost of not doing so, both economic and human, could be greater. Antti Verity, BBC News.
Well, let's talk to our political correspondent, Ian Watson, who's at Westminster. Opposition MPs met with ministers today. What are we expecting to emerge later, Ian?
Yes, we met with Boris Johnson himself, actually, in Downing Street. Now, they say that he didn't give away much about the package. Mostly they were making demands on him. But we are expecting a package of wage subsidies. We are told by the government that this will be a very ambitious package. It will go beyond wage subsidies. We're also being told that Boris Johnson will stick to his words when he said that back in 2008, the financial crisis then bailed out the banks and the bankers. This time, the focus will be on the workers, and people will not be penalised for doing the right thing, staying off work, for example. But we're already hearing about businesses closing or giving notice to their workforce. And the SNP Westminster leader Ian Blackford told me earlier that he was pressing the Prime Minister to meet 100% of the wage bill for those in the hospitality industry, where there's a lot of casual working, and he felt some of the people there were under great threat. There's been no guarantee yet from the government that they'll go that far. Labour have come up with their own alternative package of measures. They're saying that the wage subsidies should be in line with those in many other Northern European countries, perhaps between 80 and 90% of wages. And when both the CBI and the TUC met the Chancellor yesterday, although they disagreed with the mechanism for getting money into people's pockets, nonetheless, they were united in saying that something had to happen pretty dramatically within the next 48 hours. Otherwise, hundreds of thousands of workers may be laid off. So there's huge pressure on the Chancellor to deliver, and whether his package will be as ambitious as he is claiming, well, we'll soon find out. We're probably going to get that late afternoon.
Exactly, and we'll be hearing that literally every day that goes by is an extremely difficult decision day for so many people. How fast can they realistically get people the cash that they need?
Well, I think that will be one of the key tests. Certainly there have been some demands. For example, the trade unions were very keen to see a mechanism devised to make sure money went straight into people's pockets and wasn't left at the discretion of the employer. And some others, including the SNPs and Labour MPs, have been arguing for a universal basic income for everybody. But as far as I'm told or guided, I think the government, because of the need for swift action, are not going to try and devise new means, new mechanisms of trying to get money out there. So I think they're going to try and work within the existing system, whether that's through national insurance or through the existing tax system, to try to get money both to businesses to deal with their cash flow and their wage bill, and then on to the employees themselves. But things are moving very, very swiftly here at Westminster. I've just come from a business that where workers were only told this morning that it would close at 2 o'clock this afternoon until further notice. So I think that the Prime Minister and the Chancellor are aware of the need for swift action. I don't think the mechanism might please everyone, but I think the swiftness may please some people. The question, though, is also how generous is this going to be? Is it going to be enough to convince employers to keep people on for the next few months? And that's where Labour, the SNP, the Liberal Democrats have been pressing for a generous system of wage subsidy.
Okay, Ian Watson in Westminster, thank you very much. Classrooms in England, Scotland and Wales will close later this afternoon to everyone except vulnerable children and those with a parent identified as a key worker. Pupils in England and Wales are waiting to find out how their GCSE and A-level results will be awarded after this year's exams were cancelled. John Maguire reports from Bristol.
For the last time in what may be a long time, the school bell signals the start of the day at Blagdon Primary near Bristol. The pupils, staff and families face uncertain times ahead as parents and children prepare to share workspace at home.
I will be working from home and so will my husband. We will have to obviously homeschool the children as well.
So we set up WhatsApp groups so the children can still interact with each other, and the school have set up emails so they can still talk to each other.
Often the end of term can't come soon enough, but this feels different.
Strange, but also exciting, and maybe schooling from home could just be as fun as schooling from actual school.
Well, hopefully it's not my last day, because then I might not ever see my friends again because I'm going to a different school.
This doesn't mean weeks of being confined indoors. The guidance for children is the same as for adults. Fresh air and exercise is beneficial, but they should keep their distance. The government has now published the list of workers whose children can stay at school. It includes NHS workers, nursery and teaching staff, the police, armed forces and prison officers, transport workers, those involved in food production, distribution and sale, people who work in essential financial services such as banks, and journalists providing public service broadcasting.
Now, with the list of key workers being published overnight, head teachers and schools for the first time have a clear idea of exactly how many children will be in school over the next couple of weeks and indeed through the school holidays. At this school, for example, it's looking at around 25%, so just over 100 pupils, maybe 20, 25 pupils, something like that.
For primary schools, and when it comes to younger children, staff are thinking not just about their education, but also their mental and emotional well-being.
We've made sure that there's work ready for them, there are things online. We've got children's email addresses are all set up and they're all able to use those so they can keep contacting their teachers and we keep those relationships going and between the children themselves.
Good morning, Class 3.
Good morning, Mr. Bell.
How are you feeling?
Everyone will need to adapt to a new way of working. So not just a place of learning, but of friendship, safety, and sometimes refuge. Schools may be closing, and for some time, but their vital work continues and may prove more crucial than ever. John Maguire, BBC News, North Somerset.
Well, just a reminder that in about 20 minutes on the BBC News channel, we'll be answering your questions about coronavirus across a range of the issues that are worrying everyone at the moment. You can email us your questions at bbc.co.uk or send us a tweet using the hashtag #BBCYourQuestions. That is coming up just after 2:30. The headlines on BBC News. Protecting millions of jobs during the coronavirus pandemic will be the focus of the government's emergency measures to be announced later. More than 65,000 retired doctors and nurses are asked to return to work to fight the coronavirus. It comes as the Health Secretary moves to reassure NHS staff that they will have the protective gear they need. Schools out. The gates close this afternoon on schools across most of the UK, but some will stay open for the children of key workers.
And in sports, snooker's World Championship has been postponed. Organisers intend to host the final stages of the Crucible on rescheduled dates in July or August. The Rugby Football Union has confirmed the end of the season for all levels below the Premiership. It means the Championship season will finish with 7 rounds still to play. And the England football team's doctor, Rob Chakravarti, has left his role at the FA. His position had come under intense scrutiny following revelations in a BBC Panorama programme about his time as a medic at UK Athletics. I'll be back with more on those stories at 2:30.
Well, let's talk now to one of those retired health workers who might be being asked to return to work. Sheila Jones is a retired nurse and joins me via webcam. Sheila, thanks for joining us today. Have you been asked yet?
No, I haven't. And in fact, it was after I got the phone call this morning that I realised that there's going to be letters sent out to staff today. So that's my. But I had heard that it was in the offing.
And when did you retire, and would you consider going back?
Okay, so I'm 66 now. I retired in June last year. So I'm, quite out of practice, I would say. The only way that I can see it working, that I could possibly return to work, is if they can make it safe for my age group to actually go back to work. So the World Health Organization, whose advice I'm following, state that anybody 60 plus who has underlying health conditions, and they name them, should avoid crowded places where they might interact with people who are sick. So there is a massive dilemma for my age group. So I don't think, obviously I'm isolating now, so I don't think that I could go back into a frontline post, but I would consider doing something, maybe remotely on helplines, or maybe even if they could get the technology quickly enough to work on a computer type help desk, maybe just, helping out the GPs to release those people to work with more sick patients. So my background is intensive care, and also I did do research into respiratory conditions. So I have an understanding of the tremendous load on nurses who are working in these conditions. And it's not easy to train for those positions. I mean, I would be out of practice now.
But you do have expertise that is obviously really badly in need. And even if you had to get yourself updated whilst you're isolating, obviously people will completely understand your personal dilemma, but they will say in some capacity, please, can you help? I'm sure.
They probably will, but I think it's the wrong way to look at it, because you're literally are risking a whole decade of people who haven't been tested. So there are main issues here. One, there's not been enough testing done in the UK. So I had a chest infection, a flu-like illness at Christmas, just after Christmas. But the testing wasn't being done in January, so I don't know if I've had coronavirus, and there's no antibody test yet that can check if I've had it. I think that would give a little bit of reassurance that maybe there was some immunity there if that was available.
Yes, they are working on that, aren't they? I mean, we heard about that yesterday.
Yes, I believe so. And then personal protective equipment. At the moment, that isn't getting out to the areas that are needed. I've got a friend who's working down in Hastings, and they're working without any personal protective equipment. That's a massive concern, given, that I'm in a high-risk group for serious illness should I contract coronavirus. So it is a massive dilemma.
What about the question of immunity? Because we don't know for sure yet whether, if you've had this virus, that you're definitely immune, or for how long.
No, we don't, which is why I don't think bringing us back into the fray is necessarily the right approach. I think that the best approach might be to redeploy staff who can be upskilled within the service now, and release jobs that put the over 60 age group at less risk. And that includes those people 60 to 66 who've had to continue working because they couldn't retire due to not receiving their pension. I'm thinking about the 1950s women and the Back to 60 movement. So those women are continuing to work at severe risk, and I feel like they're not being looked after, and it would be better to move them into less risky jobs as well. So I think it's not necessarily being looked at in the right way.
Sheila Jones, it's been really interesting to talk to you, and the alternative things that you and your colleagues could do to help, I'm sure, are possible. And I'm sure many people will hope that can be utilised. But for now, thank you very much indeed for your time today.
Thank you very much.
Well, the number of Scots who have been diagnosed with COVID-19 has jumped to 322. The First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, revealed the new total, up by 56 from Thursday, as she gave a briefing on coronavirus. It comes as schools across Scotland closed down to help deal with the spread of the disease.
I think the very fact that the Deputy First Minister confirmed yesterday that for the first time in our history there will be no exams this year underlines the seriousness of the situation that we're facing. So I want to take the opportunity today, because it is so important, to remind everyone of the advice that we are asking you to follow. Reduce your social contact unless it is absolutely essential to go out. That means working from home where possible. It means staying away from crowded places like pubs, restaurants and cinemas. If you're over 70, eligible for the flu vaccine because of a health condition, or pregnant, you should take that advice particularly strongly and stay at home as much as possible. And there will be further advice published later today for pregnant women in particular. If you show symptoms of a new and persistent cough or a mild fever, stay at home for 7 days. And if someone in your household is showing the symptoms, you should all stay at home for 14 days to ensure that you don't become infected and pass the infection on to others. And at all times, follow the advice on washing your hands, using tissues, and avoiding touching your face. Now, I know that some of the sacrifices that we are asking people to make, and they are sacrifices, we are asking people to fundamentally change the way that we live our lives, that these will become more apparent to us and more difficult as we head into the weekend. I know that there will be some of you who might be wanting to head out to the pub for a final night out, or looking forward to a meal out with friends. But my guidance to you is clear and crystal clear. Please do not do this. You must not consider this vital health advice to be merely optional.
Nicola Sturgeon there with very clear advice. Our Scotland correspondent Lorna Gordon is in Glasgow. Are people following that advice, Lorna? What's the situation there?
Well, to some degree, they're following that advice. It appears in many areas they are following it extensively. But it was interesting that Scotland's First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, repeated that advice on social distancing or isolating if you're showing symptoms again and again and again in that briefing this morning. She said, let's not look back at these last few weeks and wish we had done more to protect ourselves and each other. And while she did thank school pupils for all the hard work they've put in over the last year, it did seem that it was a message that was repeatedly aimed at the younger generation. She said, not that they shouldn't think that this advice applies to just to other people and not to them. She said that while the risk to younger people was lower, there was no guarantee that the symptoms in young people would be mild. And of course, that they risk passing it on to others. At the moment, of course, the number of positive cases here in Scotland stands at 322. That's 322 people who've tested positive. That's an increase of 56 on yesterday, but we were told in that briefing earlier that there is evidence of sustained community transmission in Scotland and that the country is on the cusp of an escalation of cases of the virus. So she was really keen to hammer home that message that people shouldn't go out for a last drink at the pub, shouldn't go out for a meal with their friends, and that young people really, really have to think carefully if they're thinking at the end of this school term, perhaps now the end of the school year, if they're thinking of going out and gathering with their friends, they really should think again.
Lorna Gordon in Glasgow, thank you. Well, we are expecting the daily update from the Prime Minister at tea time. That is due to come at around 5 o'clock this afternoon, live from Downing Street. This morning, Boris Johnson met with senior figures from the SNP, Plaid Cymru and the Green Party to update them on the government's response to the coronavirus. Well, Caroline Lucas, the MP and co-leader of the Green Party, was at that Downing Street meeting and joins us now. Caroline, thanks for your time. Can you give us any idea of what to expect later today? Do you have faith in the government strategy?
Well, to be honest, the Prime Minister was very clear that he wasn't going to give us any advanced information about what the announcement will be later this afternoon. But I think it's true to say that the different opposition leaders around the table made it very, very clear about the kind of things that we want to see. Certainly, looking from my perspective, representing the city of Brighton and Hove, the hospitality sector is absolutely vital to our city. And so much damage has been done by the announcement that was made a few days ago, which instead of actually closing those institutions down, basically just said to people, don't go to them. That means that without that clear guidance from the government to close the sector down, that means that they can't necessarily access the insurance that they might otherwise have been able to do. And that's put them in a really difficult position. So we're having hotels, restaurants closing, we're having people put out of work literally almost overnight. It has been absolutely devastating. So certainly one of the messages from me, and it was echoed by others around the table, was that when it comes to communications from this government, they have to be clearer. And so when it comes to hospitality, for example, then, make it clear that those institutions need to close down, make sure the insurers will then step up, make sure that people's wages will still be paid. And that's vital, that the government has to step in and pay those wages. And also make sure, where possible, that, for example, the takeaway provisions can still remain so that some staff can still then work.
Was your sense that government was listening, that ministers were listening, that Boris Johnson was listening to that message? Because presumably there's also obviously the question of how far the insurers can bail out every single business that is on the cusp here, and whether government has got the funds, the finance, the planning to back them up.
I think there was absolute agreement that these are such unprecedented times that the government really has to step up in a way that we've not seen in peacetime before. And certainly I take your point that if insurers aren't going to step up, then the government needs to make sure they do and underwrite them or do whatever it is that's necessary to ensure that people are paid. But the bottom line is that money needs to get into people's pockets now. And that's certainly going to be the case if in the future we see more of a more blanket lockdown. We can't expect people to go along with that if they don't know where they're going to get food from, if they aren't sure if they've got a roof over their heads. So I've been calling, as others have, I know, for a universal basic income. That's actually long been Green Party policy, but we could introduce that right now, give people that income support guaranteed, not having to be paid back, but guaranteed in their pockets now. Another concern I know is for people who are renters. We haven't heard enough about how the government is going to support people in rented accommodation. Again, I take the point that There are some small landlords for whom rent is important and indeed vital. And so the government needs to be looking at how they can support those. But ultimately, we need more than just fine words about people not being evicted for the next 3 months and then some kind of settlement having to be found after that. People need to know that for as long as it takes, they are not going to be evicted. And there's a great deal of concern about that today.
Just finally, Caroline, I mean, how much of a bailout at an overall level is needed in terms of funds from Rishi Sunak if we're due to hear from him later? And do you have faith that the government is acting fast enough and clearly enough?
To be honest, I don't have faith right now that the government has been acting fast enough or clearly enough. The example I gave about the hospitality sector showed that they're not being as clear as they should be. They're certainly not being as fast as they should be. And we haven't even touched on the whole issue of testing. But it is absolutely extraordinary to me that we have known for weeks and weeks that we're going to have to ramp up testing capacity in this country. And yet we seem to be doing it at the very last minute. And it is absolutely outrageous that we're putting our own health staff, our health workers on the front line without giving them the protection that they need. So right now, I don't have confidence that the government is acting fast enough or clearly enough. I'm sure they want to, and I hope they hurry up and do it. But certainly, I think what we need to see from Rishi Sunak this afternoon is something really bold. That's something that many of us said around the table today. These are unprecedented times. We need something like a universal basic income, money in people's pockets, so that they can feel secure in the weeks to come.
Caroline Lucas, co-leader of the Green Party, thank you very much today for joining us. Let's catch up with the weather now. Here's Helen.
Good afternoon. For most, the dry weather, the sunshine continues throughout the rest of this afternoon. But in the south, we've still got our stubborn, slow-moving weather front providing more clouds, some drizzly rain and a chilly wind out there. Now, that chilly wind overnight will allow temperatures to hover just above freezing here, so largely escaping a frost, but it does push that cloud and rain away, our weather front finally clearing. But elsewhere, under the starry skies, it will be a cold night. Now, it doesn't look as if it'll be as hard a frost as last night for Scotland and Northern Ireland, but nevertheless, that risk is there of frost in the countryside. So a chilly start to our Saturday morning, but otherwise, I think helped along by the sunshine and relatively light winds, it will feel quite pleasantly warm in the sunshine. That March sunshine now getting stronger. But again, in the south, despite less cloud than today, we'll still have that brisk wind, and we'll notice it from the North Sea coast as well, because the high pressure continues to bring in that east wind, although a lot of dry weather remains with us on Sunday.
Hello, this is BBC News with Geetha Gurumurthy. The headlines. Protecting millions of jobs during the coronavirus pandemic will be the focus of the government's emergency measures to be announced later. More than 65,000 retired doctors and nurses are asked to return to work to fight the coronavirus. It comes as the Health Secretary moves to reassure NHS staff that they'll have the protective gear they need. Schools out. The gates closed this afternoon on schools across most of the UK, but some will stay open for the children of key workers. No end in sight to the panic buying. Frontline health workers make a desperate plea for people to be less selfish.
People are just stripping the shelves of basic foods. You just need to stop it.
Sport now. Let's get a little roundup from the BBC Sports Centre. Holly, hi there.
Hi, Geeta. Or lack of sport at the moment. We've had another major sporting event postponed now. Snooker's World Championship won't be taking place next month. Organisers are hoping to reschedule the tournament in July or August. It means Judd Trump won't be defending his title at the tournament between the 18th of April and the 4th of May. Now, it's disappointing for him, but it's more concerning for players who aren't so high profile. Well, earlier I asked World Snooker Tour Chairman Barry Hearn if any provisions have been made for the sport's lower earners.
We are looking at behind closed doors in a sterile environment for a limited number of players to keep them occupied and playing and earning. These are self-employed people. They don't get paid when they don't play. And I know also that the governing body, the WPBSA, is looking at the size of their reserves and how they can help in the intermediary period, dependent on the situation with the virus.
Now, the rugby season is officially over. The RFUs confirmed all levels below the Premiership have finished. Now, this decision applies to all League, Cup and County Rugby in England, which means the Championship campaign will finish with at least 7 rounds to play. The RFU said a further update would be issued in April as they aim to ensure fair and balanced outcomes. Meanwhile, Wasps have confirmed they are cutting pay by 25% across the majority of the rugby department in response to the financial threat posed by the coronavirus pandemic. The club has said, though, that lower paid staff will not be subjected to those cuts. The England football team's doctor, Rob Chakravarti, has left his role at the Football Association. His position had come under intense scrutiny following revelations in a BBC Panorama programme about his time as a medic at UK Athletics when he was involved in a controversial procedure on the 4-time Olympic gold medalist Mo Farah. And the Olympic flame has arrived in Japan on a flight from Athens. There was a scaled-down ceremony at an airbase in the north of the country. There are, of course, growing concerns that the Tokyo Games can start or won't start as scheduled on July 24th because of coronavirus. With the latest, here's our Tokyo correspondent, Rupert Wingfield-Hayes.
Japan seems to be doing quite a good job of controlling the epidemic here. And because of that, the Japanese government is saying, look, we're still full steam ahead for the 24th of July. The torch relay will begin as it is supposed to next week, and it will go on this 121-day relay around the whole of Japan. They're still planning for all this to go ahead, but I have to say there are many, many other voices here. Many people I've spoken to, both experts, former government officials, the former governor of Tokyo, indeed, who said to me there's very little chance, they think now, that it can go ahead as scheduled on the 24th of July, because even if everything is under control here, even if the epidemic locally here in Japan is well under control or over, what about the rest of the world? How can you hold the Olympics when it's still carrying on elsewhere? So, I think we don't know. There's a huge amount of uncertainty. We're waiting for both the IOC and the WHO and the Japanese government to make a decision. But they say at the moment it is still too early to make that decision, and they are going ahead, full steam ahead for the opening ceremony.
Rupert Wingfield-Hayes reporting there. One more line from me. Tom Brady, arguably the greatest quarterback in NFL history, has joined the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Brady played his entire 20-year career so far with the New England Patriots, guiding the team to unprecedented success with 6 Super Bowl titles. And now the 42-year-old says he's excited, humbled and hungry. Well, that is all your sport for now. Now, BBC News, it's time for your questions answered. Bye from me.
Well, here on the BBC News channel, we will be answering your questions on health, self-isolation and social distancing for the BBC Your Questions Answered. But I just want to bring you some breaking news now on something that is going to be of concern to many children up and down and teenagers up and down. We have just heard from the Department of Education with more guidance on what is happening on exams, which have been cancelled this summer. They are saying, the Department of Education, that grades will be based on a range of data, including mock exam results and teacher assessment. If people feels that the grade does not reflect their performance, there will be an opportunity to sit an exam once schools open again and next summer. So that is the guidance that the exam regulator, Ofqual, and exam boards are agreeing that they will work with teachers to give the grades to students based on previous information that they've had. We've heard that that could be a way forward. Of course, it's very important for A-level students who need access and entry requirements for university, but also for GCSE students who have been studying also for the last 2 years for those qualifications. The government's saying their priority is to ensure affected students can move on as planned to the next stage of their lives, including employment, university, college or sixth form courses or an apprenticeship. And just to repeat that basically they will be asking teachers who know their students well to submit their judgment about the grade that they believe the student would have received if exams had gone ahead. The teachers will take into account a range of evidence and data, including performance on mock exams and non-exam assessment. Clear guidance on how to do this fairly and robustly will be provided to schools and colleges. They will also be looking at prior attainment and produce a calculated grade for each student. And as I said, there will be a chance for those who want to possibly to challenge that grade if they're not happy with it, to sit the exam as soon as schools do reopen. Much more on that in the coming hours, of course. But let's just turn now to some of the questions that we've been getting in on the health front this hour. I'm joined now by Dr. Fari Ahmed, a Cheshire-based GP, and Dr. Naomi Forrester Solo, a reader in vector ecology at Keele University. Thanks both for joining us. Let me start with a question from Pauline, who says, if I, and I'm over 70, is self-isolated for a month, and a friend who's also over 70 is self-isolated elsewhere for a month, and we both have no symptoms, what are the risks if we get together?
That's a good question. I don't know. It depends on if you have any underlying health conditions, how strict you've been in your self-isolation. You can have the virus and be asymptomatic for the first few days of it. So there is always that risk. Yeah, no black and white answer there, I'm afraid.
And Naomi, any thoughts on that?
I would agree. I mean, we really don't know enough about the asymptomatic phase of the virus in the majority of people for us to have any degree of confidence to know whether that would be safe. I mean, I think, again, it's one of those things where I think it's probably as important as your physical health. So it may be that that is something that you think about in terms of just staying upbeat and able to cope with the self-isolation.
And Naomi, if I can just very quickly ask, we say vector ecology. Can you just very quickly explain what that expertise means?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I study how viruses infect mosquitoes, well, really mosquito-borne viruses, how they evolve within their host. So while I do not know, I don't actually handle coronavirus, I study how viruses evolve within hosts.
Okay, so let me move on to a question from Paul. As the schools have closed and the sun's come out, my 14-year-old daughter wants to go and socialise with friends. How can we stop teenagers gathering? Is there a real threat from them carrying the virus into our homes? Dr. Ahmed?
Yes, there is. I think that was when they get them, when young people get them, most of them are okay. But it's just when they bring it back to other people who are vulnerable, that's a problem. We've been asked to socially distance for a few days now. That means not mixing unless you really need to. I have 3 teenagers myself, so I feel your pain. But they are quite adept at using social media. So I think that may have to be one of the concessions I make. I just let them go on their phone a lot more.
Let me just move on to a question from Carol, who says, I am a driving instructor. I've been in self-isolation since last Sunday due to a continuous cough. I'm planning to go back to work on Monday. My partner is in the vulnerable group. He had a heart attack last September. How safe is it for me to carry on teaching? Obviously, being in very close proximity to other adults in the car. Naomi, I mean, we know, don't we, that this virus is airborne?
So yeah, the virus is transmitted by droplets. So that means that it has the capacity to be transmitted by air. But the major issue with being in a car is you're in a very confined space with someone for a while. And that would be an ideal opportunity for the virus to transmit. Not only that, but I would feel that we know that actually the virus lasts longer on plastic and metal, unfortunately, for those driving instructors. So the car might actually be one of the better transmitting vehicles. So I would proceed with caution, and you would have to do quite a lot of cleaning between each student, I think, if that was going to keep going.
So testing must be very important if you're a driving instructor, if you're a taxi driver, to know that you're not transmitting any infection.
Well, ideally, we would test everybody, but at the moment, that's just not possible. Yeah. So that's just the reality of it. So everyone just has to take sensible precautions until that testing can be ramped up.
Okay, let's move on to a question from Jacqueline, who says, I believe I have the virus though my symptoms are mild, thankfully. I'm self-isolating for 14 days, but when or where can I get tested? I need to be sure I have had and recovered from the virus, so I can see my elderly mum. Will it be safe for me to contact her? I just don't know. This is such a common worry, isn't it, Dr. Ahmed?
Yes, it is. It is. And unfortunately, at the moment, we don't have the access to tests that could help us make that decision, not just for people like Jacqueline, but even for other healthcare workers who actually want to know if they're safe to go back to work. So the government is rolling out more testing to see if you've got the infection, testing to see if you've had the infection, so you're immune. But it's not available at this moment in time.
Okay, thank you. Let me move on to a question from Erica, who asks, if you're asking for retired NHS workers to return back to work, won't a majority have health issues or be required to already be in isolation? It doesn't make sense. And we spoke to a nurse a bit earlier who was in the retirement bracket but had this very worry. And Dr. Soto, given we are still in the very early days of knowing about immunity and so on, people are worried, aren't they? Retirees are worried.
So I'm not in the healthcare business. I'm a researcher, but it seems to me that there must be a lot of support roles that trained staff can do without being on the front line. And if those retired staff could be brought in to do those support roles, that would free up some of the other staff who are not in retiree age to be on the front line. And my suspicion is that's probably what's going to happen, because again, I mean, we all know, everyone has been told over and over again that the risk factors are over 60 or over 70 and with underlying health conditions. So I hope and believe that will probably be taken into account, but I'm not involved in hospital administration. So I'm sure someone will clarify that for us.
Dr. Ahmed, can you clarify that for us? Because it's a genuine concern.
Yes, it is a genuine concern, but I think she's right. I think it would. So at the moment, what we're doing is we're having to deal with the coronavirus. We're also having to deal with all the routine stuff that we normally deal with. And then there's emergencies. There are patients who are being discharged early from hospital to free up beds for the coronavirus. So there's a lot of work that's going on. And yes, if we could have people who would take over some of that routine stuff, or some of the people who are non-coronavirus related illnesses, it would help us deal with the coronavirus. So yeah, that's where we're hoping to use most of the retired people who are coming back.
Okay, so they could go into wards which are supposed to be separate, but they will be worried that going into hospital with perhaps increasing numbers of coronavirus patients, that obviously these things spread.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be ward-based or patient-facing, so people can do a lot of stuff from computers, organising medication. There's lots of other stuff that can happen that doesn't necessarily mean that they're face-to-face and at a higher risk.
Okay, that's very important, isn't it? It obviously involves quite a lot of organisation to do that, but it's a very important task that would help, I'm sure. Let me move on to a question from Sarah, who says, my dad suffers from the heart condition SVT. The information he's found on gov.uk, the website, says that people with heart conditions are at risk, yet his employer has said he's not. Please, can we get some clarification as to which heart conditions carry extra risk in the current situation? Again, Dr. Ahmed, one for you, I think.
Yeah, it's hard because at the moment, a lot of the guidance is very general, but, people need it down into the detail. So I think a good way to do it is if you are eligible for the seasonal flu jab because you have a health condition, then yes, you are in one of the high risk categories. So I think if she can look at it from that point of view, and then that should help build a case with the employer.
Okay, let me move on to a question from Dave, who says, if someone comes into contact with an infected person, how long is it before they themselves become contagious, bearing in mind they might not show any symptoms? Dr. Sue, can you help with that one?
So again, it's still early days, and we think that it is about 3 to 5 days post-exposure that you would start being transmissible, and symptoms appear anywhere from, again, about 5 to 11 days post-infection. But again, that's still, we generally, when we're working with these kind of viruses, human infections, we've had them around for 20, 30, 40 years, and we know a lot about them. So this is still very new. So this is the best understanding that we have right now. This may change over the next 6 to 9 months as we get more information, but that's the best information we have right now.
And Dr. Ahmed, we've heard, haven't we, that you're perhaps most contagious probably when symptoms do show, certainly at the beginning.
Yes, so I think people are, we know that people can pass on the illness before they show symptoms, and then when they're symptomatic, they can become more infectious. It's a droplet infection, so when you cough or sneeze, you spread the droplets further. So that fits in with how the disease is.
Okay, we've got lots more questions. Kamal asks, my parents are over 70 and they've been informed of a family death. Can they attend the family home and pay their respect? And what advice is there if they attend? Dr. Ahmed, would you like to take that one? That's obviously something that's going to be very difficult, isn't it, for lots of people?
It is, and it's so hard because with a bereavement, one of the ways that we manage it is having social contact, but I think I would probably advise them to avoid having more contact than necessary, to keep their distance, because at 70 they are at higher risk, and it's all about keeping people safe.
Okay, Dr. Solo, let me put this one to you, and I appreciate you might not have the full answer here, but we've had a question in from Benita who says, I'm heavily pregnant with gestational diabetes, so classified as vulnerable or high risk. My husband has to work or he doesn't get paid. We've got 3 children. If one of them gets a cough and he has to isolate for 14 days, what happens if the same happens again? Because surely he won't get sick pay every time you've got to isolate for 2 weeks. With no testing, it's hard to know what to do best. Lots of people talking about this position have been thinking, okay, does it make sense just for the whole family to effectively allow the household to get it so that you just isolate in one go and not repeatedly?
I would be honest and say that it's a huge dilemma for a lot of people. I'm in the same dilemma. I've got 2 small children. One of them got it. I'm not sure what I would do. But I think my personal feeling is this virus is so much more transmissible than a lot of things, that actually by the time one person in the family's got it, the chances are everybody's going to be exposed. Now, whether or not they come down with the virus depends on the amount of virus they're exposed to, their immune response, all that kind of stuff. But I think that really, realistically, given how transmissible this virus is, if one person in the household has it, the chances are most people will be exposed.
So the government advice that people, if they do get it, should try and sleep separately, and if they can use a separate bathroom. You think ultimately, obviously, it's quite difficult for many people, and it won't be that effective.
We would struggle to do that, having only one bathroom in a house full of 4 children, or 2 children and 2 adults. But I think that, the better you can, the more you can prevent people from getting it, the less likely it is to transmit. But if you're self-isolating for 14 days and nobody is symptomatic at the end of 14 days, I think you're fine.
Does the sort of viral load matter, i.e., how much exposure you get to the virus? So if you're in a household and 4 of you all get it, is it likely that the last person who gets it might be more ill because they've just had, more transmitted to them?
Not necessarily. How ill you get depends on a lot of factors, including your age, your immune status, how your genetic status as well. And it turns out that while we think viral load is important, and that's one of the reasons why we think there were so many initial healthcare deaths in Wuhan, healthcare worker deaths, those kind of experiments have not been carried out yet to know what the kind of lethal dose, what we would call a lethal dose, although that's not really a very PC phrase at the moment, but how severe the infection will be depending on how much virus you get.
Okay. Claire asks, could you clarify if underweight people are at risk if they get coronavirus? I have a low BMI of 16 and want to know, as people with very low BMI have a lower immune system. I was wondering if people with eating disorders are at risk more. I can't seem to find any advice. Dr. Ahmed.
So I can't off the top of my head remember if they qualify for a flu vaccination. But I think it would just be sensible, if your immune system isn't working or functioning, at 100%, to just take precautions. Certainly do the social distancing, and like always, just keep on top of your hand washing and your hygiene.
Can I just ask both of you your thoughts on one final question, which has been a lot of focus on testing, and that countries in East Asia which have tested heavily, even perhaps Germany, seem to be having better results. Obviously, there's a question of resources, but what are both of your thoughts on how important it is to do contact tracing? Tracking down every single person that might be exposed, even whether that's through mobile phone apps. Is the loss of privacy worth it to deal with this health crisis? Dr. Ahmed.
Oh, that's a good question, and I think I would probably have a really good answer for you a few weeks later down the line. I think the World Health Organization asked us to test. I know we've stopped testing in the community. We're only testing people who are ill enough to be in hospital. So we're probably not reflecting what the underlying prevalence is of the condition in the community. The whole thing about getting involved in people's privacy, and that raises lots of uncomfortable questions. But if it stops the disease progressing and stops people dying, I think you could probably argue that it is justified in this case.
Dr. Soto, can I just ask you that quickly as well?
So from a virologist and epidemiologist point of view, we never know really until after an outbreak how many people have really been exposed, because you have a huge number of asymptomatic infections. So, testing really would help with our understanding of that, but we're still in such an early stage of our understanding of this epidemic, this pandemic, that it's going to take a while before we have the same degree of knowledge that we have for flu or measles or anything like that that's been around for years. So while, yes, testing would really help, and it does help with contact tracing, I think we all almost expect it to be the same as flu or measles, and it can't be because it's too new. So everyone, I think we all maybe are expecting more than really can be delivered right now. With regards to privacy, I think that's a decision for every country that they have to make for themselves. And we have to decide as a country if that's something we're willing to tolerate in order to prevent this pandemic from coming.
Yeah, there's lots to be learned on this, obviously, but thank you both for your time and for going through that list of questions. We're getting so many in every day. Dr. Naomi Forrester-Soto, Dr. Fari Ahmed, thank you both.
Thank you.
And Helen Lutz has got the weather again for us now.
Good afternoon. It's dry for most throughout the rest of today, and it looks dry for most of us for the next 4 or 5 days. The reason is this area of high pressure. It does drift a little bit further east. It's not altogether dry either. We've still got our slow-moving weather front with us in the south. It's been around for several days now. It's still producing a little bit of rain and drizzle. This is how it looked earlier in the day in Wokingham, in Woodley and Wokingham. Further north under the centre of that high pressure, we've got plenty of sunshine across Highland Scotland. A little bit more cloud for the Northern Isles as well. Here's that cloud in the south. Still some breaks around, but it's just been slow to clear. But it looks like it should do as we go through the night. But with it as well around that area of high pressure, quite a keen wind, which has kept temperatures a little bit below par. Of course, it was a frosty start elsewhere. But that brisk wind in the south should keep the frost at bay for southern parts of England, mostly anyway, whilst for elsewhere across the UK, it is a cold night again. Not as hard a frost as last night, but still pretty chilly. And with that high pressure with us throughout the weekend, that not only keeps our weather fronts at bay, but it will mean some starry nights and some cold nights to come as well. So although it looks dry for most of us, there will be plenty of sunshine, I think, but at times some cloud will come and go. And in the south in particular, quite a chilly wind. But even for the North Sea coast as well, you've got that breeze coming in off what is a relatively cold sea at this time of year. So it will still feel chilly here despite the sunshine. You can see there's still a little bit of cloud left across the far south, but more sunshine than we've seen today, I think, for most parts of the UK, well, most parts of the south. Elsewhere, obviously, we've seen plenty of sunshine. As a result, temperatures will creep up a degree because it won't be as cold either overnight. Then as we go through Saturday night, we've got a little bit more cloud coming into the far north and west. So it won't be as cold, but it's still a chilly night. As you can see, there still will be frost around. The nights are getting shorter at the moment, the days long, but they're still long enough for some frost. Now, Sunday does bring the risk of some cloud near the east coast as we go through the day, but it should, as you see, clear away. Temperatures, 9 to 11, so still feeling chilly after the cold start and in the breeze, but it's basically dry. And if you're outside the breeze, inside the sunshine, I think it'll feel pleasant enough. As ever, there's more on our website.
As the coronavirus story develops, BBC News has global coverage.
Across the UK, the eerie sight of airports turning into parking lots.
The entire external European Union border will be closed.
commuter numbers down on normal with people choosing to work from home.
See the headlines as they happen and watch BBC News live in the app and get the full story with bbc.co.uk/news. Follow the latest on the coronavirus outbreak with BBC News.
This is BBC News. I'm Geetha Gurumuthy. The headlines at 3. Protecting millions of jobs during the coronavirus pandemic will be the focus of the government's emergency package of measures to be announced later. More than 65,000 retired doctors and nurses are asked to return to work as the Health Secretary reassures NH staff that they will have the protective gear they need.
In terms of getting the protective equipment out, the masks and the other protective equipment, that is a massive operation that's ongoing right now.
Schools out. The gates closed this afternoon on schools across most of the UK, but some will stay open for the children of key workers. After GCSE and A-level exams were cancelled, the government say grades in England will be based on mock exam results and teacher assessment. No end in sight to panic buying. Frontline health workers make a desperate plea for people to be less selfish.
People are just stripping the shelves of basic foods. You just need to stop it.
And we talked to one of the thousands of couples whose wedding day has been ruined by the coronavirus outbreak. Good afternoon. The government is preparing to announce a new emergency package of measures aimed at protecting millions of jobs during the coronavirus pandemic. In what would be an unprecedented move, the state would step in to help pay the wages of private sector companies to stop thousands of them going bust during the shutdown of much of the economy. It's understood that the workers involved will also be exempted from having to pay income tax. In other developments, letters are being sent to 65,000 retired doctors and nurses in England and Wales, asking them to return to work to help deal with the virus. Well, today is the last day at school for most children in England, Scotland and Wales until further notice. The government has now published its list of key workers who can keep sending their children to school. They include healthcare workers, police and food delivery staff. In the last few minutes, the government has released its plan for grading in England after GCSE and A-level exams were cancelled. The grades will be based on mock exam results and teacher assessments. The government say that clear, robust guidance will be provided to schools and colleges in due course. The government's been advised that policies to limit the spread of coronavirus would need to be in place for at least most of a year to prevent intensive care units being overwhelmed. Around the world, the death toll from the coronavirus now stands at more than 10,000, with 144 deaths in the UK. We'll get the latest on the impact on business, but first on the current situation for the NHS, here's our health correspondent, Lauren Moss.
A rallying call to return to work. Letters are being sent to thousands of retired doctors and nurses in England and Wales to boost the ranks while cases of the coronavirus continue to climb.
The letter will explain what they need to do because they may need a refresher, and we've got some online refresher courses, and there'll be some put in place where they need to physically be there. And then also critically making sure they're trained, especially in the areas that we need for dealing with coronavirus, because this is it's a respiratory illness, disease.
Medics who've left the profession in the last 3 years are also being urged to re-register, and final year students could be asked to work during the outbreak.
Some people have already contacted me, many people have already contacted me, and we have got lots of people wanting to support us and wanting to come back. We are writing to them. They will get that this morning. We will then make sure that they're able to complete the necessary forms to get them back on our register. And we will invite them back into our hospitals in the next few weeks.
A large proportion of those being written to are general practitioners or specialists. Nearly half are aged between 45 and 64 years old, and a third are under the age of 44. But not everyone is enthusiastic about being asked back to work.
After nearly 3 years out, I feel very out of date. I would not be able to keep up with the IT, the science, the general changes in nursing care, and I would feel unsafe. And I think that would not be a position I would want to put any patient in, having an unsafe nurse caring for them.
The way we go about our lives is certainly changing. After today, school gates will close to most pupils. No one knows how long for. And from Monday, rail companies will be running much reduced services. Despite limiting the number of items shoppers can buy and dedicating certain hours for older customers, supermarket shelves are still being stripped bare. Hospitals have been asked to free up beds and manufacturers to scale up ventilator production for patients who may become very unwell. The race is also on to get protective equipment out to NHS staff.
We're seeing far too many health workers infected in Italy, and it's just heartbreaking. So many of them are dying as well. Do not let this happen in Britain. Health workers, they keep on talking about them in this military term like they're the front line, but they're not soldiers.
The government is in negotiations to buy new antibody tests to detect if someone's already had the virus and become immune. And in a month, it's hoped 25,000 patients a day will also be able to be tested. UK scientists have today said some social distancing measures may need to be in place for most of a year to avoid overwhelming the NHS in what they've described as an incredibly fast-moving and developing situation. Lauren Moss, BBC News.
So that package of measures the Chancellor is due to announce to support firms and employees during the crisis is being described as unprecedented. Many companies are warning they could collapse with huge numbers of job losses. Self-employed workers and people on zero-hour contracts are already struggling. Our economics correspondent, Andy Verity, reports.
This is the normally busy Victoria Quarter in Leeds. This is the centre of Cardiff, and this is Glasgow. Most companies can cope with a normal recession where their income drops by maybe 20%, but for thousands of companies hit by antivirus measures, it's up to 100%.
This is Oxford Circus, normally one of the busiest places in the world, but today, just like other shopping areas around the country, there's hardly anyone in the shops. And if you're a business, it's simple. If you don't have customers, you don't have an income, and you can't afford to pay wages or service debts. And if that keeps up, you're going to have to let people go and declare bankruptcy.
This morning, the food chain Pret, facing a 75% drop in income, asked staff to take a temporary 25% pay cut so it could keep them in work. Business groups say the health emergency has now become an economic one, threatening to push thousands of companies into bankruptcy and hundreds of thousands of people onto benefits.
Businesses all across the UK need to see action now. We need to see an immediate suspension of VAT, national insurance and business rates payments that are coming up next week. And we also need to see a form of income support as well for those businesses that are going to be inevitably disrupted or have to close during the coming weeks.
It's not just shops and restaurants who are most obviously hit by emergency measures. This manufacturer makes mechanical and electronic parts for industrial customers. It's still busy from orders placed before the crisis struck, but will struggle if the shutdown goes on for months.
Like every manufacturer, you're going to have exactly the same concerns if we start to see it sort of significantly drop off in relation to people. And that's a simple case for all manufacturers. It really is then seeing what direct government intervention we can see to help to make sure that we protect people's jobs and livelihoods. So we come out the other side now fit and well and strong.
Government help for firms' wage bills will cost tens of billions, but won't help the self-employed. Kat Roby is a freelance theatre director. With no performances, her income's plummeted.
So for me personally, it is involved with quite a sad transition from closing the building that I love to work in at the moment with the core team, and all of us are self-employed, and we have no idea what that means in terms of our income, any job security, whether we can pay our rent next month, and we have no idea when any shows or any work will start again for any of us.
The emergency measures will effectively put the government on a war footing, going into debt to help pay millions of private sector wages. The cost is huge, but the cost of not doing so, both economic and human, could be greater. Andy Verity, BBC News.
Let's talk to Nick Eardley, our political correspondent at Westminster. Nick, how fast and how much are the government going to do and act to help people now? We're hearing calls daily for cash into people's pockets.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a significant intervention again, another one from the Chancellor in 2 or 3 hours' time. There has, as you say, been huge pressure to figure out the impact this is going to have on the lives of hundreds of thousands, millions of employees around the country. I think we all have heard stories of people whose jobs are being cut or whose hours are being cut. We don't know exactly what the government's going to do, but I think it's bound to involve topping up wages in some way, offering some support to businesses and individuals to make sure that some sort of income continues. I've got to say there has been a lot of political consensus so far on what's going on. Opposition parties are really pushing the government to be bold on this. Labour have been calling for a huge package of state intervention, really, which would see some employees getting up to 90% of their salary from the state over the next few months as this crisis unfolds. The SNP also calling for the idea of a universal basic income, which would mean everybody had a guaranteed amount of money in their pocket every month to get them through some of the harder times that could be coming. The exact figures from the government will be closely scrutinised both by businesses and politicians to see if they go far enough and provide that assurance that so many are looking for.
And Nick, of course, it's not just people at the bottom who need it. It's people at every wage level, isn't it? Because people are supporting families. So it's self-employed people, people with limited companies. So it's not just the big employers. How endless is the government's funds here? How much can they do?
The phrase you hear from government at every opportunity at the moment is they will do whatever it takes. Now, of course, there are financial limits eventually to how much can be borrowed and what is sustainable. But I think the government, quite frankly, knows that it's in a position where it has to do unprecedented things. It's going to have to borrow a lot of money to make sure that the economy is in a sustainable position when the country eventually comes out of this crisis. And quite what the figures are going to be, as I say, that's exactly what we're going to be looking out for when we hear from the government later this afternoon. But I think you can expect it's going to be unprecedented amounts of money because this is an unprecedented crisis and the government knows that it needs to act soon to protect jobs and to protect livelihoods.
Nick, just quickly, we've heard a lot about, potentially trying to clamp down a bit on people's behaviour, how much social distancing people are actually following. On the way home from work last night, I saw people still in the pubs. Quite extraordinary, really, given the government's advice. Are they going to go further today, do you think?
I've got to say, I saw the same thing. I walked down to Westminster from North London today. Cafes open, restaurants open as well. Clearly, there is still a lot of activity going on in London and elsewhere in the country. And the government has said that it's not ruling anything out in terms of taking further measures. Opposition parties, the Labour Party in particular, was saying this morning that the guidance when it comes to things like dining out and going to the pub for a drink hasn't been completely clear. The government is asking people not to go, but as you say, so many of those establishments remain open. Labour saying, look, you just have to close them. You've got to get to the point where you just say, at this stage, clearly people aren't heeding all the advice, so you need to take more drastic measures. We don't know if the government's going to do it at the moment. Nobody saying anything officially in Number 10, but that press conference this afternoon, like the ones we've seen all week, will be really crucial to see what happens next.
Yes, of course, the financial backup for people who work in all those hospitality industries is crucial so that people can afford to stop working. Nick Eardley, thanks very much. We'll speak to you soon, no doubt. Well, the speed of events in dealing with coronavirus has taken lots of people by surprise. COVID-19 first appeared in the UK at the end of January, as far as we know officially. Since then, the numbers have risen sharply. Joining me now is the BBC statistics expert, Robert Cuff. What is the rate of expansion in both numbers and the death rate, as far as we know?
Well, at the moment, it seems to be doubling at about every 3 to 4 days. We can bring up the numbers now because I think it's quite hard with all the numbers flying past us to kind of keep a grasp of what's going on. And there's a chart that shows, as you can see here, with the dots that show where we were about a week ago. And so you can see last Friday we had about 600 confirmed cases in the UK. It's doubled and doubled again and a bit more since then. And now we're running it at over 3,000. And if we switch to look at the deaths, we can see a very similar pattern where the deaths have been doubling roughly every 2 to 3 days. Now, it's often hard for us to keep in our head what that kind of constant doubling means. And one way to think about it is all of the cases we've seen so far, if this pattern keeps on going, we're going to see that all again in the next 3 to 4 days. Or if you're working in an intensive care unit, you think, well, we're running at 50% capacity, we're just about managing, everything is fine. Well, in 3 to 4 days, you can go from half full to full, and then you're in trouble. And I think that's why the government is pressing so hard, because you can go very quickly from managing to swamped unless these measures like social distancing start to take effect and we change that doubling pattern and slow it down.
And what is the sort of the time delay, if you like, between people perhaps behaving or being forced to behave in a more strict lockdown position to then seeing the increase in the numbers?
Well, the estimates I hear are around about 2 weeks before you start to see the numbers change. And the reason for that is, you know, if all the infections stopped today, well, yesterday's infections, they'd have to incubate the virus, they'd have to start showing symptoms, they'd have to turn up to get tested, the test results would have to come back. So it does take a while before it starts to filter through into the numbers. So we should expect to see those numbers continue to go up for a little while.
We also heard from Stage, that the scientific group, that today that we expect these social distancing measures, etc., to last at least a year. We've also seen the Imperial College research, which says that it's going to be 18 months at least before there's a vaccine. So we expect to see these numbers obviously rise.
Yeah.
Will it be as bad as Italy, which has been even worse than China?
Well, what's driving the government's decision making is avoiding the scenes in Italy. It's managing that intensive care unit capacity so that the hospitals don't get swamped. And that's what's driving the strategy to really clamp down and slow the spread of the virus, and also to keep that clamp down in place for a long period of time, because the worry is as soon as you take off the pressure, as soon as you let people go back out again, then we could see the virus rebound. And that's why people are watching China very carefully to see what happens if the virus comes back there after they've started to see it slow down.
And London has been particularly badly hit, obviously, because the population is denser here. Again, is that inevitable? Is it further up the rate of spread than the government predicted?
I think it's pushing ahead of the rest of the country, and we can see that quite clearly when we look at a map of the outbreak across the UK. And so what you can see here, just to orient you, the dots here are roughly the size of the epidemic. So we're talking about 270 cases in Scotland, maybe 170 in Wales, 80 in Northern Ireland. And what stands out is that large bump in London. Now, of course, you say London gets the most cases. It's 16% of the population, but that's 40% of the cases. So it's 40, not 14. So it's a disproportionate amount of the cases, and that's becoming more disproportionate over time. So last week, London accounted for about a quarter of cases. This week, it's counting for well over a third. So not only is London taking a disproportionate amount, it's also pulling further away from the rest of the country.
Just quickly, would that imply that if you can leave London, then you should?
I think if you can social distance in London, if you can do all the things to stop the spread of the virus, then you should. Because it's still worth remembering. Okay, so these are confirmed cases. They're not total cases. Total cases are still a good bit higher. Professor Sir Patrick Vallance, I think, said earlier in the week is about 55,000. That's still actually rare. That's still less than 1 in 1,000 people. So it's not as if
confirmed or estimated.
No, that's estimated. That's total cases. Now, it'll have gone up in the last 3 or 4 days, but that's still 1 in 1,000 people. So the issue is not we're in the middle of that terrible stage now. It's if we keep doubling and doubling and doubling, that we suddenly get to a very bad stage very quickly. So it's about taking the measures now that slow the spread of the epidemic.
Can I just very quickly, because I'm being asked to move on, but When would you expect the peak to come, and how long does the peak last?
The government modelling says that the peak arrives probably May, June, and the duration of the peak and the size of the peak all depend on the measures that people take.
It's up to us in part. We keep hearing that message, and let's hope the message is getting through very much. Very good to see you. Thanks very much, Robert. Let's get the headlines now on BBC News. The government is expected to announce new measures designed to protect millions of jobs during the coronavirus pandemic. More than 65,000 retired doctors and nurses are asked to return to work to help fight the spread of the virus. The gates closed this afternoon on schools across most of the UK, but some will stay open for the children of key workers.
And in sports, Snooker's World Championship has been postponed. Organisers intend to host the final stages of the Crucible on rescheduled dates in July or August. The Rugby Football Union has confirmed the end of the season for all levels below the Premiership. That means the Championship season will finish with 7 rounds still to play. And the England football team's doctor, Rob Chakravarti, has left his role at the FA. His position had come under intense scrutiny following revelations in a BBC Panorama programme about his time as a medic at UK Athletics. And I'll be back with more on all those stories after 3:30.
Classrooms in England, Scotland and Wales will close later this afternoon to everyone except vulnerable children and those with a parent identified as the key worker. Pupils in England and Wales are waiting to find out how their GCSE and A-level results will be awarded after this year's exams were cancelled, although the government has in the last hour issued some guidance on that, saying that they'll be based on mock exams plus teacher advice. And of course, those who are not happy can also have the choice to sit an exam if they so choose as soon as schools reopen, and they're hoping to get grades out by July. But more on that as soon as we can bring it to you. The number of Scots who've been diagnosed with COVID-19 has jumped to 322. The First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, revealed the new total, up by 56 from Thursday. She gave a briefing on coronavirus, and it comes as schools across Scotland also closed to help deal with the spread of the disease.
I think the very fact that the Deputy First Minister confirmed yesterday that for the first time in our history there will be no exams this year underlines the seriousness of the situation that we're facing. So I want to take the opportunity today, because it is so important, to remind everyone of the advice that we are asking you to follow. Reduce your social contact unless it is absolutely essential to go out. That means working from home where possible. It means staying away from crowded places like pubs, restaurants and cinemas. If you're over 70, eligible for the flu vaccine because of a health condition, or pregnant, you should take that advice particularly strongly and stay at home as much as possible. And there will be further advice published later today for pregnant women in particular. If you show symptoms of a new and persistent cough or a mild fever, stay at home for 7 days. And if someone in your household is showing the symptoms, you should all stay at home for 14 days to ensure that you don't become infected and pass the infection on to others. And at all times, follow the advice on washing your hands, using tissues and avoiding touching your face. Now, I know that some of the sacrifices that we are asking people to make, and they are sacrifices, we are asking people to fundamentally change the way that we live our lives, that these will become more apparent to us and more difficult as we head into the weekend. I know that there will be some of you who might be wanting to head out to the pub for a final night out or looking forward to a meal out with friends, but my guidance to you is clear and crystal clear. Please do not do this. You must not consider this vital health advice to be merely optional.
Nicola Sturgeon there. Well, our Scotland correspondent Lorna Gordon told me earlier that people are only partially following her advice.
To some degree, they're following that advice. It appears in many areas they are following it extensively. But it was interesting that Scotland's First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, repeated that advice on social distancing or isolating if you're showing symptoms again and again and again in that briefing this morning. She said, let's not look back at these last few weeks and wish we had done more to protect ourselves and each other. And while she did thank school pupils for all the hard work they've put in over the last year, it did seem that it was a message that was repeatedly aimed at the younger generation. She said not that they shouldn't think that this advice applies to just to other people and not to them. She said that while the risk to younger people was lower, there was no guarantee that the symptoms in young people would be mild, and of course that they risk passing it on to others. At the moment, of course, the number of positive cases here in Scotland stands at 322. That's 322 people who've tested positive. That's an increase of 56 on yesterday. But we were told in that briefing earlier that there is evidence of sustained community transmission in Scotland and that the country is on the cusp of an escalation of cases of the virus. So she was really keen to hammer home that message that people shouldn't go out for a last drink at the pub, shouldn't go out for a meal with their friends, and that young people really have to think carefully if they're thinking at the end of this school term, perhaps now the end of the school year, if they're thinking of going out and gathering with their friends, they really should think again.
Lorna Gordon there in Glasgow. Well, just to repeat, we've had this announcement from the Department of Education on how grades are going to be allocated to students who have missed their GCSEs, their A-levels and their AS levels. They are hoping to award a grade which they say fairly reflects the work they've put in, ideally by the end of July. The exams regulator Ofqual will, quotes, set out a process that will provide a calculated grade to each student which reflects their performance as fairly as possible. Teachers will be asked to submit their judgment about expected grades, taking into account mock exams and other assessment, and exam boards will then produce a calculated grade. And they have also said that students who want to challenge that grade will have the chance to sit an exam once schools reopen, but obviously the date of reopening is uncertain at the moment. And that is presumably, of course, then to allow everyone who's done A-levels in particular to move on to university in due course. So much more on that coming in, I'm sure, all the time. John Maguire has this report from Bristol on some of the students who have been waiting to find out how all their work is going to be assessed.
For the last time in what may be a long time, the school bell signals the start of the day at Blagdon Primary near Bristol. The pupils, staff and families face uncertain times ahead as parents and children prepare to share workspace at home.
I will be working from home and so will my husband. We will have to obviously homeschool the children as well.
So we've set up WhatsApp groups so the children can still interact with each other, and the school have set up emails so they can still talk to each other.
Often the end of term can't come soon enough, but this feels different.
It's strange, but also exciting, and maybe schooling from home could just be as fun as schooling from actual school.
Well, hopefully it's not my last day, because then I might not ever see my friends again because I'm going to a different school.
This doesn't mean weeks of being confined indoors. The guidance for children is the same as for adults. Fresh air and exercise is beneficial, but they should keep their distance. The government has now published the list of workers whose children can stay at school. It includes NHS workers, nursery and teaching staff, the police, armed forces and prison officers, transport workers, those involved in food production, distribution and sale, people who work in essential financial services such as banks, and journalists providing public service broadcasting.
Now, with the list of key workers being published overnight, head teachers and schools for the first time have a clear idea of exactly how many children will be in school over the next couple of weeks, and indeed through the school holidays. At this school, for example, it's looking at around 25%, so just over 100 pupils, maybe 20, 25 pupils, something like that.
For primary schools, and when it comes to younger children, staff are thinking not just about their education, but also their mental and emotional well-being.
We've made sure that there's work ready for them. There are things online. We've got children's email addresses are all set up and they're all able to use those so they can keep contacting their teachers and we can keep those relationships going and between the children themselves.
Good morning, Class 3.
Good morning, Mr. Bell.
How are you feeling?
Everyone will need to adapt to a new way of working. So not just a place of learning, but of friendship, safety, and sometimes refuge. Schools may be closing, and for some time, but their vital work continues and may prove more crucial than ever. John Maguire, BBC News, North Somerset.
Well, as schools are about to break up, let's have a look at the weather now. Here's Staff.
Hello there. Got a good deal of settled and sunny weather to come for the weekend and indeed into next week, all because of high pressure. But it's going to be on the cool side for the time of year. Chilly nights and a cool breeze certainly through the weekend because our area of high pressure will be sitting over Scandinavia.